Good morning. It's September 17th, and welcome to the regular meeting for the Klickitat County Commissioners. And all three county commissioners are present. We'd start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay, business agenda.
Does anybody else have anything to add?
I do not.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the business agenda with two add-ons. Add-on number one being the jail administrator background investigation agreement discussion during the jail update with Director Van Cleve. Noting that in place of the Sheriff's Department update, Jeff King of Emergency Management will be providing a department update, and there will not be a Republic Services update this afternoon. And the second thing would be a discussion on the Forest Legacy grant request that we got in an email.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Meeting minutes?
Do you have the date of that email, or can you send it to?
Yeah,
It's okay. So it's just in there fresh. Okay.
okay. Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of September 3rd, 2024 as presented.
Second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So we are to public comment. If you're in the room and like to provide public comment, just raise your hand. We'll recognize you and please come forward to the microphone. And on Zoom, just raise your hand or unmute yourself so that we can see you'd like to give comment and we'll call on you. So we have Roger Nichols first this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. A couple of quick questions for you. At the candidates debate, someone suggested that the vents in the jail have not yet been completed, and I wanted to get a yes or no on that, and if not, why? And the other one was somebody gave me a suggestion that one of the problems we're having with the FAA is that they won't accept anything that doesn't bring in money commensurate with what they feel is the offset. What happens if you, as the county and the city of the Dalles, go together, grant the money to the Dalles-Port Water District, they pay it back to you, and suddenly you've got income that matches the value of it, and the FAA can sign off? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Roger. In the room, is there anybody wanting to give testimony yet this morning or comment? So back online. Do we have anyone else? Takes a minute sometimes. Is that you, Jake?
No. Never called myself a commander.
Yeah. Good morning. Is there someone there with their hand raised with the title Commanderson?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Who are we speaking to, if I can ask?
Yeah, this is Scotty Anderson from St. John, Washington.
Great. Thank you, Scotty, for zooming in. We'd be glad to hear your comments.
Okay. Well, I urge everyone on the Board of County Commissioners at and in the jail, at the Sheriff's Office, and very importantly, the community of Klickitat County to provide support for the person chosen to lead the new Klickitat County Department of Corrections. While the process to get where we are today was difficult and divided Klickitat County, now is the time to rebuild as a community. Now is the time to provide the support and strength to make the changes that will lead towards long-term success. The positive long-term changes will not happen overnight. Everyone must be supportive and allow the time necessary to move in different directions. Remember, the jail cares for your friends, family, and neighbors. The corrections deputies are also your friends, family, and neighbors. Rooting against success at the jail is rooting against yourself. Success at the jail cannot be left to the new jail boss alone. He will need the support of the community. He will need the support from all of the partners, the corrections deputies, law enforcement, inmates, medical and mental health, the commissioners, and again, the community as a whole. I wish Klickitat County and the Department of Corrections nothing but the best. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
I know we don't normally respond, but I'm not sure if this man will be waiting around for half an hour.
Mr.
I think I just want to let him know that I really appreciate his comments. I don't know that the public knows who he is. That's for him to disclose, but I want to really thank him for those comments.
Okay, thank you. And if you're online, we will answer, the commissioners will make comment back, Mr. Anderson, but you did get a thank you already, but thank you very much.
I will definitely be hanging around. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. In the room. Comments from anyone this morning? And you're sitting behind someone, Mr. Smith, so I'm just waiting. Okay, back online. 0088. Is that Ann?
No.
She's raised her hand. 0088 was called on first. Ann, give us a second. Did you wish to comment? 0088.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Delmer Eldred, Goldendale, Washington. And Commissioner Anderson seems to have gone on more junkets than any other commissioner in recent memory. For instance, his trip to Washington, D.C. to lobby for the bridge, when Senator Cantwell, Senator Murray, and Representative Dan Newhouse were just home the whole month of August, and according to their statements, were willing to meet with constituents on issues that concern them. And with the technology we have today, he could have used FaceTime, talked one-on-one, or had a Zoom meeting with all three representing the needs for funding the bridge. But just to mention a few of these trips to Montana, Olympia, Washington, D.C., that Mr. Anderson has taken, when the commissioner returns at the next meeting, there should be a full disclosure of the cost of the trip, who he had meetings with, what was discussed, and how did it benefit the county. The commissioners have no problem cutting the sheriff's budget, but love spending money on these extravagant junkets. And I believe if you would send President Putin a registered letter asking for foreign aid to build the bridge, by the time it showed up on mainstream outlets and shows like Lars Larson, you would receive a quick response from Congress that they will start immediately on appropriations for the Hood River Bridge. A registered letter is a lot less expensive than a trip to DC. The commissioners need to realize that the cost of everything is at a steady increase, and every dollar has a taxpayer's name on it. And it's time to start being more resourceful to curb the spending that is occurring in the county by the commissioners at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room. Not seeing a hand. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. I'll start out with just a thank you. The Commissioners Candidates Night was last Thursday in Dallasport, and I'd like to thank you all for attending. Commissioner Christopher as a candidate running for re-election, and I saw Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Zoller also as audience members. I was surprised to see all three of you there, but that's always a good thing. So we do appreciate that. Folks, we're very happy that we held the candidates night. I understand there's another one coming up, which I will try to get more information about and help publicize so we can get a good turnout for that one as well. But when I spoke to Commissioner Zoller after the candidates night last Thursday, it came up about the question I asked at last Tuesday's BOCC meeting relative to the never-ending quest from Dallasport Water District for the roughly $200,000 for those ATEC vessels that they need for the domestic water system. For those that don't know, it helps to filter iron out of the drinking water for the residents of Dallasport, for anyone that's on the Dallasport Water District water. And on referencing back to the April 23rd of 24 meeting that I brought up last week, where there was an agenda packet that was 18 pages long, where that money was supposed to be given to the Dallasport Water District that day. And then during the meeting, I watched it, there was no mention of it. Commissioner Zoller mentioned last Thursday night that there had been some conditions that had not been met, and that was why that money was not handed over, and there was no mention of it made during the meeting on April 23rd. And I said I would bring it up again this week. I would like for everyone to know what the conditions are that have not been met that is preventing the water district from getting the $200,000 for those iron filtering vessels, and whose responsibility those conditions are, who needs to do what, and why those conditions, one or more, have not been met or have not been able to be met. So I guess I'm looking for some clarification and a bit of a history lesson on where we are and how do we proceed, whose court is the ball in, and exactly what needs to happen to move this forward. I think there's probably a lot of folks who would like to know that. So I look forward to your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. In the room. Okay, back online. Just raise your hand or unmute, and we'd be glad to hear your comments. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh, there we go. Mr. Rizzi. Good morning. We cannot hear you, Mr. Rizzi.
I'm sorry about that.
There you are.
I just want to thank all three of you for being there, but definitely Dan Christopher, we appreciate you being there, and the other three. It was a very good candidates night. We had a lot of people there. I think it was 97 people were there, so that was a wonderful thing. And I think most people got a lot of their questions answered. But I basically just need to echo everything Ann said. Ann said it before I did, so I appreciate that. At least it's being said. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzi. Okay, Mr. Smith, not yet. Don't see him. Okay. Okay. Online. Pat Arnold, did you want to speak? No? Okay, you just joined. Okay. Anyone, please raise your hand or unmute so we can see you'd like to provide comment. And I'm not seeing anyone. Looks like we're getting closer to the end, Mr. Smith. Do you have a hand up? Great. So, Mr. Smith.
Just ran out of time.
Well, and I'll
No,
say now,
no, we don't have the music. You're safe.
we don't have no music yet.
We started your time 2.5 minutes ago.
Yes, I noticed that. Andrew Smith, Klickitat County. I gotta make this quick, then
Yep.
my time just got.
Yep.
No, you're good.
Thanks for everybody showing up down there at the big meeting at Dallasport. I was surprised to see all the commissioners there. Happy to see you show up. Lots of questions weren't answered, but lots of questions were answered. We're happy about that. I enjoyed the candidates meetings. Hopefully we can have more stuff on the radio too. And then Mr. Anderson, thank you for going to Washington DC and doing what you do. Practically, I don't like going back there. I've had my fun too. Other than that, let's get down to the budget. Hopefully, we can all see transparency on the budget. Hopefully you have more workshops. I missed one of them, but you know how it goes. Mom has to have eye surgery. We got to attend. And from there on out, let's keep an open mind on the budget. I know it's going to be a tough year. $5 million in the hole is a lot to deal with. I appreciate it.
Thank you. One more time back online, maybe anyone like to give comment this morning? Raise your hand or unmute so we can see you, please. Well, it looks like this may be a quick morning. Lynn? Sure. So back in the room with Lynn Ward. Thank you.
Just briefly, and then I'll get back upstairs to work. We've kind of bounced this around, so I'm formally asking that the 2015 Ford Explorer that's on loan to the building department be transferred to the building department. This will provide our second vehicle that we are in need of, but it would allow several more years before we would have to make a vehicle purchase, thus saving the county money and putting money into the general fund rather than me purchasing a vehicle. So
Does this add a vehicle to your fleet, or does this replace a broken vehicle in your?
this replaces a broken vehicle in my fleet that was surplus. So it would not be adding another vehicle. We have two vehicles. One became dysfunctional, so we've been using this Ford Explorer as our secondary vehicle.
Yes,
Huh?
just so you don't have to
Okay,
keep talking
yes.
for.
So rather than having to go out for purchase in the next year or two, this would allow us a longer period, build up our VR and our fund more sufficiently and save the county some money in the meantime. So that's my request.
How many days a week is that on the road?
Some weeks not at all, but other weeks 2-3 times. It depends on our workload. How many inspections can our inspector get to them in a day? Or did we have far too many inspection requests? And now we need to run 2 vehicles to get all of our contractors and homeowners taken care of. Or if the plans examiner needs to go look at something firsthand before they do the plan review, because it's like a remodel or an addition or something, then there are those days as well.
So if there's weeks where it's not even on the road, what is the issue with leaving it in the fleet so that other people could potentially use it during those times when you don't need it?
I
Well,
can't
I don't
answer
believe
that.
it's technically in the fleet right now. It's checked out on a permanent
It-
basis.
Yeah, but then we're not accruing any funds for our vehicle replacement either because it's technically just on loan permanently. But the conversation has bounced around since spring, I believe, with what to do for our second vehicle, what to do to save money, to come under cost. So I'm just making this request for you guys to consider.
Just for clarification, this isn't one of our 3 that we have out there. This is one of the 5 that we started with.
Right, one of the 5, right. Yeah, so it's just, during the budget talks, you guys can discuss it and make a decision, but this way it's formally being requested.
So as long as you're loaning it, you're not putting money into your VR&R.
That's what I've been told.
Okay.
But there's a calculation that would allow you to do that if it's under.
From what I understand, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Back online, shall we try again? Is there anybody who would like to give more comment this morning? Oh, good. Good morning, Sherry.
Good morning, commissioners. I wanted to continue the conversation regarding fires started by the wind turbines and our county emergency resources being used to stop these fires. And as we know with Juniper Canyon, it spread to other properties, harming other property owners that do not participate in the Renewable Energy Corporation game of money. And so it's been said that if fire departments want to charge local people for fires that they're responsible for that may have spread and hurt other people, or charge them for resources, the fire departments can choose to charge if they wish. And I've known people who have been charged for extinguishing fires from the fire department. They've charged people. So as it being taxpayer paid resources, and the taxpayers are occasionally burdened with a bill for a public service, I feel that these corporations should be burdened also with a bill to use our local emergency services to extinguish fires caused by their property. So I know you say you don't want to play in other people's sandboxes, but as you've talked about as a board, our Klickitat County somehow has financial issues, which maybe you want to talk about those. Commissioner Anderson, one time, I believe, and said that, the county's facing bankruptcy or could be facing bankruptcy. So I think it is time to look at what resources the county has. If the fire department, needs money, they could be charging for the recent fire. If not, times past since Juniper Canyon and ongoing fires, and help refund their resources in their vehicles instead of coming after the people for bonds and asking us to do it. So let's look at what money we really can get coming into the county. If we're a business, we should be making good business deals. And these foreign corporations have a lot of money. They have a lot of money. So I would encourage the county to encourage our fire departments and our emergency services to start charging these corporations, these foreign corporations, for using our services. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Back in the room, anyone? Online. We'll try a little more. Please raise your hand or unmute. So in the interest of time, I'm not seeing anyone. So if there's no one in the room and no one online, we'll move to commissioner comment and close public comment. Thank you. Who would like to start this?
Madam Chair, if I could, I'd request that you go first so that you can respond to Ann, and then I can fill in after that.
Okay. Does that work for you, Mr. Christopher? Would you like to go first, or?
I'll go. To Roger about the vents in the jail, it is my understanding that all the vents have been upgraded. With that, I would say I do, in my mind, I have a question on whether the jail in the one cell where the suicide took place, on whether that one has been upgraded, because I seem to remember that because of court, that one was blocked off and being unused and untouched while that case was ongoing. But the rest of them I know have been upgraded. That one I have a question in my mind about. As to your FAA, what would happen if scenario? I think you are correct, but that doesn't meet the narrative of who actually takes ownership of the water right. And that's the $1 million question down there, is who's going to end up with that water right and the power of the water. So could we fix this scenario? Absolutely. Could we remedy this scenario? Absolutely. But there would have to be a want to do so. And I don't believe that want is there. Commanderson, Mr. Scotty Anderson. I am not going to reveal who you are. That's up to you to reveal who you are. I would just notify the public that this is a very knowledgeable man when it comes to jails and staffs and management. And so I would urge you all to heed his advice. A lot of us may not be happy with how this has went down, but we are where we are and we need to move forward. We have to do what we can do to support the county, support the employees, support the sheriff's department, and fix where we're currently at. Dell, looking at my agenda today, 2:00, we're talking about all the different ways that we can raise your taxes. I don't know if you listened on Thursday, but that's the board's decision that rather than looking at where we can make cuts first, we're going to look at all the different ways we can create revenue. So I hope you're listening to that. I will be eagerly listening. And I honestly don't know what's going on with the conditions. That's not something that we tend to talk about in this room very often. I know those conditions are set by the chair of the board and the PUD commissioner when they do the landfill gas stuff, of which I would also argue I'm not privy to. Apparently there was a meeting this year already. The board has not been given an update from our representative. So I'm kind of out of the loop on that one. Mr. Rizzi, you just kind of echoed in, so that's kind of the same. Sherry, the fire thing, your questions, and I don't want to seem mean, so please don't take it that way. Your questions are more better off to the fire districts. We have no jurisdiction over them. Nothing we can do controls them, kind of thing. It is my understanding that they pay taxes, the windmills pay taxes, so they are into the fire jurisdiction and they get to have fire coverage just like you get to have fire coverage. If they are outside the exterior boundary of the fire district, then they would be sent a bill. If they started in a fire through something that was an illegal operation, like a burn barrel or something like that, then the fire district can bill them if the fire district so chose to bill them. But it's not in my sandbox, so I don't know all their legal mumbo jumbo. That would be a good question to ask your fire districts. You have fire commissioners in every district. They hold public meetings by law, so you can always show up to the fire district in question, whichever one that happens to be for you, and ask questions during their public comment of their commissioner meeting to get the answers you're looking for, because it's not in my wheelhouse, so I'm not an expert on those. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I do want to thank Ann and Mr. Rizzi for your comments on the candidate night and for your public outreach to make sure the voters all know when these things are happening so that they can potentially get educated.
Okay, I'll go. Mr. Nichols, always good to hear from you. I have the same comments as Mr. Christopher. The vents have been repaired, but I too do not know about the one that was set aside due to the litigation, if that has been released. But I know it's not being used if that's the case. FAA values. That's an idea of a way that something could happen, that potentially we could fund something and have those discussions to have it paid back. But it's my understanding that the FAA has the top government oversight over airports, and we cannot dispose of any property without remuneration. We can't just give things away. So that's where this whole conversation started, and we had to have things evaluated to meet the specs of the FAA. So they would accept it. We can't set those terms. They would have to accept those terms that they would release that interest in. The water right, that's set within the contract. That isn't a question. The last question that I see that's holding things up is the remuneration of what that water value is. So we're waiting on FAA and attorneys. Mr. Anderson, thank you for commenting in. Positive comments are so welcome, especially in hard times. It's everything you said is correct, and I thank you for bringing those things up for our county. It's time to turn the corner and become positive people and be the good and happy place we are to live. I look forward to it. Delmer, the cost of anything that has to happen with the bridge is a separate entity. Klickitat County is not bearing those costs of sending representatives to DC. And if they choose that these people need to show up and hit the halls and barter to get that extra money, there's a lot of money to be earned to replace that bridge. It's not an easy thing to barter money in Washington, DC, as you can imagine. And I do know even the mayor attended. So that group attended, I believe. I don't think it was just Mr. Anderson on his own attending. To be clear about budgets and funding, things like that, we have not cut the sheriff's budget. If anything, there's been several supplementals that have funded items that needed to be taken care of, like medical bills and stuff, but we have not cut those things. Let's see. And Anne, yeah, I did approach Anne after the meeting last night and apologize that her question did not get answered last week. We had a change and we moved on, and Anne got left in the fray and her answer didn't get to herself. So she said she was going to bring it forward again, and I'm glad she did. I did attend meetings with the PUD, and it came to light that there is the original contract that's connected to that water again, that there were stipulations in there for Dallasport Water to finalize prior to completing the agreement before we could transfer any of those funds. And this PUD stood on that fact and brought it to light. I did share that with Mr. Peppel from Dallasport Water District. I do believe he shared it at his board meetings. They have a copy of those contracts, Anne. So they have those stipulations that are in there. They know they're there. But I will look them up and make sure that I send them to you or to the Dallasport Water or to the Community Council for you guys, for Mr. Rizzi too. So I'll get a copy of those stipulations of what needs to be finalized before we could transfer that land or the landfill gas tax is what you're looking for. So I'll take care of that for you. And that came up at the meeting, and I'd like to approach another one that came up at the meeting that I don't want to leave any stone unturned or a miscommunication because I was already approached about, there was a comment made, there's $50,000 being held in parks that's not released for you to move forward with your park at Dallasport. There is a fund, $150 that came forward, $150,000 that came forward each year in the budgets. Last year was a hard budget time. We had to cut incidentals and keep everything that we need to do to provide services. The $150,000 was cut last year and we gave it back to the budget. That is distributed as $50,000 for each commissioner in their district. So we did not have that 50,000 to get out. It's not being held. It just wasn't given out last year. It was given back to the budget. So that is where that money went, if anybody needs to know. Mr. Smith, thank you for paying attention to the budget. It's good to have you in the room learning and making comments. And Sherry, I think Mr. Christopher covered your comments, so I can move on now to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roger, thank you for your comments. I would agree with my seatmates with regards to the jail vents, as with regards to the FAA. That idea to give a grant to the water district so that the water district could then pay for the water right is something that I have never heard before as an option. And so thank you for bringing that up. We would have to run that through legal counsel and everything else in order to find out if that's something that would be possible or allowed, and as well as through the FAA. Mr. Anderson, thank you for taking the time to write and to speak such an eloquent and positive response to the jail. I know some people, and there's misinformation out there that are still saying we should keep the jail under the sheriff and we should have these conversations. And I think it's obvious that the decision has been made. We have been walking down this trail for months, And there's been an enormous amount of work in order for the BOCC to take over the jail. So thank you again for the support for where we're going. I think the jail is going to be in a much better position very soon. And this board, I think, is set and prepared to make the necessary changes to the jail that will ensure that the jail will be in the best position, both for the inmates and for the residents moving forward. So thank you again. Mr. Eldred, thank you for pointing out all of the work that we do as the BOCC and all of the boards that we serve on. One thing that people think is that when you're the BOCC, yes, we are the executive branch of government. We manage all of the departments that are underneath us. We also are tasked with many committees that we serve on, both inside the county and outside the county. And for one of those committees I serve on this year is the Wasatch Legislative Steering Committee, and that sends me to Olympia on a regular basis during and actually all year long. It's more than I actually thought it was going to be. We have a meeting coming up next Wednesday, or actually next Thursday in Ellensburg for legislative steering, which I won't be able to attend because I'll be here. The county has not ever paid any money to send me to DC. I have had the opportunity to go back to NACO, the National Association of Counties Conference, and I chose not to go because I try to save money for the county, and every chance that I can do something over Zoom versus driving there and costing the county money, I choose to do that, being fiscally conservative. So the trips that I do go to Olympia are only those ones necessary. The trips that I've been to DC cost the county no money because they come from other funds. I have never went to Montana as part of the BOCC, so I don't know where you came up with that one. And I know my other seatmates take our travel budget seriously because it's a budget and we try to stay within it. I'll come back to Ann at the end. Mr. Smith, thank you for the thank you. DC, I agree with you. I can go back to DC and I can spend about 3 days there and then I want to get out. I'm not made for the city, that's for certain. But it is very valuable. It is very important when we go back to DC. Through all of our work in DC, we got $200 million for the bridge. So I would say that is a small investment in dollars, that it's not counting the county anything for all the benefits that we do receive from it. And Sherry, I have never said that the county is facing bankruptcy. We have financial headwinds. I've said that many a times, and I've said it for multiple years. And every county in Washington is facing the same financial headwinds. What I have always said is that Klickitat County has always been fiscally conservative. Klickitat County has always put more money into reserves than we have had to pull out, and that we have been always been good stewards of the county and the public dollar. We've had to make hard decisions in the past with regards to revenues. We had to take one or the other, and that was the sales tax for the REIT. We were the last or second to last county in the state to do that. We have, unlike other counties, we have many levers that we can still pull with regards to revenues without having to go out to the general public to ask for tax increases or bonds or anything else. And that puts Klickitat County in a better spot. I'm not saying we're in a good spot. I just say we're in a better spot in comparison to our neighbors who don't have the same options that we do. With regards to the fires, I tried to explain it to you before that I believe that all of the wind turbines are within fire districts, so they do pay taxes, just like you pay taxes if you choose to be within a fire district. Commissioner Christopher did a good job summing up what happens if you start on a fire illegally. I think one thing that was left out of that conversation is if you start a fire illegally, or even if it's due to what the state would figure as negligence, like what our PUD has had to deal with. And then you can get a real bill. And the real bill doesn't come from the fire district. The real bill comes from the state when they start bringing in helicopters and airplanes and everything else. And so that's where it gets expensive. In terms of our own county, when there is an emergency that is declared, which we've done multiple times, we try to get dollars from the state to cover state and feds to cover the expenses of fighting those fires, as well as from not just our firefighters, but our sheriff's department, our public works department, our emergency management department. These are all things in which we try to get backfilled for these costs. And by declaring that emergency, it also helps the landowners who actually have to rebuild get access to funds as well. So this is how we're trying to do the good things for the community, that it doesn't cost the residents more money, so we don't have to raise your taxes to backfill it when it is an emergency that hits a certain level of costs. And the state wants to do that as well, because the state wants to try to get federal FEMA dollars every chance they can to pay for all those planes and helicopters and people on the ground. Thank you to Mr. Rizzi and Ann for pointing out the meeting on Thursday. I know it's difficult for me, and I'm sure it's difficult for Commissioner Zoller. When people are talking about the things that you've done and putting you as in essence on trial, or making accusations against the things that we've supposedly done without being able to respond. I think the candidates' nights are important. They bring people together to have the difficult conversations that this county is going to be in. And to Ann, and what Commissioner Zoller, and the reason I wanted Commissioner Zoller to go first is because there's a lot more pieces to this conversation about the ATEC vessels. The $200,000 was an agreement back in 2018 by the commissioners and the PUD at that time. That agreement was tied to conditions that had to be met, because that $200,000 was part of a grant loan package. And it was going to be a multi-million-dollar package to hook the well up in Dallasport, as well as run lines further north into Dallasport. I wish that would have happened back then, because we know what costs have done since 2018. The investments back then would have been small compared to making those costs today, both in terms of the well and in terms of additional lines. All that information is all available for public to look back. The county was deeply involved in that, because our economic development department was a part of that overall discussion on how we put together this grant loan package. It was not the county that stepped away from that. That was the water district that stepped away from that grant loan package, and as was their right and their duty, being elected officials in their own right. The issue that we have with regards to this, and Commissioner Zoller spoke about it, is that was to hook up the well. That was not for the ATEC treatment vessels. And you can't just go from one to the other. Or transfer those dollars without that having the cost. I believe that the conversation with Commissioner Zoller and the PUD is if you want to move the money from one to the other, and forget about the well, those conditions still stand, because that was the agreement that still stood back then. My thought the entire time was if the water district wants the money for the vessels, they need to actually turn in their own application that is separate from the old application. When I was the chair and had the conversations, the work that I did with the PUD is to reinitiate the conversations about the well so that we could hook the well up, and that's where the money was supposed to go, is into the well, not into the vessels, which is a completely different project. Since that time, it could have been a miscommunication all the way back from when the vessels came up the first time, because the water district multiple times had stated that, well, we had a conversation with Commissioner Sauter, and he said that we could get the money for the vessels. Well, in order to get the money for the vessels, you first have to apply for it. And the Dallasport Water District never applied for the money for the vessels. They have since, I believe a couple months ago, put in an application for the vessels. Once that application is put in, it goes through the process in which the chair at the time meets with the chair of the PUD to have a negotiation on whether or not there's money in that account, and whether that's a good investment of those dollars. I was hoping to hear an update from Commissioner Zoller on whether or not that has occurred yet with regards to the vessels, which is an application on its own now.
And I'll give you an update that I've had preliminary talks with the chair of the PUD, and there were still some unresolved questions. But with more information, I had planned on going back and seeing if we could reformulate the answer that I received the first time, but I have to make another meeting with him.
That's
So has there been any money allocated from the landfill gas to either to any projects in the county, including PUD projects? There's been no money allocated this year so far. Okay.
There was, I believe, money that's been allocated in previous years that the money is now starting to flow. And we get bills for that. But in terms of actual like coming together and making a decision about new applications, the answer is no, correct?
Correct. And I believe it is a reimbursement grant, so we would know.
And the last thing I can say is that I've seen this on Facebook and when you're looking at a budget, the first thing to know from my perspective is how much money are we expected to bring in and what are those revenues? I want to know because how the budget works is we get the budgets from all the departments and electeds, and that comes up with the number, and that's your expenses. And before I start having the conversation with those electeds and department heads about what cuts or will potentially have to make, I need to know how much revenues we have coming in. And some of those revenues are fungible. Sometimes they go up and down. And I want to have the best available information on what those revenues are. And that's what we asked our finance team to do. And it's not just Miss Bartley, that's also the treasurer and the auditor, and they get together as a finance group to look at those revenues. Both sales tax, because sales tax can go up and down, you never know. And I look at the trends, that's what I want to know. And I want to project out on those trends. And more importantly, I want to be a little conservative when I look at the revenues, because what I hate doing is getting into a pickle at the end of the year or potentially placing the county in a bad spot where we're going to have to start pulling from reserves when we weren't anticipating it. So that's the process that you do. Also, when you're looking at the number and there's a huge delta, my $5 million is what was mentioned. I also need to look at not only the revenues that we usually expect, but what levers do we have to pull so that when I go into these discussions on the expense side of things, I know that we have other levers that we can pull that can raise revenues so that when we're looking at it and the costs and the expenses, we know this is what's in the toolbox. And I hope, and that's my goal for today, is to find out what do we have in the toolbox that we can do? Where are we going to end up? It's not a pretty picture, but it's a doable picture. And what I tried to make certain during last week's meetings is that this is not the sky is falling doom and gloom. We have ample reserves. We are not bankrupt. That the county will be able to manage this. Yes, we're going to have to make hard decisions. Yes, we're going to have to prioritize, but we will be okay. And we have multiple years in which we can be okay. Because that's why we look at our expenses and we put it a little higher, and we look at our revenues and we put a little bit lower. And as long as everything happens as it's supposed to, we put money away every year. And that's the darn goal. So that when we come to years like this, where we might not be able to make up that delta without making really tough decisions, and I want to make sure that I'm having the conversations with those who may taking over after me, because I don't want to put them in a pickle or in a bind where they have to come in and make really tough, really hard decisions. And so we do have the reserves in order to do that, but I want to make sure that I'm having those conversations with them through the budget and they're involved in the budget, because the budget is the one thing that sits solely on the commissioners that has the hugest impact on the county. And as to the parks, yes, we did put 50,000 aside for all three districts. Yes, that money is sitting in reserves. That is something that was in essence a handshake agreement that everybody knows that it's there. With District 1, that money was supposed to go to the pool, but just like the conditions that were on the the well for that grant agreement, these conditions are you need to start building something. We're not just going to give you $50,000. When you get all the rest of your money package together, we'll provide the dollars to you to get it going. Until then, we're going to continue making money on the interest off of that. District 2, nothing was set aside for it. There was the discussion, though, that we would like to see that money go into Dallasport. $50,000 doesn't get you very far anymore when you're either building something. And I believe at the time, the Dallasport community wanted to apply for RCO grants to come up with a plan. And so that money's sitting there as, hey, when you guys actually come up with a plan and need something, hopefully money that can be used, that we can take that $50,000 and get $500,000 as a match or $1 million as a match, then that money's sitting there. But it's not something that we can't, there is no organization to give it to. We can't just give it to somebody. We also have to look at the cost of parks and know that parks cost money. They don't make money. And are we going to continue adding to the issues that we have when it comes to funding of things? And District 3, I don't believe anybody ever came forward and asked for that money either. So it's sitting there. And yes, Commissioner Zoller is 100% correct. Last year, when we were looking at balancing the budget, that money was something we had to do to balance the budget. And those are the tough prioritization decisions that have to be made. And I know it is a favorite of Commissioner Christopher, and he's a firm believer in parks, and I'm a firm believer in parks. But we also have to look at this in terms of the prioritization of where we put that money at any given time.
And I would actually like to take this time to, since it may be a little muddy. I agree with Commissioner Anderson that $50,000 per commissioner district was always sitting in reserves. That's where we kind of shuffled it. It's still sitting in reserves, and it will sit in reserves until it's spent. It was for lack of a better word, gentleman's handshake agreement kind of scenario, or you might call it a pledge. So hopefully it's there whenever White Salmon builds its pool or what have you, or Dallasport builds its park. But I don't believe, while you are correct that White Salmon, you have reached out to White Salmon and offered that money to White Salmon Pool. I do not believe District 2 Commissioner has offered that money to any organization or any specific park yet. And I know I have not done that officially. The plan was for putting that money for a splash pad if it ever does get built in District 3, but there has been no formal paperwork done. I don't know if there's been any formal paperwork done on your pledge to White Salmon, or just a handshake pledge to White Salmon.
Well, technically, since we didn't put it in its own fund or its own bars number, it in essence was a handshake agreement in which I won't be here. And so the reason I bring it up is so that the people, so it's on the record for one, but also that those who take over was something that we did. I can't pledge dollars for them if they have to make that decision at the time, because we don't have it in an escrow account in hold for them. So it's just something that we did. And I hope that those who follow are going to uphold that agreement that we did. But I also can't speak for them, and I can't make promises for them because they're going to be faced with very, very difficult decisions in the upcoming years.
That's all I wanted to get on the record, and I agree with you on that. So
In District 2, there were conversations early on about the RCO grants and being self-sufficient and moving forward for what they need for their communities, just like with Wishram and other communities that have moved forward with projects and then came to the county for the match. It gives us a starting point. Anything else? Okay.
actually, since we're talking about this and it's set for posterity on this date at this time and will be in the minutes, I'm going to use this opportunity to voice my pledge for the $50,000 in District 3 to Goldendale Community Enrichment Splash Pad Project if they ever get so far as to get that finalized, and that the 50,000 being the last piece of money they need. Again, whether I'm sitting here or whether my somebody else is sitting here, I would agree with Jake that I hope they honor that pledge.
Right, and I would do the same for my district. I would love to hear from you about a full proposal on a project and moving forward. I know there's frustration thinking that you don't have funds, but there's a lot of ways to reach out and find beginning point funds for projects. And if you need help finding some of those, just reach out and we'll get you started again. Mr. Anderson, are we done with public comment? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, we're a little bit early, 5 minutes early. Is there any, would we like to do, I
Yeah.
think we've got pay estimates and
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 7 items.
I'll second the motion.
motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $1,109,527.85 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $821,825.43 for the date ending September 16th, 2024.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Did we do the minutes? I don't have it checked off.
Yes, we did.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to pay the pay estimate number 4 for the Sundell Old Highway 8 CRP 359 in the amount of $598,771.35.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank
I
you.
think we are actually behind because we have Scott.
We do. That came out wrong. Good morning, Scott. So Scott Edelman from our planning department.
And to be clear, we have a 10
you.
o'clock with HR was the goal. And so Scott was supposed to be before that.
I don't know how lengthy, how much time Scott needs.
Yeah, our commissioner responses are taking a very long time these days. I would be curious if the board would be open to not essentially mandating a time for commissioner responses, but trying to keep each commissioner's responses to within 5 minutes.
Sure, and can we discuss that later? I'm going to let Scott go so we don't eat up more of Rob's time.
Okay, good morning, and I'll try to be quick. You've got this before you. I won't go over everything, but I put some things on here in case you want to come talk to me later. Feel free if there's anything that interests you that I don't cover. I'd like to start off with some staffing news. As you know, we went through a hiring process. I will never be happy that we're losing Denise. She's an amazing team member, but I am happy for her. But I can't imagine the hiring process we just went through going any better than it did. So I'm thrilled with the results. And thank you for your support all the way around on it. First, one of the things going in is something I suspected. We have a need for a senior planner of current planning, somebody who can take on the difficult projects, coordinate with our consultant, coordinate all the comments, train other staff, be a lead in the department, and assist me with high-level conversations. And I thought going in, we probably already had that person on our team, and we did and do. And that's Lori Anderson. And we are promoting her to senior planner. It's well-deserved. As you know, she took over as interim director before I got here, and she didn't step back down to associate level planning. She stayed doing a lot of things at the senior level planning and made sure that it has been successful my start here. And so I really appreciate her. So I wanted to announce that formally. I think out of sensitivity for the budget, for other departments and for the public, I need to say, what you all know, and you've seen the numbers, that with our overall hiring, I'm not counting the grant funded position, but with the hiring of an assistant planner, the difference in price actually saves money this year as a combined package over what we had budgeted for, and also reduces the amount slightly for next year for the budget. So I did want to, this is overdue, honestly. I wanted to get to get through the hiring process to see who we were able to find, to know if we had the funds to be able to cover this, but it is well deserved. And I'm very thrilled that Lori is going to be our senior planner of current planning. And I'd like to ask her now to come up and introduce our newest addition who just started today.
Actually, you might as well come up.
Oh, yeah.
So I am happy to introduce Rachel Fallenkamp. She's our new assistant planner who will be basically taking Denise's role since Denise is retiring at the end of the month. And many of you may already know Rachel. She grew up in Goldendale, Centerville area. She's a Goldendale High School graduate, a former fair and rodeo queen, and has been an active part of our community for many years. She actually worked in the planning department about 8 years ago, and she left to spend more time raising her young son, and soon thereafter had another son, and the boys now attend school in Centerville. But it's great that she has the previous experience, and we're just happy to have her back and to have a full team. So Rachel.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much. Happy to be on board. Appreciate you.
Good.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you, Lori, for everything.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Welcome, Rachel. And Lori, is it 30 years you've been with the planning department now or more?
I started November 1st of 91. So 33. Almost
33 years.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think
Good for you.
you've earned the senior planner position, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll interject real quick while Scott comes back up. I don't think he's through. Thank you, Scott, for rounding out your department. It's just, things have really moved since you came, and there's a sensibility to it and a service to the public, and I really appreciate it.
No, it's wonderful. And from my interviews, I've enjoyed working with you and appreciate your support.
I agree with Lori, but don't think you're finished. You can always achieve more.
Of course.
We got the
So
whip out.
have your employees reach for the stars. They can be rock stars themselves.
I agree. And
Maybe they take over for you someday. Not kicking you to the curb.
You're not that old.
It's okay. That works for me. I'll move on. Planning Commission. The critical areas ordinance, it's just a slow process. We did hold our meeting last night to go over just a final review of the draft that we have to make sure that everyone went back through their notes and we made a few corrections. In the meantime, we've had done an informal contact with state agencies to see if they had comments. And so a lot of the comments I got back was, oh, well, we submitted comments 2 years ago, never heard back, and none of those comments are showing up in the document. And so that came up. A few others submitted some new comments to us already prior to our formal period that we're going to be entering. And so the commission last night decided, rather than just send this out with all these comments unaddressed, to at least take one more meeting to look at the comments we received, see how they were addressed by the consultant, because there was a matrix consultant put together. And a lot of them, the consultant recommended not to put in the draft, but apparently that was never sent back or communicated to the state agencies. So we just want to make sure we don't just send something back and they just say, hey, you didn't do any of our comments, here are our comments again. So they decided to do that out of respect, and to be on the good foot with the various state agencies.
We're not going to, because there were a lot of changes from 2 years ago, right? In the document, like it
changes
from the first time they put their comments in to the new document. There's a lot of changes, correct?
There have been changes. The biggest changes we're going from what we have now to the new draft. That's huge. All the additions. What the Planning Commission has done for the most part is pulled some of those back. If anything, because we started with a very basic plan that doesn't meet state standards, kind of got the Cadillac, but has a lot in it, way beyond in some ways that the commission felt we should be imposing on people. And so they've done a lot while still affirming the important changes, talked about pulling back some things that either some are unenforceable, some they felt were going beyond what the county should be requiring.
So the original comments were to the Cadillac plan.
Yes.
And not the Cadillac.
Yeah. So we expect there probably will be some more comments in addition.
And a lot less because there's nothing to comment on anymore.
I suppose that could be as well.
Might be more.
Yeah, I was going to go with the other way.
I expect the other way for the most part. So our target now is to do the 60-day formal comment period after the October 7th meeting. And then in the interim also to do a SEPA determination. assuming that that gets through without, appeal, our target is to have a public hearing on December 16th now. So it's a month later than we're hoping, but at least we're hoping by the end of the year, we'll at least have that first hearing. I'll go down, I'll skip things that aren't that significant. Should be getting the contract for our grant this week. I was told it was supposed to come last week, but now it looks like this week. Northwestern Lake Cabins,
I'm just trying to do the math on that. So if the first hearing is December 16th in front of the BOCC,
but in front of the planning commission.
just in front of the planning commission.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be hilarious. I was on the planning commission 4 years ago. I spent 4 years as a county commissioner and I never once got it in front of us.
That's great.
Wow.
That's progress.
That is.
Mhm.
That's progress, isn't it?
Mhm.
Just mentioned Northwestern Lake Cabins is going well. It's nice to get that one checked there on.
While we're speaking to that, the planning commission is going to be busy over December/January. There will be open terms ending at the end of December. So if you can make sure you check on those, check with your planning commission members, see if they're still interested, have them fill out an application. It would be nice to get them approved for reappointment if they want it, at least for the ones in my district, and get that through before the first of the year so that we can have a continuation of the people that already know what's going on versus slotting in a bunch of new faces on January 1st.
Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. I think otherwise I'll go ahead and just leave it to you if you have any questions about the rest of them. There's several, we're some of those, the projects have been sitting on our desk for quite some time. We're getting to the end of those. And it's really just in time because we have some big things coming. We've been contacted pre-application type inquiries for a number of projects that are going to take significant amount of time. So we're getting done with some of these just right in time to get the next ones coming through.
Good update. Thank you.
When is your long range planner intended to be? Have they already started? Are they planning on starting in a month? What's your time?
Thank you for bringing that up. We're still talking to them about some logistics of getting here, but as of right now, we're looking at starting at the beginning of October.
Okay. That's not long.
Sooner than I expected.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Perfect timing. Great. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
No, with the Avangrid Juniper Canyon, that was the one that had the wind turbine that caught on fire and went down, right? Are they planning to repower that? Is it not that one?
Yeah, it is. They had 63 turbines. They are not planning to repower that 63rd one. That they're only looking at the 62. They're not the one that burned down. What they've told me so far is that they don't have plans to replace that one.
So then they need to decommission it.
That's a good point.
I would totally agree. If they're not bringing it back online, it needs to be decommissioned.
Okay.
And and that needs to be part of the repowering project, I would think.
I would like it to be, but I don't believe under the old decommissioning plan, we had anything that said it had to be.
I'll get in touch with them about this.
Because they're under the old board's decommissioning plan.
I would think that one still would.
It's something we need to look at, though. We need to hold them accountable to make sure that thing is. I mean, not that our old decommissioning plan had a lot of teeth in it, but we need to keep on top of it.
Mr. King has his hand in the back.
Microphone.
Yep, got to come up front.
I hesitate to interject, but for clarity, and I don't want the community to misunderstand, when I was on scene, we're talking about the windmill that lost a blade just weeks back?
No.
No, this is the old one that caused the big Juniper Canyon
Melted over.
fire that it
Make
has
sure we're
been
talking about the
offered.
right company.
Because
Yes.
there's one in Washington and one in Oregon that's standing there
The
that,
most recent one was the Linden project.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll look into that and get back to you on what they report.
Well, and that brings up a question to me is, okay, if they have a tower go down and I don't care if it burnt up or a blade fell off or it just blew a fuse. Well, for whatever reason, it's not operational. is there something in the decommissioning plan that is a date that you have, whatever, 2 years to bring it operational before it is having to go through the decommissioning process? Or, I mean, I know that old decommissioning plan was very weak. Could they say, no, we're thinking about it, we're debating, and it still stands there 30 years later because they're debating? Do we have any teeth to that's kind of, I guess I would say we need to make sure we're on top of.
I'll look into that. I have not looked at them close enough to see if there's things that provisions for individual components that are taken offline as instead of the entire facility being
Well, that's,
decommissioned.
yeah, but
I'll look into
that's,
that.
I figure it's the entire facility, but if they're just not running it,
Mhm.
it either needs to be in operation or it needs to be decommissioned, not just sitting there parked for 30 years because they don't want to spend the money to decommission.
Mhm.
I mean, and it's been so long since I've looked at the old decommissioning plan that I have a feeling we're going to run into some problems there.
Okay.
Good. Thank
All
you,
right. Thank
Scott.
you.
Yeah, thank you. Too bad. So Mr. Van Cleve with an update for the jail and HR.
Good morning, commissioners. Jeff King has asked me to take as much of his time as possible, so I'm going to talk very slow. Yeah, we're even, Jeff. So today for today's jail update. So for the first time, probably since the construction of the jail, it actually has a room number. It'll be room 223 with a designated mailbox. So that's the level of the transition plan we're at. We had to actually get it its own address in a mail slot. The new copier has been delivered and installed. The corrections officers, to their credit, have added items to the transition list. I received a 3-page list. I appreciate that very much. The corrections officers have also asked if they could submit ideas for the new patches. I agreed. So far, I've got 4. I think it's important that they're part of that. And so,
Can you forward us the 3-page list so we can kind of see their ideas? Or should you be holding off on that? Eventually, I don't want to see it.
I'm just getting, I have to go through it and take out the redundant ones and add it to the one that I put together. So it's just stuff like forms, letterhead, those kind of things. So, yeah. So the pool reminded me, the insurance pool reminded me that we have $5,000 available through the end of this month for risk reduction. It's an annual amount of money. So talking to the risk managers at the pool and talking to Jose, who's doing the operations review, we'd like to submit a request for spend all of the money in the jail and buy 6 all-in-one suicide prevention beds. It's actually a mattress. Norcor uses them as well. 9 suicide prevention smocks and 9 suicide prevention blankets, and totals about $4,800. We'll be reimbursed by the pool for up to $5,000. The pool thinks it's a great idea. It thinks where we should spend the money, and I got the list from Jose of what he thought we needed in terms of equipment. So, and I'm
My
working.
only problem is you left $200 on the table, and you
Well,
got to
there's-
be able to find
there's
something for
shipping,
200
there's
bucks.
probably shipping.
Okay,
So,
as long as you use that.
so, I'm asking for,
Does the jail currently have any, or is this all new?
we're kind of in a transition point. I'm aware they have 2 of the all-in-one beds. I don't know how old they are, how long they've had them, but knowing Jose had been through there on his review, he was pretty specific. He thought what they needed, and I suspect may wind up in his final recommendation. So,
Yeah.
I know they have some of this. I don't know if they have the smocks or the blankets, but I think they have a couple of the beds. They're called beds, but I've got pictures. I can share those with you.
All right.
So I'm waiting I have to set up an account for the new Department of Corrections with this company. And we're in the process of doing that. And so I have to have the money, and the insurance company's being very good to work with. I have to be invoiced by the end of this month, and then we have all of next month to actually send them the bill and they'll reimburse us. So I'm trying to work this in, and I don't know if I'm going to need to bring you a formal request to purchase these items, or an actual invoice, or just get a verbal for these. These are actual costs from their website, just doesn't include shipping.
You have my verbal.
Yeah, I think you only need a verbal.
Okay.
Because we know there's gonna be.
Perfect. So, and again, we'll get reimbursed. And so I'm working with.
I would hate for paperwork.
Yeah.
To slow down a process.
And I'm working with Heather on how we pay for this. We're at that transition point still, and but we have time to work on that. So thank you for that. And then finally, the background check for the applicant that we've made a conditional offer to as a jail administrator. It was an add-on. I appreciate Lisa and Leanne allowing me to do that this morning. It was approved as to form yesterday. I don't know where it's going to show up today. If you're inclined to approve that, it takes up to 30 days to do the background check. We've already scheduled one of the other tests that's required. This company will take care of 2 of the 3, and plus or minus $5,000. I think it'll be a little cheaper based on what I know, but that's a good ballpark figure. And again, we have quite a while to figure out how we're going to pay for that as well. So today is just the agreement with public safety training to do the investigation. It's also in previous discussions been suggested that they might be a good source for testing for the corrections officers when they're not under civil service. And potentially civil service might be using some of their tests in the future. You can purchase testing from them or have them do it for the patrol deputies on this who will remain under civil service. So it's probably good once we get an account and a contract set up with them that we could do other things in the future too. So anyway.
Any questions?
Thank you for the flexibility of the add-on. I didn't want to delay things
Yeah.
a week. So
Motion on the Jake.
what'd you say?
Yep. Madam Chair, I move that we approve and sign the jail administration background investigation agreement. And I won't name the company because it's not sitting in front of me.
Motion and
I will second the motion.
motion in a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Again,
Yeah.
thank you, Elise and Leanne.
Thank you. for
Okay,
working on
that concludes my report for today. So any questions?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You yielded him back most of his time.
Keep you in the hot.
Thank you, Rob. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wasn't expecting to be here until after close of business yesterday, so. I will catch up. It take this morning to add some things
Thank you.
to what I submitted.
Thank you.
Just keeps adding up.
Nothing is static in my world. So I tried to update that as best I could versus the one that I submitted. And some of those changes are good. So I'm happy to be here. The changes that I made are in blue text and what I just gave you. So yeah, but first of all, are there any specific questions in the interest of time? Or I can go through this. Okay.
Are you gonna go through the whole thing, or you just want our questions on it now?
Whichever you prefer, I serve at your pleasure. And in the interest of your time, I can hit the high spots as I see them, or I can go straight to your questions.
I would just hope that the cellular for FirstNet and we can get that going. I know it's been on hold for a while, but we need to bump that back up so that we can get some service out of Glenwood.
Yeah, that's longer than I've been here. This cellular service to those communities have been a challenge. And yes, it keeps getting setbacks because of other priorities. I will make a note of that. Thank you. In the radio system itself, repair and maintenance continues. The Klickitat site generator, that was one change. I think in my original report, it said Kaiser Ridge site. It was actually the Klickitat site that had failed again. That's the brand new generator. So Public Works went down there, thanks to them, and was able to resolve that.
Is it the same issue each time it fails to start? Because like you said, it's a new generator, so.
More often than not. And yes, and Public Works and I are looking into that and how to deal with
Looking at
that.
a long-term fix and not
Correct.
Band-Aid.
Yes,
Have a warranty.
yes.
Okay.
And let me see if I back up when because of all that's happened, the winter storm damage, and the use of Starlink as the Department of Emergency Management's third failover for internet access has been put off a little bit, but it's still pending with myself and IT. That is not something I'm going to let go. So don't think that's one of the things that I'm falling off my plate. It's just not feasible at this time for either IT or myself to make that a priority with the internet failures that IT has had countywide. Let's see, the surplus equipment. We continue to have our aging radio system have individual equipment failures, and that surplus equipment that we acquired and is in our spare inventory is becoming even more and more valuable. As you can read there, we had several pieces of equipment fail, and there's more I'm being reported in the annual preventative maintenance visits by the tier 1 technician that we've lost power supplies. We have redundancy in those power supplies, but one of the two is not operating. And we have a number of those power supplies in our inventory now because of that surplus that we received. So we should be able to replace those to little or no cost.
Do we have any hope on getting more surplus as other organizations, or are we keeping our eyes open for that?
Yes, as I reported some months ago, I think back in the late winter, early spring, there's another county in the state that is going to be replacing their radio system sometime next year. And we'll have the base station radios that we use in all of our channels across the network. I've already approached them, and we have a verbal, understanding that they will offer that to us. I'm not sure that they can offer that to us at no cost, like most of the other things that have been surplus to us, because that's a huge amount of equipment that they have in their system. We have a total of 8 channels, and there's anywhere from 3 to 5 sites that each one of those radios go into, times 8 channels. So, but yes, answer your question, that has always been on my radar, and continues to be, between myself and our technician and our contracted engineer. Let's see. The agreement with Blue Mountain for the sublease at Juniper Point under radio lease agreements at the bottom of page 1. Just had another conversation with my point of contact with Blue Mountain, and we are making progress. It's been slow. That agreement has been expired since January 1st. And I'm not pleased with the progress we've made. However, as part of that new agreement for their sublease at our Juniper site, I've been trying to work out an arrangement where we will get internet service to most of our public safety radio sites, so that then that will give us the ability to have security cameras with that feed into dispatch, as well as possibly wildfire smoke detection cameras and so on, and other things that internet service to those sites can provide us. that we don't currently have. And it's not feasible on our own microwave network. So still crossing my fingers that all that's going to work out. At least we'll get something in that, as well as their continued lease fees at for Juniper. See, and at the Diamond Gap site, talking about wildfire fuels reduction projects at our radio sites, Diamond Gap and Flat Top sites have been the most concerning over the years, and I've gone to DNR with that and hit a brick wall. So we started working from the bottom up. And they did get on site July 31st and do some minimal brushing. I will get to it at the end, the conversation that I had last week with Commissioner of Public Lands, Hillary Franz, which was good. Let's see. PUD project for wildfire smoke cameras has been on hold this summer due to their workload and mine. You approved the consent agenda item for the radio system site security camera project. That's moving forward. We're able to negotiate with the one proposer to fit into our budget, our grant budget amount, to put in 6 new cameras and adjust 1 existing camera to where we really need it. So thank you for approving that consent agenda item. 911 call taking and dispatching. As you can see, again, Chief of Operations Phil is not here. He's working console again today and he's doing many shifts due to our staffing. We have those 3 full-time positions open. Another trainee resigned last week, so we have 1 person in training. That person resigned for personal reasons. Was not a good fit for her in her life. So that was unfortunate, but we're moving forward with the hiring process that's open. I'm going to also talk with HR. Instead of just having the casual and training position open, we think it would be a good idea. And Chief of Operations brought this to me. If anybody out there that is a lateral or a potential lateral, somebody already doing this job somewhere else, sees that listing, they would probably not apply for it as it's listed as a casual and training. That's the strategy that we've taken. But we need to also post for the full-time position. So if anybody is thinking about moving here, we could scoop them up. So I'm going to talk to HR about that later today and make sure we get that on the website as well and advertised.
With your 13 apps and there's 1 in the training, how many are you hoping to hire and get started in training?
Well, so that there's many factors involved. One is availability of trainers. Best case scenario, we need to hire 3 more.
Okay.
Yeah, because of our attrition rate in training. But that would depend on if any number of those are laterals or some other kind of unicorn.
Right,
We
but we
don't
can't expect a lateral. What we can figure is we're gonna have to
Yep.
train everybody.
We'll hire as many people as we can realistically train at one time.
And for the realistic, we have a dropout rate in training that's fairly high, right? And
Yeah,
so is it, if we're trying to fill 3 holes, is it make more sense to try to hire 4, knowing that we can't necessarily train them all, or it wouldn't be easy to train them all, but likely one of them's gonna drop out. And so by the time they get through it, we will be training 3 of them.
Well, I don't know that we have enough trainers to train 4.
correct, yeah.
Or
Well,
5.
So we did in the initial,
Theoretically, yeah, but we don't have trainers.
yeah, to get to the point of your question, we only had 2 trainers for a while. We brought up another comms officer to be a trainer now and sent her to the trainer training. So we currently have 3 trainers, and in the past, when we only had 2, we did double up. It's by far not the best case scenario, but we had 2 trainees with 1 trainer at times in the past. So yes, again, we'll do whatever we can to overcome that attrition rate in training, that dropout rate. Yes. And stay within a reasonable budget, because that's also a consideration when we agreed to this casuals in training. Not all three of those chart or boxes on the org chart were funded for training 3 people full-time for a full 12 months. And that's the situation we're in now that we have so many open slots. That was only actually funded, if you remember last year's budget discussions around this time for this year's budget. We got, and I don't want to misquote it, but it was the equivalent of like 2.5 positions, full-time for 6 months. So we're working around that as well, because as you know, when we have vacancies like other positions, that's a savings because nobody's there to fill that. We have to fill that with overtime, and because we have to have the coverage. So we're not saving money by having people out of a box, staff vacancies. So that funding for the 3 in training, gives us that.
Is the training, the pay for when you're being trained, is it less than when you become full-time?
There's no vehicle to pay them at like a trainee's wage. They start at step 1, however, and they do not get overtime. They're not scheduled for regular overtime. It's 10-hour days, 40 hours.
So we don't have within our organizational budget that a way for it to be there, but we could create that a training wage.
Yes.
Okay.
If we wanted to reorganize that and have a trainee position with a
Yes, but
separate step.
I would argue that if you're trying to save $3 here or $3 there, you already can't fill the position. You're just gonna make it harder to not fill the position.
It's a double-edged sword, yes.
Well, I also like that when you get done with training, you get now that we can actually use you and we're not spending money on you, you get a little bit of a bump.
Yes. And the, full-time on the job training is what we offer for these positions, but we have to, because there's no place they don't go to college for this or any other trade schools. So that is a benefit to them if they last. Yes, I see your point. It, like I said, goes both ways. Let me see, public education, continuing on that. Some issues have been resolved that have come up. I've dealt with as the chief of ops is filling so many shifts. The Motorola Flex, which is our CAD system, it's been rescheduled to mid-October. There are some things to do with that and our GIS that I still need to meet with IT and Public Works about, and then come to you. There is an equipment grant that's been made available through the state 911 office, using the 911 phone excise tax money that the state has available. We've been approved for that, but it does come with a match. But I need to figure out exactly where we're going to be on that, because that CAD system will go, and I'll elaborate more on our budget talks on Thursday, but that system will go obsolete, unsupported, starting January 1st if we do not take some action. Training continues, of course, for even the existing current regular communications officers. Emergency management program. So the employee safety committee for the county has requested us to make another presentation specifically to active threat. I just received that the other day, so I'm going to follow up on that and exactly what that means. But all those things with the schools and the county employee safety committee and so on are continuing. You can see all the grants and the grant projects that we have in play. Sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, so to one of the big positives under wildfire season, you know all about the Williams Mine Fire. Most people do. They've done a really good job, even as they've transitioned back from a complex incident team to a type 3 local team with the Forest Service, of still creating that public messaging that keeps us all up to date, and not had any more need to re-engage with them at a higher level. But that fire will not technically be out until the snow of significant amount falls in that area because of the woody debris that is involved. Public should expect some flare-ups now and then into the fall. The Highway 97 mile marker 7 fire on August 27th, that was ignited along Highway 97 by someone traveling on the highway, or that had stopped there. To my knowledge, there haven't been any determination of an exact cause. But what I will say, it was not started by any activity of any commercial company in that area. Not a wind farm incident. And I also want to clarify, because I hear in public comment a lot of misunderstanding. The Bighorn fire was not caused by wind or solar farm activity either. The most likely cause of that fire was lightning, which occurred the night before. The fire department was sent out there when they saw lightning strikes on the lightning strike maps that we monitor, and then later on, I believe it was the DNR or some other agency presented that to the fire district. There was lightning strikes in that area, and that is the most likely cause. As well as the William Mine fire, that was also started as a lightning strike. I heard rumors before that it was an old brush pile and a clear cut. That's absolutely not possible because it started in the wilderness. There are not clear cuts in the wilderness. So just want to make sure everybody has the facts. So one of the best things that happened since I submitted this a week and a half or so ago was a meeting last Wednesday night with Commissioner of Public Lands Hillary Franz, and the local fire stakeholders, local fire chiefs, the president of Chiefs Association, CASIFA, and the Forest Service representative was there. Tribal Fire representative was there. Had a very good meeting, and if only a few of the things that we discussed get moved forward, I think it was successful. If anything gets completed, it's even going to be more successful. And specifically to the county government and my department, when we got done, Hillary had 9 follow-up items under my name alone. So I told her how great it was to work with her local DNR employees and their fire management officer here in the county, and how much we appreciated that collaboration and cooperation at the local level. However, once things got above that level, we were having difficulties. One of the things that we talked about was fire mitigation at sites, public safety radio sites that we lease land from the DNR, and the unwillingness or stonewalling that I've been receiving about doing anything about those. She was very interested in that, and she pledged, it's a good word, to follow up. She can't commit to anything. She's only got 4 months left in office. However, she's still committed to getting things done, or at least getting the ball moving and leaving something behind for whoever takes her place to start with. So I found that very positive. That led to other discussions. And I'll bring this up briefly. I don't know. Well, we got until, I've got a while, right? Aaron's behind me. So there was a discussion with the Glenwood Fire Chief about the fact that the fire hall in Glenwood sits on DNR leased property from their DNR workstation there. And the fire district was interested in purchasing that property from the DNR, and they'd also been stonewalled by their lease department. Hillary was more than excited to learn about that. She said, yes, I'm selling land to make revenue for other things, which was news to all of us. But it was in their original agreement that there's an option for the fire district to purchase that land. And so she's going to follow up on that. And I bit my tongue as long as I could. And I said, okay, then what about Flat Top? Because the county pays significant land lease fees at Flat Top for our public safety radio site. It's a very small piece of land that we would need. She said she was more than willing. She tried to put me on the spot and she said, well, are you willing to purchase that land? And I said, I cannot speak for the Board of County Commissioners, but I know they would be very willing to entertain that option as a long-term cost savings, because right now our current 10-year lease is in the neighborhood of $150,000 total. As we pay, let's see, for this year, we're paying $13,693, and that goes up 3% every year. And that has been in place. I think this is like the 12th year of that lease. So we've already had one 10-year lease agreement, and we're in the beginning of our next one. And those are non-negotiable. That's, that's their fee, and that's their annual increase is 3%. Same as ours for sites we sublease and other things, that annual increase. But
So is she going to go back and work on this? Or are you trying to get a verbal that we are interested in hearing more of what it would take?
both.
But you got my verbal.
She's going back to work on it. And then, like I said, it's what piece, because, and I can provide you some maps with that parcel, that it's a 553 acre parcel that exists, that this sits on, and on our site is right on the edge of that parcel. It's right on the edge of the county line, and then beyond, and it's DNR property, and beyond that, it's US Forest Service. So to carve out a piece off the edge, I don't know, talk to planning and all those folks, what the rules are, how small of a piece we could purchase legally from the DNR.
Or that they would sell us. They may not want us to have a sliver, because for them, they're going to lose revenue.
Well, she wasn't necessarily concerned about that. But the 553 acre parcel is now assessed at $561,000. So, it wouldn't be cost effective for us to purchase that whole parcel, but a piece of it.
Unless we were going to log it too.
True. You could be like Hood River County and go into the timber business for your revenue. That's another revenue source, but that's a whole nother.
Only sell us the whole parcel.
Excuse me?
If they would only sell us the whole parcel.
Right. Yeah, and it is prime timber ground.
Yeah, but it's revenue source for now, and then you don't get revenue for another, well,
Yep.
up there, probably 50 years.
Agreed.
We tend to grow toothpicks over here.
My excitement was if we could just purchase the piece that our site sits on
And access to.
in a short amount of time, we would recover our $150,000 per 10-year lease agreement.
Like we did up here,
Yes.
Get it done before she's gone.
Yeah, push
which
that
is
one.
impossible.
So top of my list to be pushing on. Yes. And like I said, if you would like some maps, I can give
4
you
months.
those. But that's what I'm working.
It's one of those, I believe it when I see it, because for them, it doesn't make the best sound financial to do that, because they're making too much money off us. So do I hope they would? Sure. But I'll believe
She
what it
was
is.
more than interested, yes. And in the budget process, I'll bring you some other
Mhm.
revenue ideas based around our radio sites. But anyway, that conversation, that meeting with her, that was a 3-hour meeting, myself and those other local stakeholders. There was a lot of things that came out of that. The other thing that I'm going to follow up on as a priority is the use of the Dallasport DNR facility, which is the old Dallasport School, for local emergency responder training. The local manager is all for it. Earlier this year, when they started the EMT training for local fire volunteers, the EMS district sponsored that. I helped them gain the use of that facility for their training. And within 4 or 5 or 6 nights of training, someone higher up in the DNR got wind of it and said, no, we cannot allow the public to use our facility after hours without supervision, all this other stuff. And my first assertion to that person, as well as to Hillary, was we're not the public. The attitude that the DNR has at some levels of management is not that we are fellow first responders and that we are their counterparts in the county as local emergency responders, same as they are at the state level. Just the term, we can't allow the public to use that facility, is insulting, and she took that to heart. So hopefully that attitude might change, as well as her comeback to me was her light bulb went on and her face lit up, that she is working with, I believe, the planning department for a CUP for that facility, and they've been remodeling that facility over the last 2 years, I believe. They want very much to be able to have workforce housing in that facility, and there is some roadblock. So I'm going to be talking with Scott and the planning department about where that is. She said, you help me figure out how we can get this workforce housing in that facility, and I'll make sure you have a training room that's fully equipped and that all county responders can use it, because it is central to our two population bases for most responders to come to and train in Dallasport. But for years, that's been an issue, and we haven't had a proper training facility in Dallasport. So I'll be working on that as well. I see that as a win if we can pull that off.
Did we never use the community center in Dallasport?
We have. It is not ideal by far.
Okay.
And we can talk offline about why.
Sure.
So those are two of the highlights on mine. There's lots of other things that the fire chiefs and others brought up, but it was very, very good. And like I said, if anything comes out of it, even move any of these things forward, it will be well worth the time and energy, I believe.
Have you had any conversations or are about setting up first aid CPR training for employees? Heard anything about it? Know anything? Out of the loop so far?
Yeah, nothing since our last presentation to the safety committee in February.
When do they meet again?
I have not received an invitation.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, under budget, I still have here the cost savings, constantly looking for those, and some of this stuff falls under public safety and law enforcement protected, so I won't go into too many details. However, we are replacing one form of emergency communication service with new technology that once fully implemented, if it will be sometime next year, going forward, we'll save $2,200 a year just on service fees, and we will have a much better, more robust resource to use than what we're currently using for our law enforcement and emergency management fallback communications services. So those are all things we're working on. Any questions before I make my final announcement? Good? Okay. So I would like to announce that the employee of the month for September for the Department of Emergency Management is Communications Officer Melina Geary. The comments that got her this honor, the comments from all of her fellow employees were very supportive of her as a team player and what she brings to the team and her attitude. So we thank Melina for being a valued member of our team.
Thank you.
Please give our appreciation to Melina as well.
Well, thank you.
Was Erin coming in person or was she online? Was Erin coming in person or was she gonna be online, or do you know?
Thank you, Jeff. Good update.
So you probably should reach out to her and tell her we're early.
Madam Chair, we also have while we're sitting here, Forest Legacy grant request from Nate Ulrich, if everybody wants to take a look at their email or if you haven't seen it yet.
I have not seen it.
You said you sent that today?
Yesterday.
I have it.
It was sent Monday, September 16th.
4:22.
Yeah, 4:22 PM.
Between that one and that one, and it's not there, so,
You want me to just send it to you?
or something. Oh, I found it.
Come on, Paul.
Sorry, I could have handed those to you, Jay.
You're ready for updates?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to transition back to Erin and then come back to this.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for coming a few minutes early. That's awesome.
So I assume that you got all the statistics, so I don't know if you have any questions about those, or we can just go into all the other details. No? Okay. Environmental health continues to be busy. If you look at the site evals, that's the busiest August we've had since 2020, and that's just because that's how long we've been keeping statistics, so feel pretty confident saying that. If we have what is an average September to December, we'll be on track to do approximately the same amount as we did in 2023. 2021 and 2020 were actually our biggest years for site evals, so just kind of a point of interest there. They do have two of our folks are at food training this week. We got the quite a bit of funding for workforce development. So this is kind of the beginning of us maximizing those dollars and getting some extra education for all of our staff. For clinical health, we're seeing an increase in our WIC caseload. It went from 380 to 395. Every certain percentage of increase affords us more funds. I think we got a nominal amount for that increase. But I think this is either the second or third time this year we've had increases in both our caseload and our funding for the amount of people that we're serving. So clinically, we've provided outreach in August in Klickitat, Appleton, Roosevelt, Wishram, Trout Lake, and Goldendale. We have purchased some Narcan kits that will be distributed by public health, behavioral health, and the jail. And then they're just little bags with Narcan in them with the instructions on how to use it. So we got $150,000 for opioid prevention work. So that's what purchased the Narcan. And moving forward, we're going to try to work on a 988 campaign because we feel like that's been under advertised in this county as far as a resource for anyone who's having a hard time with their mental health. So we're working on that. We do have one nurse opening in White Salmon. We haven't seen any applicants so far for that. Questions about any of that?
How many other nurses do we have in White Salmon?
The nursing supervisors there, so
Oh,
one.
we still have one, so we're still able to provide services. Yeah.
I mean, technically two, so, but whatever.
The Narcan kits, are they for use in the jail or are those going with
Those, so
people that
those
are
will go,
released?
yeah, with release, you would get a kit to go with you. So. We did hire a health educator. They're going to start on October 1st. So we're very excited. This is going to be the first time we've had one since 2018. And I have a lot of work for them to do. So they're going to be very busy. We do have a Board of Health training in October. So both Sunday and Paul are going to be able to attend that in Leavenworth. So they're very excited about that. And then Elizabeth this week is going to be at the Washington Finance training in Yakima. So it's all part of our training opportunities. We have contracts. These Amendment 20 is on today's agenda. I believe that's for public health. And then pending, you should see in the next couple weeks, we have Klickitat. That's the electronic medical record that behavioral health has selected. We finished our selection process. The staff are really excited about that. And so you should see the contract coming through. There's also a contract for Cordant Health Solutions that will allow for the SUD program to do drug and alcohol urine testing. And so once that should come probably about the same time as a resolution for a fee schedule for services for the substance use program. So those are things that are probably in the next 2 weeks. You should see if everything works well for me. And then for behavioral health for the substance use disorder program, we're currently taking referrals from adult probation, the Department of Corrections, and from our own crisis team. We did see 12 clients in August. We're continuing to add those slowly. Once we have the capacity to do the drug and alcohol testing, I think we'll see quite a bit. We'll get quite a few more referrals and be able to follow them a little bit more closely. Internet continues to be both a problem and a barrier to services in our department. We think we have a solution, but our phone calls, we can't maintain a lot of our phone calls. They get dropped. So if people call us and we hang up on them, it's an internet problem, not a we hung up on you. So just want to make sure people know that. Please call us back or email us.
What's the time frame for that?
Oh, I
Trying
don't
to get
know.
a fix on it.
I don't know.
It's probably not very good for somebody calling you with a mental health problem that may be suicidal and we hang up on them.
Yeah, no, I'm a little frustrated about it. But
Probably, yeah.
it's in process. So I just want to publicly acknowledge
Well,
that
if
if
there
you
was
call us and your
anything-
phone number is disconnected.
If there's anything
Please
this
call
board
back.
can do to hurry it along, please
Yeah, no, I think
bring it
they're,
to our attention and I will make the motion for the vote to hurry it along.
yeah, nope, it's, well, we're working on it. They did do a Narcan train the trainer. They did train 44 people on how to use Narcan. I think a big chunk of that was the school district in attendance. We continue to support the jail with both SUD group and a mood and behavior management group. Those are twice a week and they have been received really, really well by the people that participate. We did get another shipment of furniture. So we now have 5 offices that have furniture in our building and it looks very, very nice. I'm very excited about it. We do plan currently, Lacey Villamar is our interim manager. We're working through some things and we plan to advertise the behavioral health manager position in December. And then we're currently advertising for a crisis case manager, a mental health therapist, and we're interviewing this week, or actually it's next week, sorry, for an SUD peer counselor. So that's what we got going on. Questions?
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, anybody have questions or anything else for?
No questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Yep,
Erin.
thank you.
Yeah. So back to your forest legacy.
Did you guys get a chance to review it? The big conversation I would say is so this covers the majority of the portion of Snowden, going towards Appleton, all those legacy forests that would remain in timber production. Not to talk about anything this afternoon, but you know, when you read all through those documents, this is what would lock up the vast majority of all industrial timberland. So we've been supportive of the first three, and I think this one
Yeah.
would seal the deal.
Finalizes it out. Yeah. That
would be mine is
works for me.
consensus to put it on the consent for next week if we have it.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
I just realized we weren't getting a public works update today. I actually had a question for him and I'm like, they're not even on the schedule today.
The first. I don't know if I've ever been in a meeting without them. Okay. I think the only thing we haven't addressed was commissioner updates is, I think we bypassed it for time.
Yes, we did.
Mhm. I have just my usual crazy week of 1,000 subjects. Jake, I think you kind of gave us an update on DC and the bridge. I know Marla went too. Did more people from the board go?
So it was Mayor Marla, Mike Fox, who's the co-chair of the Bi-State Bridge Authority with me. And then we had Michael Shannon, who's our HNTB project manager, went. And then Dan Marr, who is a consultant, local consultant for government relations, who used to work for one of the senators, Senator Merkley in Oregon. And so he went as well. And so we had meetings with all of our, you do a lot more when it's by state because you've got twice as many meetings with legislators and senators. But then we also had meetings with the White House, Office of Transportation, and then also with Department of Transportation, both federal highways as well as their loan program. So it was a really positive, productive trip. They can't just give us money, but and it was primarily a thank you trip was what it was, is to go say thank you for the 200 million that we received, plus the CDS request, 4 million from Oregon, 4 million from Washington that we received, and then also the $3.5 million grant for the bike pedestrian that we received. Earl Blumenauer is really into the bike ped stuff, and so he wanted an update on that. So it was a really positive meeting. The meetings with the White House and DOT were really important. Those are the super important meetings that you need to be there in person for. Because we've got a lot of things, we're trying to make sure that as we all do, same thing with us, reimbursement. So you go and you spend the money and then you get reimbursed for it. Well, on a $500+ million project where you're burning through $20 million a month, sometimes when you start looking at, we don't have that kind of cash on hand at any given time. And so we'd end up having to go to the private market, the equity market, to get the cash, which means you're adding another 5 to 15% on top of the cost of it. And so the goal is like, this is a long-term project. We're trying to save money. It makes sense. And we've got the agreement that our subcontractor will take, we'll do the work. We'll send you the bill. You get the reimbursement and then pay us. And so they'd take on that, 60+ days until they get the money. And that was part of the things that we negotiated when we were negotiating for the progressive design contract. And then after doing all that, then the Federal Highways is like, no, you got to pay him first. And it's like, yeah, but we already negotiated this. And, creating the advanced payment method is something that is allowed in CFR. Federal Highways doesn't do it very often. And so that was where the conversations with the White House went a long ways, because the White House started saying, well, why can't we do this? You know, if we've got the financial processes in place and the work has already occurred, why can't we send them the money before they make the payment? It doesn't make sense. You know, that right there could save us 20, $30 million plus. So that conversation by itself paid for the trip 20 times over if it comes to fruition. So that's just a reason why sometimes it's a good idea to go back in person.
Yeah, and you know, we saw you on Zoom trying to do some work here and move through an elevator, move to the next meeting, being hustled along with everybody else. And I was able to go to the Capitol Dome here in the state, and it's like a beehive. It is insane how fast the work is moving. And just to capture those people that can help you for 5 minutes sometimes is really, really tough. So you got to kind of seize the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely on their schedule, not your schedule. And so I was glad I was able to, in between, you know, we put a lot of miles in, because you go to their meetings. You don't get all your meetings when you want in the Senate building. You go from one building to the next to the next. And so there's a lot of going back and forth, which I was glad I was able to call in so we could get our work done last Tuesday.
And like someone called in this morning about Senator Newhouse is back there, Representative Newhouse is back there. It's true, they're there, but their schedule is so big too. You can't depend on them to take this subject and run with it. We've got to help ourselves.
Well, and the other thing that I can speak to that is so your hope is to have a meeting with the senator or the representative, but and it's great to have them in there, but the real meeting and the meat and potatoes is with their staff. And their federal staff or their DC staff doesn't usually come back here, and staff is the ones that do all the work. And so when you wonder who runs the world, it's a bunch of 23-year-old to 28-year-olds that actually run the world.
And kind of like
I would
staff.
wholly agree with that. I would much rather have a conversation with the direct staffer than with the actual elected themselves.
There's so much flying through their head
Yeah.
all the time.
The elected just signs the paperwork that the staffer puts in front of them, so.
Which I would agree with that in some instances, but on the other hand, we've
their
been back
subjects.
there enough times that Senator Merkley is deeply involved in this project, knows everything about this project, is pushing it every chance he gets. We met with Senator Murray, and she knows, has a good background on this project, knows where to push. She serves on the committees. So when it comes to the horse trading back there, we've put enough time and effort to always be in their faces 2 to 3 times a year, plus all the updates, plus their staff, that they're always thinking about it. So this is one of those that it's high enough up on the totem pole with enough money that they are involved. You know, when we talk about $3-4 million grants, yeah, staff are a big part of it. But when we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, you don't get hundreds of millions of dollars without them going to bat for you.
That's been a great project. I can't think of anything else that
That's the other update I can give is my calendar is completely full, and I'm going to miss 3 meetings this afternoon with Oregon legislators. You know, because we've still got 105 million out of Oregon, and we need the commitment this legislative session. We don't have to have all the money, and so we've got 30 plus meetings with Oregon and Washington legislators. And then we've got a bunch of in-person meetings. So it's full steam ahead in order to keep the project on track. And I try to make every one of those meetings I can, but so with that, next week, we've got some conversations with federal highways, and there's one that I need to be at in Oregon next Thursday. So I'm trying to figure out how to.
what time?
It's 8 a.m. in Salem. And that's one of the federal highways is kind of managing the whole thing. And we've had a little bit of a blow up. We're still trying to get the record of decision. And so I might need to be at that and then just watch the video for this. If that's okay with you guys, because next Thursday we have fiscal at 8:30 in the morning. And as soon as I get out of the 4-hour meeting, or if it doesn't go 4 hours, I can zoom back in. But no matter what, I'll still watch the recording.
Yeah, I don't have a problem because I think if we get through the revenues, then have continued talks today and Thursday, by next Thursday, I think we'll be more ground down to simple people that need the green light, and we'll be starting some longer conversations. And we did the extended, gave us a little more time
Right.
too.
And the other thing is I can review what's coming up the next day and provide an email to staff with my
Okay.
thoughts so that we can still get that on. You guys can have the conversation. But it's just, there's just so much going on with the bridge right now that I can't miss. Huh?
Oh,
This is the 26th. Yeah.
in the evening.
And then I'm gonna try to get back for the town hall in the evening. I should be able to make it back here. And then there's another presentation to this Thursday, but I'm gonna try to miss it.
Okay. Anything from you to update? I don't really have anything, just my normal work that is continuing. If not, we have 5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes for what?
Well, were we gonna adjourn it? Well, no, we're ahead of ourselves.
No, we're ahead of schedule.
Wow, we're way ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we recess for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock.
I will second the motion so I can make one of the briefing meetings.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock and welcome back to the Klickitat County Commissioners' regular meeting. We're going to start our meeting this afternoon with a consolidated hearing in regard to Monroe Wilson rezone. The purpose of this meeting this afternoon is to hold a consolidated public hearing on 2 separate applications related to the Monroe Wilson proposal to rezone 58.57 acres from forest resource to rural in the Snowden community. The first part of the hearing will focus on an appeal to the SEPA determination of non-significance issued by the Planning Department. The second part of the hearing will focus on the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve the proposed zone change. After both parts of the public hearing have concluded, the Board of County Commissioners will deliberate and vote separately on each issue. First on the SEPA appeal and second on the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the rezone. In regards to the SEPA appeal, the board will take one of three actions: affirm the SEPA determination, modify the SEPA determination, or reverse the SEPA determination. If the board reverses the SEPA determination, there will be no deliberation or vote on the proposed rezone until such time the SEPA determination is amended and resolved, if possible. In regard to the rezone, the board will take one of three actions: approve the rezone based on the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, approve the rezone based on the recommendations of the Planning Commission with modified findings, or deny the rezone and adopt findings demonstrating how the applicants failed to meet the applicable criteria. So we will begin with staff. Do you have a staff report for the SEPA appeal, part 1?
I do. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Edelman, Planning Director. I'll try not to take too much time, and I know that you've read through your packet, so a lot of this will be repeat, but I think it's always good to go through the basics of the findings so that everybody's on the same page, including those who are listening online and maybe did not have time to read all the material. I'd also like to start off with.
Can I interrupt you real fast too? Can you designate one of your staff to have that printed out so all three of us can have what she read?
Oh, we certainly can. The order.
Go ahead.
Because it has some quantifications in there I would like to have in front of me as I go through
Okay,
this.
great.
Sorry to interrupt,
She's got it.
Okay.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Would you mind making that for the audience? Thank you. Thank you. I wish I would have thought of that. Would you like me to wait on the staff
No,
report?
go ahead.
Here? I would like to start with a note of apology and a note of appreciation. The apology is this process has been tedious and long for everybody involved, for the applicants, for the community. It had to do with a number of things: changeover of staff, some errors in our own code and some issues with the state SEPA process. But you know, the common denominator, all those things is me. So I'll take blame for anything that has to do with the length of time. But I do apologize to everybody involved who's had to go through this process, and I hope it'll be at an end soon. The note of appreciation is for a number of people, for the applicant and the community who provided outstanding comments, and including not just the comments on the proposals, but on the process. These comments we've already used to improve our public outreach and the information posted on the website, and we will be using to improve the overall SEPA process and fix our zoning code. So I appreciate the comments that we've received in regard to those. So this is in regard to the SEPA appeal and zone change request from Pat Wilson and Lee Monroe. These are, I'm going to present some slides that are really meant to be for reference. If you want to go back to them, or for anyone speaking would like to go back to them, just to show the area. As you see, the red circle there, this shows the Snowden community zoning update within the Snowden area sub-area plan. And this shows the area right there in the red circle. You can see the zoning around it. The purple is, got to put on my glasses for this, is the rural zoning, and the green is the forest resource zoning, which you see extends up in the subject parcels, also to the west of the purple area, then also a big expanse to the north. This is a closer version, again, showing the rural zoning around the Monroe and Wilson property, along with the forest resource zones immediately to the east and the south of the Wilson property. And you can also see there's the forest resource cluster zoning, the red zoning that is just to the south as well. And this part of the presentation is meant to be for both of the hearings. And just so you know, it's just kind of introductory material. The proposal, as you're aware, is to change about 59 acres from forest resource to rural. The intent of the forest resource zone is to provide a stable commercial forest and wildland base, and to encourage good multiple use forest management in its broadest definition. A key in this, minimum lot size is 20 acres. So under the current zoning, the Wilson parcel would be, each of these parcels would be able to have one lot. One is 20 acres, the other is 39 acres. So neither could be divided under the current zoning. The rural land zone, the rural zone, is to provide living environments within areas designated exclusive agriculture and forest in the comprehensive plan, which do not disrupt commercial resource production activities, allowing small farms and woodlots that can be developed in harmony with commercial agriculture and forestry. And then again, this minimum lot size is 10 acres, which would allow the Monroe parcel, which is 39 acres, to be divided into 3 parcels, and the Wilson property potentially to be divided into 2. And I need to say potentially. Just another map showing the general area. Showing the different properties. This is an easement for the power lines, which run right down between the properties. The Monroe property is 38 acres in size. As I mentioned, current capacity 1 lot. Under the proposed zoning, they could potentially get 3 lots out of it. The access is off Snowden Road. So it'd be potentially 2 new homes getting access off of Snowden Road, 3 new homes, 2 new home sites. The Wilson property is just over 20 acres. Current capacity is 1 lot with a proposed capacity of 2 lots. The access is off of Kita. I should have learned how to say that by now. Some context around the property. Lot sizes, as you see to the north and east, they're mostly around the 10-acre range, 10 to 12 acres. To the south, again, similar, southeast. Just south of the properties, you see more in the range of 15 to 30 to 44 acres. And then across Snowden Road, it's a real range from 10 all the way up to 58. So this was considered by the Planning Commission to show the existing lot sizes. Of course, some of it is zoned differently, as you saw in the previous maps. The SEPA determination, this is State Environmental Protection Act. The purpose is to identify and evaluate environmental impacts of a proposed land use action or development, and if necessary, to develop mitigation measures to reduce these impacts early in the review process. The options, this is a staff review, are a determination of non-significance, meaning that the proposal does not have significant impacts. Mitigated determination of non-significance, meaning there were impacts that were identified, but they could be mitigated through measures either identified as conditions or voluntarily by the applicant, or a determination of significant adverse impacts, which would require an environmental impact statement, which is a pretty significant process. I think usually 9 months to 2 years is what I've heard. I've not been through one yet. I've read them and seen them, mostly in energy project applications. The Klickitat County Planning Department issued a determination of non-significance on January 11th. It was appealed by the Snowden Community Council on February 1st. I want to make a note about staff's role in these two hearings. In the case of the SEPA, that was a determination by staff. So part of our role is to defend the decision. In the next hearing, that is not our role because that was a recommendation by the Planning Commission. Our role in that hearing will be to present their recommendation to the best of our ability. We received a number of public comments for these. The appeal process, I'll just go through this. The first section discusses, that's, you see the RCW reference, and then also there's Klickitat County Code references. The applicant can be an aggrieved person, the applicant, or an agency can make the appeal. They need to state specifically the basis for the appeal, which the appellant did state specific points within 4 categories in their letter. And then the board or designated hearings examiner, in this case, the Board of Commissioners, you have the options of affirming, modifying, or reversing the responsible official's decision. And then this and shall enter the findings and or conclusions into the record to support the decision. And this is significant. In making the decision, the board or the hearings examiner shall give deference to and afford substantial weight to the decision of the responsible official. For a little more context of that, as you see the WAC reference, it's a highly deferential standard of review that requires the board to uphold the county's decision unless the appellants prove that the county's decision is clearly erroneous. The board may only find the decision clearly erroneous if it is left with a definite and firm conviction that a mistake has been committed. So in this case, the burden of proof is on the appellant. In the next hearing, which is for the rezone, the burden of proof is on the applicant. Then this is a procedural one. This final one, I won't read it to you, but this is the state law which required this funny process we're dealing with now. It indicates that by the purpose of the state law is that the SEPA is not a standalone decision. It's a decision that relates to an actual application and a project. So if there's an appeal to SEPA, it's intended to be then heard along with concurrently the final decision on the application that it's tied to. So but it says a consolidated hearing, but there's at the same time separate decisions. So that's why we are where we are today. And I know some of the comments raised issue with that, concerned that the SEPA should have been addressed first. And frankly, I agree. I would much rather have the SEPA addressed first, but the state law is written that they need to be consolidated and considered at the same time. The appellant was Roger Gadway representing the Snowden Community Council. The items raised in the appeal are the items that should be the primary focus of your review. If you are to determine one way or the other, either in agreement with the appellant or in agreement with the staff's determination, the primary focus should be on the items that are actually raised. There are some other items raised in letters. Those can be supportive. And I don't mean to say that letters should be dismissed because a lot of the information in the letters is directly supportive or could be classified in these areas. But the point is that these need to be the areas that you make your primary findings based on. Roger organized his comments into 4 different areas, and I'm not going to go through all of the comments in the staff report, but I will make a few comments to summarize those. Roger raised issues about completeness. Some of this was non-specific. It referred to generally that the SEPA checklist was incomplete in areas. I do think that some of the letters that came in that you can review did elaborate more on areas that people felt might have been incomplete. So you can certainly consider that. I wanted to make a comment on project versus non-project action because this is a significant point of several of the letters, and I think in the overall process. We don't get a lot of guidance from the state. There's a lot of leeway, and I'm new to this, but I've been learning a lot. And I've talked to people from the Department of Commerce about this. There's a lot of leeway as far as how the county handles project versus non-project actions. A project action is one specifically tied to a project, like a subdivision. That is a project that you would apply a SEPA to. A non-project action is the zone change that would enable the subdivision. There are some people who argue that the non-project action shouldn't be considered very significantly in SEPA because it's not actually doing anything. It's the project action that does. There are others that argue, and you saw in some letters, that the entire project needs to be laid out and the original non-project review needs to consider the ultimate project. I talked to the Department of Commerce, and their comments are pretty much it's up to the county how far along that spectrum you go. I disagree with both extremes. I do think that the rezone does open up the possibility of changes. But I don't think that you have to consider everything that you would in a subdivision. My example would be, in this case, you have wildlife corridors, one of the issues that's brought up. To me, that is a legitimate issue to be considered in the SEPA for the non-project action for the rezone, because it involves the entire property. Other issues that have been brought up are the gray squirrel or the western gray squirrel habitat. When the Department of Fish and Wildlife didn't comment on it, I assume they will comment on it when it comes to the subdivision, because when you look at the gray squirrels, the requirement they generally do is a nest survey. And that's of a specific trees as specific nests. That wouldn't make sense to do at the time of the rezone. That's the time of the subdivision to see where your development site would be. A similar aspect might be, and this could be controversial, a wetland, a 2-acre wetland on a 20-acre property or 38-acre property. Arguably, you could do a subdivision that mitigates that fairly easily if they're 10-acre lots. So to me, that is not an issue that is significant in the SEPA for the rezone. But again, there's a spectrum that you have the ability to go to require more or less review. The one comment that's actually on the Department of Ecology website about that is the further along, the more you require from the non-project action, the less is required when you get to the project action. But that is close to the main guidance that I saw, and that was more of a recommendation. Fire danger is another one. The increase of potential from 2 to 5 home sites on 58 acres. In staff's opinion at the review, we couldn't make a case that significantly increased fire danger. It does increase potentially 3 more homes if there is a fire, but to say that going from 20 to 10 acres, that seems beyond our review. Then I'll include, if there'd been a letter of concern from Fire District 3, I think we would have looked at it differently. As staff, we're not fire experts. We're not experts in wildlife. So we do rely on the experts from state agencies or fire districts. So the letter of no concern was significant in our review. Water availability, there's no groundwater monitoring program or moratorium in the Wind White Salmon watershed. I spoke to David with the public health and confirmed that. And from the Department of Ecology, we received the standard water right exemption letter that just talks about the exempt water rights. Say there was no concern raised. I'm not saying there's not concern, but kind of like fire, there's concern of those things all over the county, and the county's not put in specific standards that would allow, in my opinion, staff at least, to make the decision that we could stop a development based on water availability. Wildlife impact, again, is similar to the fire. I don't know that we didn't see there was a demonstration that 5 homes sites compared to 2 would have a significantly different impact on wildlife. And then, as you saw on the previous map, most lots in the immediate vicinity are 10 acres or less within the same wildlife corridor. And then again, significantly to us, no comments came from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I already brought up the western gray squirrel example. And again, that comment at the bottom, just consideration of written and oral public comment should focus on items identified in the appeal. You can use other items as support, but the comments that are written, your findings really need to focus on what the appeal said. The criteria for the zone change, the necessary that'll become later. So that is it for my presentation on the SEPA appeal. And I'd be glad to answer questions or take a seat.
Questions?
I guess I have questions. I don't know whether they should be directed now or later, but if I knew the answer now, it might help me when they potentially get brought up later.
Okay.
But correct me if I'm wrong. One of the questions I have is, was the 2009 sub-area plan accepted by the county, or was that one of the ones like the Trout Lake that they did but were never accepted by the county?
I'm glad you said that, and that was going to be part of the presentation for the zone change. It was accepted and approved by the county and is part of the comprehensive plan. So that's why when you see the criteria for the zone change later, it includes the sub-area plan as having as much weight as the comprehensive plan.
And I'm imagining that's probably going to come up, so I need to know whether that's a true thing or not.
That's a good question.
The other one is, you can see that some of the other properties around it had been switched to rural, when was the last time that was switched to rural? And was it under the current comp plan and sub-area plan, or was it before that?
So I meant to mention that Lori Anderson and Rebecca Cranston are here also, and I'd love for them to jump in anytime that there's a question. And Lori, would you be able to answer that?
In the 2009 update, some of the zoning was changed. I can't remember specifically which parcels. And then pretty much at the same time the comp plan was being updated in 2009, there was the forest resource cluster overlay that was eventually approved basically at the same time.
Right, but I guess my question is, the other parcels that have subdivided down to 10 acres,
Mhm.
did they do that before or after the last comp plan slub area change?
There's been ongoing short plats. Oh, I'm sorry. There's been ongoing short plats. I can't remember specifically how many of them were done in the last like 5 years, but there has been quite a few in the Snowden area in the last 10, 15 years.
Would it be safe to say though that any of the lots that are under 10 acres, because the 10 acres is the minimum zoning, with maybe the exception of 9.8s if right of way was included, probably happened prior to this zoning being in place?
Again, in 2009, some of the zoning was changed to rural that
Okay.
probably allowed some of these short plats. It seemed like
Okay.
late 29, 10, 11. I do believe not long after the sub-area plan was updated and adopted, a few people did some of the short platting right there off Kiddo Road, and I think it's Kiddo and Pyatt area.
Okay, that kind of pretty much answers my question good enough anyway. And I had a little bit of confusion on your when it is a mitigated determination versus what kind of projects would then classify for mitigated versus nothing. Give some examples maybe.
So say a data center comes in to a site where and there's maybe a wetland on the site, and so because the data center with its drainage, with its parking, with its various buildings is going to it's going to encompass the entire site. So at that time, we're definitely going to see impacts that couldn't be mitigated likely at a later time. So they need to be able to demonstrate how they would mitigate any impacts against the wetland, for example, if there's one on the property. If we take it more directly to a zone change like this, in my opinion, if instead of a 2-acre wetland, there was a 38-acre lot with a 24-acre wetland, I think that would have to be pretty clearly mitigated, if not an environmental impact statement, because it would be very difficult to say you can get lots out of that. You need to really demonstrate that you're able to mitigate the impact of the development on that wetland. So I think it depends on scale, what's on the site.
But in this one, we don't know if it's a data center or not a data center technically.
We know what it can be.
It's only yeah.
Right. And
So we're really only looking at wetlands and things like that would potentially force a mitigated determination as well.
Right.
And a lot of our MDNSs occur, for example, with short plats and conditional use permits when there's conditions being placed on them and there's actually it's a project action, not like a rezone that's the non-project. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was going to be my question. to
Oh,
hopefully
sorry.
Lori have you ever seen a mitigated determination of non-significance on a non-project specific action?
Not that I can think of. And Scott and I have been doing more research on SEPA DNSs, MDNSs, and potentially we have an overlay zone coming up in the near future that if that goes through, then the county wouldn't be involved with permitting of it. So in that case, we would be able to have the MDNS with conditions on it. But typically, most of our rezones have just been DNSs.
Yep. Okay, that was my question.
All I have for now.
Me too. I'm good.
All right. Thank you.
So we'll, where do we go from here? A presentation from Roger Gadway. Thank you, Roger.
That's right. I had me at the table, microphone at the table.
Can you hear me? I guess so, yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to keep my comments brief. I am going to defer to Fred Grief, who has had many, many years of experience with SEPA determinations and in forestry. And I think he's better informed on some of these than I am, and I would defer to his expertise on a lot of these issues. I do want to make a few comments. One is there was no acknowledgement of wetlands in the application. But I think it goes beyond the wetlands because it's a wildlife corridor, which is associated with not only the wetland, which is apparently about 2 acres, which actually is a pretty significant wetland, but also with intermittent and other streams in the area, and it feeds the Major Creek the drainage into Major Creek from that part of the Snowden area. So it does constitute a wildlife corridor, and animals, the migration occurs between summer and winter. The animals winter down in the warmer country down by the Major Creek and the river, and migrate back up into the plateau area in Snowden during, excuse me, during the summertime. So the whole area there is an effect on the whole area that exceeds the 2 acres. Even if you place houses around the 2 acre wetland and don't interfere specifically with the wetland, you still have fences, you have dogs, you have outbuildings, you have various things that will impede wildlife. Now, some wildlife, deer might come through them, but they aren't the only wildlife. And so anyway, I think it's still a serious issue that not only the wetland, but the associated wildlife corridor is important and not addressed by the applicants. They referred to migration as just consisting of robins migrating, but it's not only north-south migration, although there are, of course, migratory birds that go through there besides robins, but it's more the animals that live on the ground and feed off of the succession of plants and so on that come up the hill, and then the animals that prey on those animals. I also point out that the SEPA regulations do say that the public benefit outweighs pecuniary interest, and that if the public benefit here in maintaining the natural area should outweigh the desire to subdivide the land and create additional lots. And the area was singled out specifically because for 2 reasons, really. One was that it was a wildlife area and a wetland. It ought to be kept in larger zoning. The other was that the then owners of the property wanted to continue to preserve it as a more natural area and not have it subdivided. So that was the reason why it was zoned that way when it was considered in 2009 and before that too. And it was a decision made on the basis of the evidence and not on anything else. So I think it really should be a matter of future zoning rather than, and perhaps I'm getting into the zoning issue here rather than the SEPA issue, but it shouldn't be decided on the basis of one property owner or 2 property owners deciding that they'd like to have a different zone. That basically is pecuniary interest, which according to the SEPA regulations is outweighed by the public interest, which would be keeping the area in a natural state. And I have more comments in my written comments, but I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Were there representatives with you that wanted to speak? Roger, anyone else? Is that the man you spoke about, Fred? Okay, sure, come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Grief, and I am also a Snowden resident, about 1.5 miles south of the parcels in question, pretty much directly south. And I'm concerned that this process does not meet several SEPA regulations and statutes. The biggest weaknesses in the SEPA checklist were they didn't disclose the wetlands, which and they weren't drawn and designated on any maps. And they didn't acknowledge the loss of the timber resource. And there are SEPA checklist questions that ask about that. And also the wildlife travel corridors, which the applicants might not have known very much about, but those were important when that property was originally zoned forest resource back in 2009. So as far as the when counties are not fully planning under the critical area ordinance, they're still are under GMA. They're still required to meet critical area ordinance requirements, which they do not meet in this case. And part of it is not looking at those under the SEPA review. And so, for example, critical under the water questions, question number 3, sub A talks about surface water. Is there any surface water body in the immediate vicinity, including ponds and wetlands? No ponds and wetlands were disclosed in the SEPA checklist, and Roger already made that point. And I happened to see a copy of Patrick Wilson's forest stewardship plan, which is certainly available to the county. And Roger already mentioned that it mentioned 2 acres of marshy areas, which by definition are wetlands. You can see on a Google map, but one big one near the house, it's probably about 1 acre. I don't know where the rest of it is on the property. No maps were shown. Then also, and so the Klickitat County Critical Area Ordinance, if information indicates the presence of a wetland in excess of 2,500 square feet, the applicant shall it has to go through wetland review. All wetlands greater than 2,500 square feet shall be designated wetlands. Through the permitting process shall be mapped and so forth to provide guidance in the land use decision-making process. So 1 acre would be about 40,000 square feet, quite a bit bigger than 2,500 square feet. The SEPA checklist question A8, which lists any environmental information, they should have well, I'm just going to go on to question section B, earth. Could erosion occur? The applicant says no groundwork of any nature will occur during this project. Well, that's just totally false. The project is the whole bigger project. It includes the development of house sites. And SEPA has to look at an entire project. And especially up front. You talk about project, non-project. This is like the non-project upfront part that has to look at that stuff. This isn't the final project review. So question, SEPA checklist question B, 3C, water runoff. They did not answer. They said the only waste material activity is septic waste, and that's addressed under groundwater. Well, that's not what this question is even asking. So they did not ask. They did not answer the stormwater question. There's obviously going to be stormwater runoff from scarifying house sites and so forth, driveways, outbuildings. Whether or not it's going in, and they didn't provide topographic maps, which is one of the things that SEPA requires. And you can't really see where the water's going to go if you don't know what the topography is on the land when you're doing a SEPA review, if there's a chance of that, especially if there's wetlands involved. So what kinds of, now this is important, the forest resource lands of long-term significance. It's important under Growth Management Act. It's in the Klickitat County Critical Area Ordinance. And they say under question, SEPA checklist question, section B, sub 4B, what kind of amount of vegetation will be removed or altered? No vegetation will be removed. Well, it could easily be 5 acres or more could be removed on a 10-acre parcel. It could easily be, if you have a 20-acre parcel, you could easily remove a lot more than that and still meet the 5-acre requirement for getting a forest tax. So you could easily lose half of those trees as long-term forest land, 58 acres. You could easily lose 30 acres and still be in compliance with the law. And you don't know that the people you sell it to are not going to do that and put in barns and corrals and horses or whatever, fences. When you have a smaller parcel, 10 acres of, if you have 10-acre parcels, it's a lot easier to fence 10 acres than it is 20 or 30. And you get dogs, you get all this stuff that does impede wildlife. And as Roger said, it's not just deer. Game animals are wildlife of importance also. And so under SEPA, the content of environmental review, the process must involve the public in classifying and in designating natural resource lands and critical areas. And to the extent that that wasn't done yet in the sub-area plan, or was done and has not been followed, the sub-area plan has all kinds of requirements for looking at wildlife and wetlands and so forth that were not followed. This is the last opportunity if there's going to be, this is a type of non-project review under phase SEPA. The plan itself, the sub-area plan, that's the big part. But if you're going to violate that, then you have to have some pretty good reasons without doing another landscape-wide look. And this is the last chance before you get to the site-specific SEPA reviews. And DNR can't even weigh in on the forest practices until the site-specific. The county is up front, really does need to look at the non-project issues at this point. Wildlife may not look at it till the actual housing or whatever is going to, those permits. So this is where you really need, and when you're violating your plan and you haven't done a landscape view at this non-project level, that's not good under SEPA. So what is required under 197.11.060, you're under, it's phased review. You can't merely divide a larger system into exempted fragments that like the applicant was trying to do, saying there's no review here, it all happens later. There's no impacts here. You can't do that. That avoids the discussion of cumulative effects. So
you have that RCW, sir?
Pardon me?
Do you have the RCW? I think you just.
Yes, I do. That's WAC 197.11.060, phased review, number 5, sub D, ABCD. Phased review is not appropriate when it would merely divide a larger system into exempted fragments or avoid discussion of cumulative impacts. And another subpart under that, it's not allowed when it would segment or avoid present consideration of proposals and their impacts that are required to be evaluated in a single environmental document. And the long-term loss of forest resource economy and the loss of wildlife habitat can only be looked at up front. It's too late once you've already made a rezone decision. You can mitigate the impacts to the specific wetland, but not the wildlife travel and not the loss of trees. To the long-term, a rezone is permanent. There's no mitigation possible under SEPA once you have permanently cut a property in half. The mitigation is only possible upfront for those types of impacts. Yeah, I have extensive comments that I've already submitted, but I was just going to say something else about the Klickitat County Critical Area Ordinance process for critical areas. It includes habitat of local importance, species of local importance, and vulnerable to habitat manipulation, or it is a game species. Well, this is habitat manipulation, and there are game species present, and there's lots of other large mammals that travel along riparian zones, water corridors, north, south, and east, west at different times of year. I've explained all that in detail in my comments, but it takes too long to talk about that here. And I do not believe that the wetlands have undergone critical area review by the county as required by their critical area ordinance for land use approvals, chapter 1, 1.2, and 1.10. I believe the SEPA determination of non-significance is flawed. There's important missing information that was not provided by the applicant or the county, whether intentional or unintentional, maybe not just understanding how SEPA is supposed to go, but there was missing information and violations of the so the determination of significance under SEPA 197.11-340, the lead agency shall withdraw a determination of non-significance if there is significant new information indicating on a proposal's probable significant adverse impacts, or if the DNS was procured by misrepresentation or lack of material disclosure. And in this case, I believe there was misrepresentation in suggesting in the SEPA documents that we are still operating under the 1987 Snowden-Burdoin Mountain Plan, which did allow the subdivision of 20-acre parcels into 10-acre parcels. But in 2009, that extensive agricultural forest resource zone that was present on the 1987 maps was eliminated, replaced with a new map, which was shown here at the start of this presentation, that actually shows forest resource zone on the parcels in question. And the critical area, the zoning ordinance, the Klickitat County zoning ordinance does not allow subdivision of forestry zone parcels smaller than 20 acres. And that's what it was zoned in 2010. There is no longer the 1987 ability to change those without changing the comprehensive plan. So I believe that was misrepresented, and they showed a 1987 map that had the old zoning map with their SEPA review. So that is an intentional misrepresentation or accidental misrepresentation, but it's much bigger deal to de-designate a forest resource zone than it is to de-designate a zone that used to be called extensive ag forest, where the subdivision into a 10-acre zoning was actually allowed back in 1987. So it's a completely different, and they misrepresented that in their documents for the SEPA review. as 19, and if you look at those documents, the map that they show says 1987 on it. And the language that they use saying that you can subdivide into a smaller parcel also says is straight out of their 1980s of the old Snowden-Burdoin Mountain sub-area plan. And that was updated, replaced, and amended. And if you look at the language at the end of the 2009 Snowden sub-area plan, so anyway, under SEPA, they have misrepresented the SEPA determination of non-significance needs to be removed.
Thank you.
I have a lot more that I can't really, I don't know how to summarize it, but I have submitted comments on both SEPA and on the so-called findings of fact. And I'll talk about those next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move to public testimony limited to 5 minutes per person. We have that below public testimony. Scott, do you want that?
If I have that below public testimony, I was
No.
wrong. Okay,
It's presentation by the applicants is underneath the garage or gadway.
okay, yeah, so it'd go to the, in this case, the appellant is the applicant, so they get the final rebuttal, so it goes to appellant.
Oh, applicants. Okay.
Applicant,
Okay.
public testimony,
That
then
was
back
me.
to the applicant
Okay.
and then the appellant again.
Okay, that's great. So.
Almost got appealed.
Yeah. Thank you for catching me. So presentation by the applicants and the representatives.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Lee. I'm an attorney for Pat Wilson, the applicant. This Snowden Community Council SEPA appeal should be rejected on both procedural and substantive grounds. First, the SEPA appeal should be rejected on procedural grounds for lack of standing. They failed to submit a timely public comment containing specific objections as required under the WAC to the environmental analysis and supporting documents that are contained in the DNS. This lack of comment, I've argued, must be construed as a lack of objection, which would bar them from appealing the DNS. Second, the board should deny the SCC's appeal because the DNS properly concluded that the underlying rezone proposal poses no significant adverse environmental impacts. To deny SEPA, you must find that 1, the proposal would likely result in adverse environmental impacts, and 2, that reasonable mitigation measures are insufficient to mitigate the identified impacts. Here, the appeal has failed to establish either of these things. The appeal asserts several bases for their appeal, but the claims are nonspecific, they're hyperbolic, they're speculative, they're unsubstantiated, and they're not convincing. First, the SEC challenges the applicant's SEPA checklist on the basis of completeness by claiming that a significant number of responses are incomplete or inaccurate. The appeal, however, fails to point out which aspects of the checklist fail to provide complete or accurate responses. Accordingly, this should not be afforded any weight to their assertions, since the SEC provides no specific support of its claim in its actual appeal documents. Next, the appeal contends that the DNS is somehow deficient by failing to account for perceived fire danger in and around the Snowden community. Their concerns about a lack of emergency services are equally unfounded. Rural Fire District number 3 received notice of this rezone application, and it stated it had no concerns with the proposal. To suggest that a maximum of 4 new home sites would unduly burden the availability of emergency services is simply without authority or merit. Third, the SEC advances the argument that this rezone will adversely impact the availability of groundwater. The appeal notes how groundwater levels are dropping in, quote, many of the Snowden community members' properties, and that they have needed to drill new wells. The appeal then claims that the applicant's SEPA checklist provides insufficient well data and accordingly claims a survey of the groundwater availability should be conducted prior to approval. These positions are anecdotal and inconclusive. The SEPA checklist accurately points out according to the Kita Payat area well summary, which is attached to the rezone application, that the existing area groundwater aquifer possesses the capability of supporting the low density residential development that may result from the approval of this rezone request. Any position to the contrary is unsupported speculation. And lastly, the appeal asserts that this proposed rezone would adversely impact wildlife. The comments of record focusing on this topic highly exaggerate the impact these future home sites will have on such habitats and corridors. The concerns are overly speculative in nature and, most significantly, fail to clearly articulate any actual detrimental effects of the proposed low-density residential development. The appeal and the public comments argue that the minor development proposed by this rezone will substantially impact wildlife populations and associated natural habitats, but they fail to provide any real material data in support of this contention. In conclusion, the appeal fails to establish that the rezone proposal would likely result in adverse environmental impacts and fails to establish that the reasonable mitigation measures are insufficient to mitigate any identified impacts. Therefore, we are requesting that the board affirm the DMS, dismiss the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's decision, and approve this rezone request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Lee Monroe. I'm the co-applicant on this application. Everything that is going to be discussed today has already been done at two separate Planning Commission meetings. So I don't want to go and repeat everything. I do have one question though that keeps coming up. This determination that there's a wildlife corridor that runs through our property. There's thousands of acres up Snowden, and I want to know who determined it's a wildlife corridor just on my property. I think they go everywhere they want to go up there. I don't care if they're a bear or quail or whatever the heck it is. The rezone itself in the SEPA application in no way will affect wildlife. You're not affecting anything until you actually do a subdivision. That's not part of this meeting. And so therefore the groundwater runoff that they were talking about and everything, nothing is going to be added to the properties until we have to go through this again if we want to actually subdivide our property. So I just don't have a whole lot to add here. We've rebutted all of the comments. And it sounded like the county was pretty pleased with it. The determination of non-significance, I'm assuming they did their job. We filled out applications, we paid them money. That's in their hands. It seems like they approved it. I feel we should just move forward from here and quit talking. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it does not say to have the appellant come back. It just says move to public testimony. Okay, that's great. Didn't want to make a mistake again. So we'll move to public testimony limited to 5 minutes per person, testimony in support of the appeal, and testimony in opposition of the appeal. So we'll start with testimony in support.
What was it?
Yeah,
In
it's just
support of the appeal.
in support. Mhm.
Okay, make sure it's in support of the appeal,
Okay.
not in support of the project.
Yes, okay. So anyone with testimony in support of the appeal, please come forward.
My comments really address the rezone rather than the speaker.
Not yet. Next time. Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have people online? Don't seem to be. So anyone in support of the appeal? I'll give it one more chance.
Yeah, audience.
Yes, come forward, please. Thank you.
Point of
He's
order.
Speaking as a member of the public now.
If you speak, I'm looking to legal, if you speak for the appellant, can you also speak as a member of the public? Yeah.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're safe.
Okay, Fred Grief again. I think I don't have too much to say, but cumulative effects is one of the things that have to be considered. And all the rural zoning in the middle of the Snowden sub area, if you look at that plan, the new 2009 plan that shows the purple in the middle and the green to the north and the green to the south, that purple is a bottleneck for wildlife. There have been cumulative effects. Every time there was all those subdivisions in there, made it more and more difficult for the wildlife to get through north, south, and east, west, right in that zone where the very few streams available for wildlife habitat in the Snowden, there's almost no water on top. Any wetland or any little stream is where the wildlife go. So there have been cumulative effects, and this subdivision into 4 more homesteads, is very significant in that particular location. So that's just a cumulative effects thing under SEPA. One of the other violations of regulation that occurred was the classification under this is Department of Commerce regulation WAC 365 190-040. The designation of natural resource lands must involve public in classifying and designating natural resource lands and critical areas. And that was done, but then under number 10, sub 10, so 365-190-040 sub 10, I think this is very important. Part A says land use planning should provide a rational and predictable basis for accommodating change. De-designations of natural resource lands, and this is forest resource land, this is natural resource lands, can undermine the original designation process. It threatens the de-designations threaten the viability of natural resource lands and associated industries through conversion to incompatible uses. And de-designations of resource lands should not be allowed. De-designations, frequent piecemeal de-designations of resource lands should not be allowed. Site-specific proposals to de-designate natural resource lands must be deferred until a comprehensive county-wide analysis is conducted. And so anything that's zoned on that map as forest resource requires a county-wide comprehensive analysis before it can be rezoned, de-designated to 10 acres. De-designating natural resource lands, counties must conduct a comprehensive county-wide analysis. And if you're not following that, which you did in the sub-area plan, you're in violation. So I think that was, and under SEPA, one of the reasons you get to a determination of significance are when you're considering your determination of significance, again, 197.11.330, if it conflicts with local, state, or federal laws or requirements for the protection of the environment. And in this case, it's Growth Management Act regulations that it conflicts with. It also conflicts with the Klickitat County zoning ordinance, which says forest resource lands cannot be subdivided less than 20 acres. That's a direct conflict. There's others, but it conflicts extensively with the Snowden sub-area plan that was written in 2009. And so that's, anyway, That's a few more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support of the appeal? No. Okay, we'll move to testimony in opposition to the appeal. Is there anybody that wishes to give testimony in opposition? Good afternoon, Jean.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Hey, so greetings, Commissioner Zoller, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Christopher. My name is Jean Patterson, and I live in the Snowden community. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. Also, thank you to the staff for managing all the moving parts, making this hearing and many others possible. Today, I will be specifically addressing the SEPA DNS appeal filed by the Snowden Community Council in February of this year. Since arriving in Klickitat County in 2019, I have been actively involved in community outreach and worked closely with the Snowden Community Council from 2021 to 2023, including serving as vice chair. And while I generally supported the council's positions in matters advisory to Klickitat County, with this SEPA DNS appeal, I take considerable issue. First, the appellant. Filing this appeal under the banner of the Snowden Community Council is misleading. By adopting this title, the appellants suggest they represent even a moderate segment of the Snowden community, when in fact the council deliberately avoided engaging with the broader community. This SEPA DNS appeal does not reflect the views of the broader Snowden community. Instead, it stems from a small group of friends and like-minded individuals who chose to exclude the wider community from their discussions. This appeal would have been most appropriately addressed as a personal matter, rather than being framed as a community-wide concern, given that it represents only a narrow segment of the community, and that was by design. Next, I will address the appeal document. The appeal uses vague terms like repeatedly, significant number, and incremental, which fail to provide concrete evidence to challenge the SEPA DNS. Simply stated, it requires specifics while providing none. Also, the appeal includes trivial claims and lacks factual analysis. Increasing area density does not necessarily lead to an exponential increase in risk. The appeal exaggerates concerns about forest management and training needs for additional property owners, while completely ignoring the extensive experience of both applicants. Broadly stating that homeowners face universally dropped or doubled rates is also overstated, and again, demanding specifics while providing no stats or data in support of their claims. This SEPA DNS appeal alleges dropping water levels, many members replacing wells, and inaccurate well data, but provides no supporting numbers or data. The appeal incorrectly suggests that rezoning was an automatic part of the SEPA DNS process and fails to provide documented evidence of habitat disruption concerns related to a specific species in this specific location. In other words, it implies without proof. Respectfully, based on this delivered information, today we heard Mr. Gadway mention public welfare and not wanting one or two residents to make decisions for the community. Mr. Grief also mentioned misrepresentation. The Snowden Community Council has fundamentally misused the SEPA appeal process. As an advisory body to Klickitat County, the council's primary role is to serve the interests of the entire Snowden community. By intervening through this SEPA appeal, the council has not merely overstepped its advisory role, it has actively opposed both the county and the applicants, the Wilsons and the Monroes. These applicants, like others in the Snowden community, were deliberately excluded from the council's meeting about the appeal. This exclusion underscores the council's disregard for due process and transparency, reinforcing its role not as a neutral advisor, but as a barrier to fair and inclusive decision-making. In fact, and regarding development, the central motivating people of this appeal, part of this exclusive group, have within the last year completed their own development across 3 parcels, less than a mile from the SEPA DNS applicant properties, under the current comprehensive plan and Snowden sub-area plan. This appeal represents a misguided attempt by a select group to exert influence while misusing the Snowden Community Council's position beyond the intended role. It is imperative that the SEPA DNS appeal be viewed for what it truly is, a baseless claim driven by personal disputes rather than a legitimate concern for community welfare. Effective governance hinges on open dialogue and mutual respect. Thus, it is essential for the Snowden Community Council to realign with its core mission of advisory support rather than undermine the unity and progress of the Snowden community through actions such as this unsubstantiated SEPA DNS appeal. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Anyone else with testimony in opposition to the appeal? Seeing none. Good afternoon, Cody Wilson. Are you unmuted, Cody?
Cody, if you're on your phone, you need to hit *6. If you're on your computer, you need to unmute.
Uh-oh.
Clarification for staff, we have the other hearing after this before we even debate on this issue, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It
Well, I'm
was,
trying to give a time frame to staff that might be thinking we're starting our budget talks at 2:00. I don't want them to sit here for an hour if.
right. We're going to have, after this public hearing, we'll close the public hearing, we'll open the public hearing, the next one, do the same process with a little bit
Before
of
we
reversal.
even talk about the first one.
Right. That's part of consolidating the
Right.
hearing.
So it's probably gonna be at least an hour, so. You don't want to sit around.
CW, do you want to try that one?
Yeah, I really would if that's okay.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. I'm glad you found
Really,
it.
really outsmarted myself there with the permission settings on the iPhone for Zoom. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on a handful of things. Jean covered most of them for me, so I just had a couple of additional ones. I think speaking to Mr. Christopher's question around round 118, there have been several other short plats and changes in the immediate vicinity of this property since 2009. Definitively, yes, ones that are smaller than 20 acres. So there's that. Talking about the nature corridor that Mr. Monroe, Mr. Grief, and Mr. Gadway mentioned, there are animals in the area, but there is no greater abundance of animals in that area than there are in Lattigas's field, where we all drive by and see the deer and the turkeys, or by Dino's house, where the turkeys are flying over our heads, or clear up by the old Snowden schoolhouse where we're dodging deer and quail up there. The area is rich with animal diversity. It's nothing that is unique to that property. It's, as a person that has been in this area for 20 years and hunted in this area up around Mount Adams, around the west side, there are a lot of animals, but it's not just there. And to act like there's some special, some greater abundance in that, 58 acres is disingenuous. There's that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you. Oh, just for clarity, I am the property that is immediately west of both kind of kitty corner to Lee, and directly west of Pat Wilson, who, for all transparency, is my father.
Thank you. Back online.
Madam Chair, I have a procedural question.
Sure.
During the SEPA appeal, I don't see a time on here for commissioners to ask clarifying questions of staff or people who are testifying. Is that supposed to be on here somewhere?
I could have put that as a note. You can do that at any point. When you have someone giving testimony, you could ask some questions. So if you'd like to call anybody else back up, you can certainly do that. Whenever there's a staff time, you can talk to staff. Whenever there's time for the applicant, you talk to the applicant.
Okay.
The only time you have to be careful is if we get to the point where further along, like we get to the applicant's rebuttal or the appellant's rebuttal, to go back to public comment, we'd then have to reopen.
Right.
the
Well, that's just it.
rebuttals
So
again.
I have a question over there and a question of the guy who just spoke. So,
You could certainly call them back up.
okay. If, can I do that, Mel?
Already.
If CJ is still there, I have a clarification question. CW, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The question I had was, has the county approved any subdivisions on forest resource land in the area? You said they have approved subdivisions, but can you confirm or deny that it was actually on forest resource land?
I think, I don't remember the gentleman's name that's there from the county, might be a little bit more well-versed in it, but my understanding is that there have been short plats, although I think we're talking about reclassifications. I guess maybe I got a little bit of field there, but short plats on forestry since then, yes. So down to smaller parcels. I can't say definitively that it was down to 10 acres.
Okay, thank you. And maybe, I don't know, does that help staff remember if we've actually
Well,
rezoned forest resource land since?
short plats would have taken place if a short plat took place on forest resource zone property, they could create 20-acre lots or larger. Short plats that took place on the rural, the 10-acre zoning could be down to 10 acres in size.
While we have Cody there, thank you for your comments. My question is, I read a lot of documents on this. The wetland on your father's property, was that man-made or was that a natural pond there next to the house?
My understanding is the pond is man-made. It predates our time here, but I've never seen a natural pond that's bermed, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Christopher, any more questions?
I had a back question for Fred. I'm sorry if you can come back to the microphone. I don't mean to bug you. I didn't ask you at the time because I didn't know when was the appropriate time to ask. At the end of your statement, you testified that you believe it's a conflict with the Growth Management Act.
Yes.
And then you find that it's in conflict with the county's plan. That
Yes.
says forest resource land cannot be subdivided. Are you referring to the
critical area ordinance?
You're referring to the
Klickitat
critical
County
area
ordinance does not list any EAF the way the applicants claimed that that property was classified. There's no such classification in the Klickitat County critical area ordinance, not since 1987 anyway.
Okay. I just wanted clarification of where you were coming up with that testimony. So
yeah, no, it says in the critical area in the Klickitat, I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. The Klickitat County zoning ordinance says forest resource zone cannot be subdivided less than 20 acres. But the proposal conflicts with several ordinances and statutes and regulations, including SEPA.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anything for you, Mr. Anderson?
Good for it.
Okay.
We can, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have even went back to that question. We
It's
should
okay.
finish comments
That's okay.
and then I can come back to people later.
We're good, I think, because sometimes you lose them if we don't do them when you got them.
Well, CJ, we should have did right there, CW,
Yeah.
sorry, but I should have come back to him later.
So we'll move to rebuttal by the applicants and their representatives. Do we have any rebutting? Okay, that's fine. Rebuttal by the appellant? We're good? So closing comments from staff.
Actually, I got a few more questions for staff before we close this thing out.
Like to start with your questions then?
Has the property went through a wetland review?
No, nothing, not.
No, it has not.
Yeah, that would, for our SEPA, that would take place at the next stage of
At
the
the site
preparation,
specific.
right?
Okay.
Project specific.
So could you think of any projects that would go through a wetland review on a rezone?
I think anything that didn't seem like it could be addressed at the project specific level or needed to be addressed prior to it. So my example of if you have a data center that's going to go.
Right,
and
but how do we know what the next project is gonna be?
We don't always, if they're just coming in with a pure rezone. My thought, if they're coming in with that's a very good question.
That's my point. I can't speculate what they plan on doing.
Because I think you need to either have a project, know what it's going to be, or you assume it's going to develop to the maximum that it could. So if they're turning forest resource into industrial, you'd have to assume a full out industrial development. I think at some point, in this case, they can't do a data center on this property. The most they can do is the 3 or 2 10-acre parcels. If they did the
Technically, you
rezone.
could be looking at 6 houses. Because
5.
each one of those parcels could have an ADU on it.
Oh, right. That's a good point. You could have ADUs potentially.
So we have
Your
to
conditional use.
assume cumulative impacts. So that's kind of was my question there.
Okay.
I'll just, we do in our zoning ordinance have an intent to rezone. And that requires not just the rezoning, but there's the intent with a project with it. And that has occurred in Dallasport before with what was the mainly subdivision. And they did have to, with the intent to rezone, have that site plan and do additional environmental.
Right, but we didn't do that here. This is different, right?
Correct.
And does our SEPA require the submittal of topo maps? There was a comment that said that we required the submittal in the SEPA. It requires the submittal of topo maps. So I need to know whether that is true and whether they were submitted.
I believe that is true. I also, though, and they may not have, maybe Lori can answer that, but I do know we review topo maps on our website. Very commonly, we'll pull them up ourselves.
Correct.
Would you like to comment on that?
We did review topo maps, not necessarily that were submitted by the applicants, but we do have the topo maps. We have various GIS data that we review that not necessarily all of the applicants have access to.
I have to ask a question. Right as you were seated, Fred raised his hand. And so have we passed that time that the appellant?
Well, that's the unfortunate part is I think the question should come out before we have closing comments.
Okay.
In case they have a comment they want to make based on the questions.
Rebecca can correct me, but in my experience, you can go back if you need to, but you just then need to give an opportunity for the applicant to rebut,
Okay.
appellant to rebut, and then staff comments. So you can go back if you feel like you need to.
Well, and we haven't taken their closing.
Yeah, you haven't closed the comment.
That's why I said, let's get this before we
Okay.
go there.
Okay.
Well, you have gone past the rebuttal, but you could certainly go back to it.
Right, well, that's, yeah. So I think you've already answered the questions. Have the wetlands been reviewed to the critical areas ordinance for cumulative impacts? And I think the answer to that was the answer up here, which was a no, but you can correct me if it's wrong.
And that's accurate. Cumulative impacts, I assume by that they're referring to the fact that so many other properties have developed around these properties, that then the impacts of those plus this. I guess my only comment on that is it's a tough line to draw between what's a cumulative impact that the last one in has to suffer for versus some people got to do what they wanted to and the last one in doesn't get to.
Right.
But that's part of the consideration that you need to make.
Yeah, I'd like, I just would
No,
like
you're
to
okay.
finish so I can be done with my thought process sneaking through my head. So I'm still have not heard a definitive yes that the county has rezoned forest resource land since the Snowden project.
Rezoned, or I thought your question was about dividing it. About rezoning forest?
That's what we're
Oh,
doing
yeah,
here with the
both.
SEPA,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
The SEPA was based on rezoning, right?
I don't, as far as I know, I don't think we've rezoned forest resource land in this area. Probably, maybe somewhere else in the county, probably, but I don't know about that.
Since
red
the
area in that
Snowden community plan was accepted,
In the Snowden vicinity.
correct, that would abide by the Snowden community plan. I'm
Between-
not, I
right.
understand Trout Lake might have, but they have a different plan, or they're under a county plan. This one's under a local plan,
Mhm.
so I need to know if we've rezoned that forest land in this area since that comp plan was approved.
I believe this would be the first forest resource land to be proposed to be rezoned in the Snowden area. Since
Perfect.
2009.
That's the ultimate answer of all the
Sorry,
questions I've been.
I
trying to
was,
get.
I was sidetracked because I was trying to answer your other question. Just for an example, if I could, Chair, Commissioner Christopher, your chair when I interviewed, can you see the hand there on this property that's moving around?
Got it.
Those properties were divided in 2004, I think. I just looked it up a minute ago, into two 20-acre lots. These two up here were divided into two 20-acre lots in right around the same time. So there have been a few divisions in the forest resource land into 20-acre parcels.
But not taking out a forest resource
Right,
land
not
and putting
rezoned.
into
Correct.
residential
Correct.
or rural residential,
Right.
sorry. That is my question. I think it might be the last one too, so if you let me. Okay, yeah, that is the last of my questions. Thank you.
Being that we are only talking about the SEPA determination and whether it should be a DNS or a DS. My question to staff is, in your review of the SEPA documents, did you look at the Priority Habitat Species Index map online?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Other questions?
Yeah.
I do have a few comments. There's quite a few. I'll try to read my writing and be as brief as I can. First of all, the public comments received, I want to say that I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of what's said. It's more about timing of when the application happens. 'Cause I think there've been a lot of really good comments submitted on this. Comment came up from Mr. Grief about the critical areas ordinance, applying that about the wetland over 2,500 square feet and need to be mapped. Those are items that as staff in the review, we felt that is more appropriate for the time of subdivision because looking at the overall properties, they're large enough and dividing in 10 acres, you can mitigate at the time of subdivision for those aspects. Site disturbance activities, the fact that the applicant said they're none with the project, they meant the project that is before you right now, which is the rezone. And that was another one that we determined could be dealt with at the time of subdivision. And same with vegetative removal. There was comments that this process, there's a repeated comment that this process is violating the sub-area plan. I don't see it that way. It is changing the sub-area plan, but it is a process that's in our ordinance, the rezone that you can do. It's there. Some comments have come through the process, which are aside to this that I think should be considered when we do our comprehensive plan update. Should there be more protections for these sub-area plans? And should there be a more thorough review? But that's not what's in our code right now. This is the process to do a rezone. Mr. Grief made the comment that mitigation is only possible up front for certain impacts. I agree. I think that there are some things that you as the board need to determine what impacts that do need to be considered at this time of rezone and can't wait for the subdivision. There was a comments about the comprehensive plan, the agriculture forest designation being replaced by the forest resource zone. Lori can correct me if I'm wrong on this. And I think anytime staff makes comments, we need to do it humbly, knowing that we may not be accurate. But the comprehensive plan designation did not change with the Snowden sub-area plan. The sub-area plan is part of the comprehensive plan. So all those policies and statements in that are part of the comprehensive plan. But the map itself was a zoning map, not a comprehensive plan map. The comprehensive plan map does have the extensive ag forest zone, the forest designation. Correct, Lori?
Yeah,
Okay.
they have their own special wording in the Snowden.
Which does allow either rural rural zoning or forest resource zoning over it. So we're not proposing a change of the comprehensive plan. It would still be consistent with the designation in the comprehensive plan. I want to comment on, I apologize, Justin, I forgot your last name. But the request that we deny the appeal based on the appellant not raising substantive issues prior to submitting the appeal. And I'm making a planning opinion, not legal. So I don't want to go out of my bounds there. But in this, for the sake of transparency and the openness to the public, our appeal period ended the same day the comment period ended. So the Snowden Community Council, Roger, was in a position of having to decide, do I submit comments and take the risk that they'll be ignored and there'll be no chance for appeal, or do we submit our appeal? So if it had been an opportunity where you raise comments, then the decision was made and then there's an appeal period, that would make sense to me. But because the comments and appeal period were the same, there wasn't really an opportunity to make comments and then appeal, knowing that your comments had not been considered. Mr. Monroe, I also want to say something. He mentioned that they're not affecting anything until you actually do a subdivision. Just want to repeat that that's not, in my opinion, exactly true. You do need to consider what the impacts could be, which would be potentially 5 home sites. And, you'd add in potential for
2 on each.
The potential for ADUs. So I do think there are some impacts that should be considered at this stage. I do disagree that all the impacts need to be stated at this stage. The last thing I wanted to mention was Mr. Grief brought up 197. So the WAC related to phase review. And in that same section, there's a section that says phase review is appropriate when, and one of the first statement under there is the sequence is from a non-project document to a document of a narrower scope, such as a site-specific analysis. So in my opinion, that section actually does allow for.
Which RC or WAC are you looking at there?
It is, 197.11.60, then item 5 in phase review. So it lists times when it's appropriate, when it's not. That was what this situation seems to be the first one listed as appropriate. And that's all the comments that I had.
Okay. Questions, staff, nothing.
Okay. The only other questions I have, we did get the email from staff yesterday with comments that this one looks like 48 pages, the next one looks like 47. Were we ever going to receive the packet that includes the map that you showed, any of the testimony from the Planning Commission, the original application, any of those documents? Were we going to get to see any of those?
Yes.
Is that all just everything we're going to get is in the board packet?
And
the packet that was submitted to the commissioner's office last Wednesday, and then we had the additional comments that came in.
Nothing. We are getting nothing else is the point.
As of this point.
Got it.
When we came downstairs to this, there had been no more comments received.
Good. Do you mind if we entertain Fred's, if we back up? Scott said we can.
Open that up. Open it back up.
To everyone.
And then.
Okay, well, we're going to move forward then, I think. Is that good with you?
It's your meeting to run however you would like.
Well, Mr. Fred, you were fairly passionate and you was right on the edge. I'd like to give you the chance, and if we have to have rebuttal.
Thank you. Fred Grief again. This is just something minor, but you had one party that was not the proponent's family that was in favor of the rezone, and I think it was Jen Pattison. And I just wanted to rebut something she said. That's all. She suggested that we had some kind of a cabal going on with bunch of friends that are the Snowden Community Council, and that we didn't let the applicant come to our meetings, and that we are a small group and we don't represent the community, something like that, right? Well, I just wanted to rebut that because that's just completely wrong. I wasn't here at the time, but my understanding is, I think it was back in the 87, when the Snowden Community Council first formed, we went door to door. It was in the middle of a snowstorm, 90 people showed up, 85 of them wanted it to be all 20 acres up there. And then following on to that, back in 2009, when the Snowden-Burdoin Mountain Plan was replaced with the current Snowden Community Plan, the majority of the community at that time still wanted all 20 acres. The few that didn't were in that area that is purple in the middle, where some rural zoning was made at that time to accommodate those people against the wishes of the greater community. But the parcels in question were, everyone agreed that those should be forest resource at that time. And more recently, well, at the first hearing for the Planning Commission, I think there were about 20 people that commented. I'm not sure the exact number. There was only one person who commented in favor of the proposal, who wasn't family or lawyer for the applicant. And the 19, or whatever the number was, it's a big effort for us to get involved, but so we were all opposed to it. And every time there's a Snowden Community Council meeting, there are signs up on the road driving up into Snowden. There are big signs up that say Community Council meeting. Everyone is invited every time. And we've got one general public that doesn't want this out of our whole community, as far as I know. Those of us that really care about it, and it means a great deal to us, the hunters, the farmers, the loggers, the recreationists, we like trees and we like wildlife, and there really could be a big shrinking of the forest resource if we decide to go against the regulations and the laws and eliminate forest resource zoning without a new sub-area-wide public process. And so, anyway.
All right, thank you, Fred. Does the applicant have a rebuttal? Yep.
I didn't bring this up in my previous comments, although it's in the letter that I recently submitted in support of upholding the DNS and dismissing the appeal. But we are dealing with a vocal minority here. When you look at the multitude of comments, written and oral, that were submitted during the underlying rezone hearing, there was a disturbing amount of us versus them mentality. And I think it just goes to show that this small group is really just using these environmental concerns to mask the fact that they are xenophobic towards new people coming into their community. That's really what this is the existing community that opposes this. They have enjoyed certain benefits, environmental, zoning, communal, a way of life, and they don't want anyone else to have that. And that's just unfair, and that's not a valid basis for appealing the SEPA or opposing a rezone application.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner
Yes,
Solar.
go ahead.
Okay, so just the appellant would get the final rebuttal, as long as they don't bring up new information.
Okay.
Since we opened it up again.
Oh, okay. So you have one more chance for a rebuttal, as long as you don't bring up new information. If you'd like to say anything else, Mr. Gadway or Fred, are you good?
Please come to the microphone.
Yeah, you'll have to come forward. Yeah.
I say there may be a judge looking at this someday, so we need to make sure there's a microphone.
Well, this is just, it's in my written comments. But this is Fred Grief again. I went at great length in my written comments on this. But when the SEPA application included a 1987 Snowden zoning map instead of the 2009 zoning map. The 1987 Snowden zoning map, one of them, there were 5. So there's currently 5 maps in the general comprehensive plan for Klickitat County associated with the so-called Snowden-Burdoin plan, which is what's in there now. It was never updated in 2009, even though it should have been, to include the 2009 map, which replaced all of those maps. One of those 1987 maps showed what's called an exclusive agriculture forest zone, EAF is what it was abbreviated as, EAF. And the applicants used that, which did allow 10-acre zoning in 1987. But when that SEPA review was submitted, they showed that 1987 map with an quote EAF zone, which they said outright allows. This is just false advertising. Outright allows the 10-acre zoning. It doesn't. It was zoned in 2009. This is 2024. This is, and even in 2009, it was not legal to rezone forest resource land into rural land without a big public process and a new plan. And so that's, so they use language from the old plan in their application, and for the 1987, look at the dates, look at the 1987 plan. And I think part of the confusion has arisen. And so some of this may not have been intentional, but because when you don't go to the Snowden sub-area plan, when you go to the general Klickitat County comprehensive plan, you look for the Snowden part, which is attached. Well, what they've attached is the old 1987 plan and the old 1987 maps. And I should point out also that one of those 5 maps that is attached to the general plan still, it hasn't been replaced yet, shows, and it's got the same date, and it was approved by the Planning Commission and the board in 1987. It shows the parcels in question as forest resource land, not EA. So which map do you choose back from 1987, even if you're going to go back and use that plan? But we have a new plan. This is 2024. And if you look at the last 2 pages are very important in the 2009 sub-area plan. The second to the last page has the brand new full color map that you showed at the start of this presentation, with the green on top, the purple in the middle, the green on the bottom, that narrow part in the middle that has a lot of rural zoning. But that plan specifically designates the parcel as forest resource, not EAF. That old map that the applicants put in for the SEPA review has EAF. And any 1987 documents that they submitted are just false. So I think that's but for some reason, they're still in the general Klickitat County Comprehensive Plan, and they should be replaced with our sub-area plan, the Snowden Community Sub-Area Plan that replaced the Snowden-Burdoin Mountain Plan in 2009. That needs to be done to prevent such confusion in the future. And so if you go to the last two pages, the second to the last page is the new map. It's a full color presentation style map. And also in the general Klickitat County Comprehensive Plan, I cited it in my comments, but there's a page that says when there's questions, I should get the exact language. You should go to the latest presentation style map if there's a question about the plan. And that's the next to the last page. It's not EAF zoning, it's forest resource and rural zoning that was created. And to de-designate the forest resource zone is a big deal. It sets a precedent, which is something you're supposed to look at under SEPA. If something sets a precedent, that's important. And and so the very last page of the Snowden sub-area plan is the signature page from the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. And I can read you the language of where it replaces that other stuff. If you want to hear it, I've got it in here somewhere.
I think we understand.
Yeah, look at the top of it, the first sentence, and look at the last sentence on that and see what it says. You're supposed to go with the 2009 plan, not the 87 plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'm gonna have to ask staff. I have the email of the two documents that were sent yesterday with the 43 page, and I still don't see a Snowden plan for me to reference. Was that included? I just had staff dig up the original rezone and SEPA, which was like 43 pages, but I don't see a Snowden community plan attached.
I don't believe the packet included the full plan. It included within the staff report. It had showed the section, but no, we didn't. I don't believe we included the full plan in your staff report. It is part of the record in my presentation. That's one of the slides that was on the presentation, but no, it wasn't in your packet. And I don't have any further comments unless you have questions.
No, anymore. So we will close the public hearing on the SEPA appeal. So deliberations.
Madam Chair, can
Yes.
you take a
Yes.
3-minute
Yes.
recess?
Sure. We're going to take a 3-minute recess. So we are back and we are going to part 2, the rezone. So we're going to follow the procedure. When providing testimony, please direct all comments and questions to the board, not to the applicant, appellant, staff, or the audience. Again, all public testimony, with the exception of the appellant and the applicant, will be limited to 5 minutes per person. Please be respectful of others when giving testimony to ensure everyone who wishes to speak can be clearly heard and understood. I'll now open the public hearing on the appeal of the SEPA determination of non-significance, County File SEPA 2023-21. I invite the planning director to deliver a staff report.
Well, again, I'm starting up the same presentation. Again, this is the first slide. This is the Snowden zoning map that was referred to previously, with it signed by the chair of the Board of Commissioners. So if you need that for reference, we do have that available, along with some of the other maps that you've already seen. Again, in this part of the hearing, I'm not representing staff. I'm going to do my best to represent the Planning Commission recommendation to you, which was included in your packet, including their findings. So for a zone change, the necessary findings based on Washington Municipal Research and Services Center, MRSC, these are the findings that need to be made by the Planning Commission and then by the board if you are going to approve this proposed rezone. The reason we use these is because our ordinance doesn't actually have criteria of its own. We need to put that in there at some point, but these are historically what the county has used, and it's what's recommended on the website for MRSC. So first, the proposed zone change must be considered in relation to the comprehensive plan and must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that does include the snow sub-area plan. And again, we need to differentiate between the map, which is a zoning map, and the underlying comprehensive plan. But the comprehensive plan itself with the goals and policies, that is part of our comprehensive plan. The zone change shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or contrary to law and should not constitute a spot zone. The zone change must be in the public's best interest and not detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare. Additionally, the Planning Commission or Board of Commissioners in this case may find that there was an error in the application of the original zoning classification or that conditions have substantially changed since the original zoning or the last zone amendment. The role of you as the Board of Commissioners to weigh and balance the various elements within each of the necessary findings to make a determination based on the applicable criteria. I don't think I'll go through all this for the sake of time, but to talk about, you can see some things that the Planning Commission considered. The proposed zone change must be considered in relation to the comprehensive plan and must be consistent. So as you can see, they had to look at both of these plans, and sometimes they conflicted, sometimes they didn't, sometimes they supported each other. So you see some of the considerations that they looked at with each of them. For example, you have under the comprehensive plan, areas with soil limitations developed at no greater than 1 unit per 5 acres. So that was determined to be some kind of rural standard. There's another one, community water systems are supposed to serve residential homes of 2 units per acre or more. So we're talking with this proposed zone change, much larger properties than that. You have standards within the Snowden area plan. Residential development based on 1 home per 10 acres should be kept as close to as possible to white salmon. So you have different standards that they had to consider and weigh against each other. There are also housing policies that talked about having student housing for all socioeconomic levels. There are also housing policies within the Snowden area plan. And the bottom one, make sure that housing supply meets anticipated demand, identify new solutions to meet housing needs. So this is why this isn't a staff decision. This is why we have planning commissions and why we have a board, so that it's not one person making these decisions when there's so much that has to be determined that's not black and white. The Planning Commission in regard to this found the proposed change is consistent with the comprehensive plan based on the following. The rural zone is, and these are summarized, they're a little bit more in depth in your staff report. The rural zone is allowed under the extensive agriculture and forest designation in the underlying comprehensive plan. Subject sites surrounded by residential lots mostly are 10 acres in size or less. And I would go back to, I meant to mention this at first, to, well, it froze up a little bit. This map that shows I'll go back to the Snowden area map actually. So the location of this forest resource zone played a big part in the role of the Planning Commission's decision. If it had been, and they were very clear in their deliberation on this, if this had been on the outskirts of the purple area, the rural zone, it would have been a very different consideration. It had a lot to do with the fact that it did have the rural zoning on 3 sides of it. So they had talked about that. If it was further out, there would be a different consideration. In regard to,
Can you go back to the second?
yeah,
map?
this one. So the fact that it's surrounded by mostly residential lots of 10 acre in size or less, they determined, made a finding that the increased development potential will not have an impact on a negative impact on the character of the community. They referred frequently to the peninsula effect of the forest resource zoning, extending into an area that is largely rural. They made this finding that it was consistent with the various housing goals and policies to provide housing for a variety of housing needs. They identified goal 12 specifically of the Snowden sub-area plan to preserve rural lifestyles while accommodating new population growth. They found that supported the rezone. And then there were a number of specific policies within goal 12 that's in your staff report that they also cited specifically within the Snowden sub-area plan that supported the rezone per their findings. They did acknowledge that the policy 12C of the Snowden sub-area plan says residential development based on 1 homer, sorry about that, per 5 acres or 10 acres should be kept as close as possible to white salmon's existing urban area. They focus on the should and as close as possible. As close as possible is not defined. So they acknowledged that this was there, but they said that it wasn't defined, so it wasn't necessarily limiting. And the should statement, it was expressed by an opponent of this that should doesn't just mean you can go either way. It doesn't. It means that if you exercise, if you don't do it, it says you should do, there needs to be good reasons. So the Planning Commission felt that there were good reasons why this area would be an exception to that should statement. And then policy 13C, they acknowledged that it was there to encourage development within and just beyond city limits to the extent possible. And again, they focused on the words of encourage and to the extent possible as not being limiting to this development, but as state policy statements. And they actually, with the policy 13C, felt that that applied more toward how you treat lands close to the properties where you're trying to encourage those properties to develop, but it wasn't necessarily limiting to properties that are further out. So the Planning Commission found that the proposal not to be inconsistent with these policies. Number two, the zone change shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or contrary to law and should not constitute a spot zone. Our code does not define spot zone, but this definition here encompasses what I found to be very common for spot zone. The use of a parcel of land differs from the surrounding properties in that zone. A piece of property or groups of property have special zoning laws applied to them that differ from the zoning laws surrounding them. A specific parcel of land or small area within a larger zone is designated for a different use than what is typically allowed in the area. So this, in staff's opinion and in the Planning Commission's opinion, this clearly does not represent a spot zone. So the Planning Commission found that the change does not constitute a spot zone because the property to the northwest as well as the east of the Monroe parcel are all zoned rural. And then again, the peninsula of the forest resource zone extending to area that is largely rural zoned. This was the most difficult one and the one that the Planning Commission probably spent the most time on. The zone change must be in the public's best interest and not detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare. Considerations to balance that they considered: opportunity for owners and future residents of the property, they're part of the public, immediate and nearby neighbors, the broader rural community, meaning the Snowden community and surrounding neighbors, and then the impact on the overall county, housing, economy, tax base, the various benefits. Planning Commission found the proposal change is in the public's best interest and that it was not detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare. They found that the public includes current owners and future residents, and there is a need for a range of housing options that this could help to satisfy. They found that the scope and location of the proposal was significant, and that based on where it was surrounded by other properties of similar size, that there would be minimal, if any, negative impacts on neighbors or the community, and that would not be detrimental to the health and safety. They also found that it would provide additional housing options in the area deficient in developable properties, and they cited several times that it's a highly desirable area for larger lot residential development, rural residential development. They found the Snowden area has not met projected need for housing based on the 2009 plan. Only 66 of the needed homes built. I don't think I put there. It's blocking. So the plan identified 436 needed homes in the area. Only 66 have been built. So they identified that there's still need for that the need has not been met in the area. And, you know, there's two sides to that. One is the side that they looked at, which is the lots that were expected to be developed maybe closer in to white salmon have not been developed. The other side pointed out by the opposition would be there's still land available to meet that need. So there's two sides to that one, but the finding that they landed on had to do with the lack of development that's taken place where it was supposed to be directed to go. And then the final one that I'm highlighting here is they found that it's the smallest incremental change. So they're not proposing to go to a zone that allowed 2-acre lots. Then there's no zone that say 15-acre minimum. 10 is the next step down. So they felt like if they were going to do a zone change, this was the smallest ask that the applicant can make, and that they likely would not have done something more intense. Finally, number 4, additionally, Planning Commission could find there was an error in the application of the original zoning, or that conditions have substantially changed since the original zoning or the last zoning amendments. There was talk about the conditions changing based on housing, the housing that I just mentioned, that there had been a estimated demand for housing that had not been met. In the end, however, and it was based a lot on Jean Patterson's testimony. She's the one who brought up the growth expectations. However, the Planning Commission found that the additional criteria is not required for approval. First of all, it says they may find that in addition, and that they determined there's no error or substantial change. So they did not actually make a finding on this. You could if you wanted to, but they didn't find that this supported the zone change. They did find that it didn't need to because it is an optional criteria. So that is all I have to say. This next slide will go to once we actually get to board action. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to respond.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Did the planning commission get the application and all the testimony? Did they have in front of them the Snowden area subplan and the comp plan to look at? Or were they given little slideshow like you're giving us?
They were given all the information that you had in your packet with the exception of, we obviously modified the staff report to be for you rather than them, but they had the same information in the staff report. And they had the same I based this presentation on that one. So they didn't have the Snowden, they didn't have anything in addition to what you have. And they didn't have, of course, the comments that were submitted after their recommendation.
Did they have the comp plan sitting in front of them and the Snowden sub-area plan sitting in front of them?
They had the staff report like yours that included all the references that we went through. We didn't give them the whole Snowden plan and the whole section of the comp plan, the whole comp plan. We pulled out relevant sections that we determined, and they didn't identify any additional relevant sections.
And I will add, though, each member of the planning commission does have all the comp plans. And actually, a couple of them asked me to bring them copies at the meeting. So we did have copies there.
Thank you.
And they have their big 3-ring binder with every planning document, well, a couple binders. So they do have that.
Great. Mr. Anderson, any questions of staff? Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
So presentation by the applicants and their representatives.
Justin had to take off, so I will do Lee Monroe once again. I will do my best to help represent both Pat and I. First off, I'd just like to know, have you guys as commissioners actually received everything that the planning commission made their decision on? All the comments from the and all the rebuttals. Okay, and your decision will be made partly on that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because if you already have all that information, I don't have a lot to share. I have the same information. I went through their website, had everything on there I think you guys got. I read the whole thing last night. It covers it all. Let's see, with the rezone, Fred is correct. There is right now, we cannot go below the 20-acre minimum, but that's why we're asking for the rezone. So I don't quite understand where this whole 1987 map comes up. When I was looking at our application, I'm just seeing the newer stuff in there, which I'm guessing is the same stuff you have, because this is all copied right from them, sent to me. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot then. It'd just be repetitive.
Okay.
You already know it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Justin Lee did indicate that he might get on online. So if you don't mind asking when it's time for the applicant's rebuttal and this, to see if he is online and would like to
Okay.
speak.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move to public testimony limited to 5 minutes per person. So public testimony in favor of the rezone. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in favor of the rezone? You have 5 minutes. Nobody online. Yeah, so public testimony in opposition to the rezone. Do we have anyone? Come forward, please.
Hi. My name is Bee LeCalf. I live at 256 Bates Road in Snowden. I'm not a member of the council, though I do serve as secretary to the Snowden Community Council, and I'm really speaking for myself as a resident. And I'm participating in this appeal because first of all, I've got to say, I thought I had 5 minutes. Is that true? So this clock isn't.
That-
Our
that's
clock's
a
a little
clock.
lanky of
Oh,
that.
this,
Right.
oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I'm participating in this appeal because it seems that it's given the circumstances of when the neighborhood learned about the rezone application, middle of winter, middle of a blizzard conditions, the county was shut down for 3 weeks, and then we could only comment and appeal on the same day. And it was a way to kind of to appeal was to throw a monkey wrench in the gears of what seemed to be a kind of out of control planning process, which with all due respect, given, the lack of, the director having left and Lori doing a heroic job, but quite a bit of, responsibility. And, so we had little choice but if we wanted to do anything, to try to, but to appeal this. And at the time, in reference to Jean Patterson's comment that we excluded the Wilsons or the Monroes, actually, there wasn't time to call them personally, or at least we didn't think of it until later for any meeting. But all of the community council meetings, the agendas, and the minutes of previous meetings are posted online, and the invitation is always extended to the whole community. So there was certainly no more plan to exclude them than there was for the county to exclude us from making comments. It was just the way that things shook out. I want to I'm disapprove. I hope you will deny this rezone because it doesn't, it disregards the existing Snowden's Burdoin Mountain subplan, and it disregards the process of the community and the planning department and consultants working together to put that to create a responsible plan that serves all the needs. I feel it would be capricious, and it does violate the current plan by placing rezoning not in the middle of Snowden rather than closer to White Salmon. It is not for the public benefit in providing more acreage to meet the demand for housing. The predictions for housing demand were done at a rate in 2005 by the consultant that did the buildable lands inventory at a rate of 3.9% increase. And the actual increase by census data over the last 20 years has only been 1.9%. So it's like a third. And so to accommodate that inflated 3.9% projected growth, the plan already includes enough acreage of land affordable to different income levels. It's already baked into the Snowden Burdoin Mountain sub area plan, and it's placed closer to White Salmon according to the plan. And so it doesn't really meet a public need for some fictitious demand for more land available up higher in Snowden. Unfortunately, because of the confusion or the whatever in the SEPA appeal and in the rezoning process, it did sort of pit us neighbors against neighbors, the Wilsons and Monroes and the other families that didn't approve of the rezone. Oops, I see I'm almost out of time. I just want to say I saw 2 bobcats yesterday and I'd never seen them before. And I really hope the Wilsons' great grandchildren get to see bobcats on that land. And it can only happen if it's protected as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have polite music when we get to our time.
No good. That comes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony in opposition? Oh, come forward, please.
I would like to. My name is Michelina Roth.
Oh, we have someone at the desk I can call
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, Roger's saying you can go first since,
Sure, she's actually in opposition to the rezone.
okay, and it is in opposition to the rezone.
Yes. And,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. I am, my name is Michelina Roth, and I am an adjacent landowner to Lee Monroe's property, and I did submit written testimony at the initial rezone hearing. And what I just wanted to say is that I have felt included and well notified by the Snowden Community Council regarding the whole process. And I did attend the Planning Commission hearing, and I felt that it did not, the needs of the community were not adequately addressed. I feel like this process should be slower. It isn't in the public's best interest to rush it through. I think it's in the interest of these particular property owners, and perhaps in the long term, it will be found to be the best option. I do understand housing needs, but I think that the county should slow down and work within the Snowden area comp plan. And that that also there was a lot of testimony from the community in feeling like it may not be in the community's best interest. Mostly, I would like our county to follow a process that really is inclusive and thorough and considers everyone's best interest, and then comes to about a conclusion, whatever that might be. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Roger, would you like to try again?
Roger Gadway again, and I have submitted written testimony, but I'm going to, and I assume you've all read it. I'm going to kind of summarize it here, and I am going to submit it as additional testimony. So I'm going to read it. The current zoning was established on the basis of local input and knowledge. The proposed zone change is in an area that contains a wetland system and associated wildlife corridors, which the landowners wish to protect from overdevelopment. That's when the zoning was done. The west boundary of the Forest Resource Zone, Keda Road, delineates the boundary between forested land on the east and agricultural land zoned rural on the west. The so-called peninsula of forest resource land is connected to land zone forest resource and open space to the east and south. There is a peninsula of RL land, resource land, that sticks down south into that, but you could just as easily say that's the peninsula, and that the area that's zone forest resource is the predominant zone that connects with the forest resource zone on the west and the open space. If you look at the new improved map. The zone change application does not meet any of the three applicable criteria established by the Klickitat County Planning Department. It violates number one in that it must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. While some elements of the comprehensive plan are advisory and modified by the term should, an action that rejects the relevant advisory admonishments and offers no countervailing public benefit cannot deem to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that refers specifically to being close to town. There's really, no, I'm reading this, so I'll go on. Number two, while not technically a spot zone, the proposed zone change is small in size and benefits only two owners of the property and provides no significant public benefit. It therefore arbitrarily and capriciously confers a private benefit to those landowners. The third, no evidence is presented that the zone change is in the public's best interest. The Planning Commission discussion and findings do not identify a public benefit, only private benefits. And that refers specifically to including the property owners as part of the public that's benefiting. They're not part of the public in this context. They are private parties who stand to benefit. So the discussion and adequacy of the current relevance of the buildable lands inventory, that was the basis of the current zoning should be considered in an overall review of the sub-area plan, not as a speculative justification for an owner proposed zone change. So we're saying that all this talk about needing more land in the Snowden area, if that's the case, and as B testified, I don't think that's necessarily the case, because the buildable land inventory is quite out of date, much more so than the zoning, really. So that's something that's up for discussion, but there's a lot to be said about it, and it bears a lot of input, and it shouldn't be made on the basis of a couple property owners wanting to change the zone in an area that's recommended that it not be out in the middle of Snowden rather than close to town. So given all the above, which I expand upon in more detail in previous comments and in the comments of others, it is imperative that this current zone change be denied. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And Fred, did you wish to speak again? Okay.
Yes, this is Fred Grief again. And I carefully studied the findings of fact, and as well as the approval criteria. And there were two glaring errors in the findings of fact. Finding number 4, they speak about, quote, areas designated exclusive agricultural forest, EAF, in the anyway, it claims that rural zoning is intended to provide living environment within, quote, areas of designated exclusive agricultural forest in the comprehensive plan. Well, that's false, because that was eliminated in 2009. And it's just not simply allowed anymore to do that. So their finding number 6 stated that this is the Planning Commission's finding number 6, that the quote, the Snowden Subarea Comprehensive Plan designates the property as exclusive forest, exclusive agricultural forest, and that RRL is an allowed zone under this designation. Again, it's clearly false. Please do look at the actual Snowden Subarea plan. The last 2 pages, the last page is a signature page by the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners in 2009. And it clearly says that this is zoned, that those parcels are zoned forest resource, not exclusive agricultural forest. So going on to finding number 12, no, I'm going to pass on that one. I'm just going to go to the first approval criteria. Again, their first bullet says that the rural zone is allowed under EAF. Well, that's false again. Their 6th bullet under approval criteria 1 says that it's consistent with sub-area goals 12A, goal 12, policies A, B, and C. But policy C there says does not result in the development of large lots for residential use due to the lack of availability of smaller lots. And so it's not really consistent with that. And And out of the 5 goals or out of the 5 goals or policies from the plan, 2 of the other ones are shown to be in conflict with and that is so I'm not gonna, anyway, I detailed 16 in my comments, 16 goals and policies that are violated by this proposal. And yes, you can say that they admit that they're in conflict with 2 of them, which are 2 very important ones, but only 2, not 16. And they say a should or a shall isn't an obligatory thing. But when there's a pattern of 16 violations and they're all should or shall, or, that lends some weight to their not meeting the sub-area comprehensive plan. And the sub-area comprehensive plan is the plan for the Snowden sub-area. I know you put on the board some things from the general plan and some things from the sub-area comprehensive plan, but specifically the Snowden sub-area plan 2009 version is the Klickitat County Comprehensive Plan, as I understand it, for the Snowden sub-area. And it should be consistent with those 16 that it's not. I've listed them all. Another example is policy 2B. It says, ensure the densities of the comprehensive plan designations are not exceeded. That would be 20 acres in this case.
Thank you, Fred.
Okay, there's several more.
Thank you.
I don't know why that noise always pops up on my computer. I don't hear it from your.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'll never hear
You
it
get
from
the
mine.
angel music. That's what that is.
Oh, it's over there. So it just
Sounds
feels
like it's you.
mine, but it's
Yeah.
over there.
Okay, so anyone else online will ask one more time. Do you see anyone? Testimony in opposition, anyone? If not, we will move to rebuttal by applicants and their representatives.
Hopefully one last time. This is
Yeah.
Lee Monroe. Turns out I'm a landowner, not a Snowden community member. That's weird. B said that they had no time to negotiate or talk about this ahead of time before the February 1st deadline. Snowden Community Council actually called a special meeting on January 23rd. I would have kind of thought Pat or I would have been invited to this special meeting, being it was the meeting was for this rezone application and SEPA assessment. January 23rd is a long ways before February 1st. I think they had enough time to maybe not do an appeal and talk to us. I don't know if that would have done any good. I just wanted to make that point. This was not pushed through at the last minute. People knew stuff was going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And is Mr. Wilson
He's
an applicant?
An applicant.
Okay, great. Mr. Wilson, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm far from a computer guru, so bear with me, please. I just wanted to say that I've been working on this for about a year and a half at least, and I started working on it when the previous planning director was there, and then I've worked with Lori Anderson a lot. She's worked hard to help me understand the process, and I've tried to follow it. I really did try to follow it and do my homework. And I just want to say the planning department with Lori and then with Scott's help, they looked at this long and hard, and they asked me a lot of tough questions, and they made decisions, and they've shared them with you. And then we went on to the planning commission, and they looked at it even closer. And I know they understand the process, and I know they understand the different additions and subsections the Klickitat County plan, zoning plan. I know they do. I've gone through it. It's amazing. Try to follow all the rules. The planning commission made recommendations. They actually made some pretty strong statements that are interesting. I'm kind of hoping you've heard some of those. A gated community with a small group of individuals holding the keys. I didn't know about that special meeting that they had. I didn't know about it, but I'll tell you, I don't know if I would have or could have gone anyway, because shortly after that, Lori mentioned to me that they're asking for that the Snowden Council's asking for a copy of my forestry plan. And since one of the members lives just 2 doors down from me, I got my daughter and I got in my car and we drove it down to him. And she basically sent me away. She said the time has passed for doing any talking. And even now, if you just grab the latest minutes from the Snowden Community Council meeting and look on there, it's kind of funny. My email address is on there, but it's not right. It's off by a couple letters there. Even though I've reached out to several of them via email, etc., and it's right there on my application, but they somehow get it wrong. So I don't know what's going on. I bought the place in 2005, and I worked it ever since. And I'll tell you why I don't go to the Snowden Community Council meetings. It's a waste of time. Look at their meeting minutes and look at their focus. They're not focused on helping Klickitat County do better and get better. And there's a lot of help needed because big challenges facing you guys right now. I just urge you to go along with what the planning department and the planning commission has looked at thoroughly and has recommended to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, closing comments from staff.
Thank you. As I indicated, we're not defending this. We're just trying to represent the planning commission recommendations. So I have nothing to add as far as that goes. The only comments I'd make, appreciate Mr. Grief catching some errors. He pointed out item 6 and in the findings where it says the 2009 Snowden Sub-Area Comprehensive Plan. There was that one. And then in 12, again, it refers to the Snowden Community Sub-Area. Oh, no, that one's okay. That was just a typo. But in under item 1, under the 3rd page, the first bullet that he pointed out, it again says the 2009 Snowden Sub-Area Comprehensive Plan. That is meant to be the comprehensive plan. So if you do make findings in support of the rezone, I'd recommend that you amend those 2 to say comprehensive plan instead of Snowden Area Comprehensive Plan. Because the Snowden Area Plan only has a zoning map, not a comprehensive plan map.
Maybe clarify that one more time. The comprehensive plan update from 2009 was the Snowden area rezone, correct?
It was the Snowden sub-area plan.
It was the Snowden sub-area plan, which is the zoning document.
Right, and
itself.
It includes the text, which is
right. But it is in essence an addition to the comprehensive plan that operates underneath it.
Correct, and this is zoning, right? So when it refers to the Snowden comprehensive plan designated as an exclusive agriculture forest, it's not the Snowden sub-area comprehensive plan. It's the county's comprehensive plan that designates it as exclusive agriculture forest.
So to clarify that, the comp plan has something in it called EAF, and that is part of the entire comp plan that's looking at the entire county. Within that, what you're saying is there's an area of the comp plan for forest resources, extensive agriculture, and both of those can fit underneath that part of the overall plan.
Well, the rural and forest resource.
Yes.
So yeah,
rural,
those two
yes.
can fit under the comp plan, the EAF and the comp plan.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification, sir.
That's all that I had.
Mr. Christopher, questions? So we will close the public hearing on the SEPA appeal. All right. We'll move to part 3. We'll entertain a motion on the appeal of the SEPA determination. Anybody prepared to make it? Okay.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to affirm the SEPA determination.
Do I hear a second? I'll step down in second and ask for discussion.
I don't make rash decisions. I would need time to look through the documents, take the testimony in question back to the documents to make an action at a later date. But if you guys would like to go ahead, feel free.
I would state that I did my homework and the lots of reading that goes into this and reviewed all the documents. I also included all of the comments from today, the oral comments, as well as the additional comments that have been provided to us via staff, via email. And I thought that was our job to do before the meeting.
Well, I find it unfortunate that I get called contentious, but the board has to make childish allegations that I didn't do my homework. I did do my homework. There's testimony brought up today with different wax and different prints, and I'm sorry I haven't had time in the last 20 minutes to go verify any of them. But maybe you have. So I would just ask that you go forward and you make your vote without making childish accusations.
So I'll clarify that, and there was nothing, that was an assumption on your part. It wasn't pointed at you. He said he'd done his homework. I can say we've been talking about this application for quite a long time, probably since February. Maybe we've been involved off and on in the offices, in the planning. We've been listening. I've been waiting for planning commission's determinations. I was on planning commission 10 years, and I do appreciate them, and I appreciate their work and their due diligence.
May I?
Don't stop her, please. Let her continue.
May I clarify one thing, Chair?
Yeah.
When you met,
Really love to let her continue.
when you mentioned conversations with staff, those were limited. I just want to clarify, those are limited to updates
Right.
on where we're at in the process, not
Correct.
about the
I knew the
substance.
application was
Yeah.
coming.
Right.
That's-
So
I should have
we're always
clarified.
very careful to make sure we
Yes.
didn't talk about the substance of the
Correct.
applications. I want that on record.
No. And you guys always remind me if I go anywhere too. So I appreciate that. But no, and we've heard about the application in a lot of different ways. And I think I recused myself from a meeting with Snowden because of those reasons. They asked us to come look at the property at one time. And I think, Scott, you went out, and I recused to go because I knew better than that. But I think we've all known, we've had time to look at this issue. We've all known we can interact with the documents that come through that we've been provided. And I feel comfortable with the testimony on both sides today, and also from online that I can move forward with the information that was given to us.
I guess I would also say that this is a determination of non-significance. This is likely the smallest rezone we will ever come across in terms of the potential for negative consequences on the environment. If we were to say that our staff, the planning department, issued this determination through mistake or through not doing their research, which is clear they did their research, we would in essence be saying that every project moving forward for almost any reason, project or non-project specific, would need a full EIS. And that's a bridge far, far too far for me. And I think that from all of the testimony, both as well as the Planning Commission, that it's evident that the SEPA determination of non-significance issued by the Planning Department is valid and is also procedurally sound. The applicants adhered to the SEPA process and submitted the required checklist that the Planning Department reviewed that checklist and ensured its completeness. Any inconsistencies or inaccuracies that have been put forward were reviewed, and it was obvious by the testimony of our senior planner that they did look into the things of the wetlands by looking at the priority habitat species index, which clearly shows that there is a wetland present. The planning director also stated that they ensured that if it were to be developed, so looking in the future at a project specific, that it would still allow for the entire 10-acre parcel, that there still could be a buildable lot. I would just like to remind everyone that the conversation on the WAC with regards, I believe the planning director brought that up, and I was going to bring that up with regards to the proper way to look at the SEPA analysis, because this is an easy one where you've got 60 acres almost, and there's 10-acre lots. On a 10-acre lot, you can usually find somewhere to build. If they were going to 2-acre lots or 1.5-acre lots, it might look a little bit different because you might not be able to build on some of them. I would also mention that the analysis done when you look at a project-specific SEPA, when you look at the project-specific SEPA on the rezone, you would also look into that to ensure that any of those lots that are created can be buildable, and thus a buildable lot. And that is allowed under WAC and RCW. And I think I believe firmly that our planning department has reviewed that with the right direction, because we heard from the other side saying you can't do that.
For me too, analyzing the maps, the topography, the density of possible timber, the value of that property, potential value, the fact that it is a peninsula in that timber designation, and then also the associated housing surrounding that. When we talk about wildlife value and different things, it's fairly developed pretty much on all sides with houses.
I would also say that the per-zone rezone of the Wilson Monroe parcel from forest resource to rural is unlikely to result in significant adverse environmental impacts as outlined in that SEPA DNS. The environmental analysis conducted in support of the DNS adequately addresses the concerns regarding fire safety, groundwater, wildlife, and is based on reliable data. It was mentioned that there was many comments that can be unsubstantiated, and I find that to be the case. I've seen nothing from the Priority Habitat Species Index or anything saying that this is a wildlife corridor. Wildlife use all the properties in Snowden. That is one of the beautiful things of 10 and 20-acre zoning is that wildlife continue to move beyond that. And if I were to look for where the wildlife corridor is, if we look to the east of these parcels, that is where you see a true wildlife corridor, because that is all open space, and it is also owned by the U.S. Forest Service for that purpose when they actually purchase those properties.
Anything else?
I would also add, it was brought up the wetlands, and the wetlands being a potential reason for the SEPA DNS not being issued. That's why I asked the question whether or not this was a man-made wetland or a natural wetland. And I would say that the concerns about the wetlands are not supported by the SEPA checklist or the county review. I find no substantial evidence that the proposal will significantly impact the wetlands or streams on either of the properties. The house on the property currently is, from my analysis, close to 75 feet from that pond, man-made pond. Any subdivisions of the property could ensure that that pond is on the property that it currently sits on. So the analysis in terms of an adverse environmental impact, I cannot find that it meets that standard.
I can agree with that on the pond.
If you'd like to get more. I just want to put it all on the record. I also find that the proposed rezone aligns with the broader community needs for housing. By allowing low density, and let me be clear, this is still considered low density, 10-acre and 20-acre, both low density residential development. The rezone supports the growing demand for housing in the Snowden area while also balancing the environmental concerns. If they were to come in and ask for 5-acre zoning, I couldn't support that. But when you look that this is not a spot zone, that it is attached to other zoning, and the one thing that was not brought up that I think is very poignant with regards to this zoning change is that you have Snowden Road on the south and east side of this, which is a major arterial. And then you also have Kaida and Perce on the north, as well as Payette on the south. That creates, in essence, its own island with regards to the environmental side and the wildlife side. When I look at, and I really appreciate the map of all of the acres around it. This rezone does not create something that does not match properties on 3 out of the, well, actually all 4 sides. I guess I got a little bit more based on, it was also brought up about the critical areas ordinance. I can find no violation of the critical areas ordinance, as well as the RCWs or WACs governing the natural resource lands designations. The proposal does comply with all current regulations regarding environmental protection, including those concerning forest and agricultural lands. I don't give validity to the argument that the rezone would violate the Growth Management Act by encouraging incompatible uses. I find that to be unfounded, as it is continued to be a low-density residential use, which is still compatible with the surrounding land uses and does not threaten the viability of the natural resource industry in the area. And with that, I think we have to be very clear that much of the conversation was around, we did a plan in 2009. We should only follow the plan and that it is a violation of the WACs and the RCWs and the critical areas ordinance to rezone. Doing a rezone is absolutely part of the local law and process. And that is enshrined in RCWs that allows for site-specific rezones that go through an entire process, which this has gone through. That involves the planning commission as well as the county commissioners. That is a right that is enshrined for all of us in order to advocate for ourselves. It is not the same as a comprehensive plan update, which we hope to see soon. But I think that is, things change and we know that it takes time in order to update our local sub-area plans as well as our comprehensive plan. This is one of the reasons why the rezone, site-specific rezone is allowable under law.
Yes. So, hearing none. All those in favor?
So was there actually a second? I missed it if
Yes,
there was. Otherwise, okay.
I stepped
Okay.
down and seconded for discussion. If there's no more discussion, all those in favor?
The one last piece
Okay.
is with my motion on the SEPA determination, I would like to thank all of the work that our planning department has put into this, as well as all of the work that the planning commission has put into this. And I'd also like to thank the applicants for the length of time that it takes to go through our public process and being understanding. And I would lastly like to thank all of the people who spoke in favor of and opposed to this. I take all of your comments very seriously and did my research as best I could, because this is part of the political process as well as our executive decision. So thank you all for being involved in the local community.
Thank you. So once again, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Well, we will use the statements that you made, the findings that you just presented. We'll use a recording and bring those back to you. Rebecca, do you have a thought on when we're able to get those? You'd probably want to review them. And then get them into your packet. So we need to make sure we have enough time for that. So it'll probably be.
Yeah, for next, I imagine.
Okay.
Maybe do tomorrow.
That'd be right. That's okay. So we'll try to get them into your packet for the, not next week, but the following meeting.
Thank you, Scott. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the rezone based on the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Also, I'd like to incorporate some of the findings that I think I went a little overboard on the determination.
So I will step down in second. Motion in a second. Any discussion?
I'm hesitant to, for fear that I will get lambasted again. I will just say that I am not opposed or in favor of the project. I just think it would be nice if I had a week to look over the new information so that I didn't make any arbitrary or capricious decision. I did not type up my findings of fact and have everything to read out well ahead of time. I wanted to come into this meeting with an open mind and not biased one way or the other. But if the board wants to continue and make a decision, then it won't have my support, not because I'm opposed or in favor of the project, but the process in which it is taking place.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you.
For me, our packet was prepared and presented, and we were allowed to have our packet prior to the meeting and go through information we needed. I don't feel there was anything presented today that would have changed what I learned in the packet, or that I had any questions on specifically.
And I would agree with that. We had a lot of information to review, and anything that was new that was brought up today that I hadn't heard, I asked questions on of staff or the applicants so that I could make sure that it was clear. If there was new information presented that would invite more discovery, I would definitely give further time. But I think that this is the deliberation, and honestly, I think I fear that the deliberation on this is a little weak for how each of us feel. Because this is it's a rezone, and the reason I don't think we need much deliberation on this is because there was not a lot of new information that was presented, and I try to give credence and deference to the Planning Commission, who did deliberate at length, ad nauseum, which we do have access to the videos and we're able to go back through and watch. And I think that that they did a great job working on this project.
Okay, anything else? If not, no more discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will close.
Yeah,
the
I do want to
public
thank
hearing.
the planning department for all your hard work on this. My vote is nothing against any of you or any of the work that you've done or the planning commission has done. I just needed more information.
Great. And I don't know if you heard me, at least I did close the public meeting for. Thank you. All right, well, thank you, everybody, for coming and being online. We will now move to our budget discussions. It'll be a full afternoon. We're making up for early days.
Rebecca, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for sitting in.
Okay.
Did you text Heather and Greg? They're on their way. Okay.
But
Yeah. I saw Greg head this way and he did an about face.
Did you get promoted? Yes.
You know, there are times where I'm really thankful for our county mapping. Mhm. Even at home, I use it a lot.
I guess had a long afternoon.
Thank you for being patient.
All good. Okay, so we left off with directive to myself and with the assistance of the treasurer. And we left off with we're page 54. Row 187, talking about the next potential revenue source being emergency communications sales tax. So,
Sharon,
oh, no, not yet. I'm not.
was that what you wanted to?
Yeah. Thank you.
Can everybody online hear okay? If anybody can't, let us know.
Am I not talking very loud?
I'm not getting the mic feedback I normally get.
Sorry.
You had a page number? Did you say what page number that was?
I'm in the comment section.
I'm assuming it's where I already have it pre-folded, so.
24, page 24.
Landfill requests.
It's gonna be further back than that. It's
Okay.
gonna be the
Okay.
last few pages, and those have page numbers on the bottom of it. And
I
we're page
see.
24 or 41.
Right.
So currently, emergency management receives, the 911 side of emergency management receives an excise tax. It's a telephone excise tax. It tends to get confused with this sales tax option that is potentially available to us, where it's a sales tax of up to
0.2% of revenues. And this one would be require voter approval.
The first tenth and the second tenth both require voter approval.
I believe the first tenth is already in place and does not. The second tenth does. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We haven't taken a tenth of anything yet. We've taken the second half sales tax. That's what you're referring to.
Do we have estimates of what 1/10 and 2/10 would create?
I do. I'm just gonna go to this sales tax option to get the full details for you guys.
And you're talking excise tax?
This one's sales tax.
Sales tax. Okay.
We already received the 911 excise tax.
Okay.
(0.1% of sales tax. Greg and I estimate to be at a low of 325,000 with a high of 350,000.
So that means that we're estimating we're gonna bring in between 3.25 and 3.5 million in sales tax next year, in essence.
I'm going off of historical actuals of what that is. And so just kind of took an average there. And for throwing out a number at you, for lack of a better term, we were comfortable with those numbers.
Okay. Perfect. And if we wanted to put that on the ballot, when was the soonest that it could be on the ballot?
I think that's a Heather question. She's did have to leave.
But it won't be for next year, correct?
I don't see you're getting it on the ballot in the next month.
That's what I mean.
You would have had to have given it to me by the primary to get anything on the general, so it would have to be next year.
I was stalling, waiting for her to chime in. Thanks, Heather.
For next year, it can't go on one of the early ballots. It has to go on the November.
No, it could go on the special but we don't have anything scheduled for the special, so the county eats all the cost, but
And I believe.
Come on up front.
Is this billed through someone's phone bill? And then given to us, how does the money collected?
It's getting collected through DOR. That's what I was just gonna say, is that I believe that we'd have to find out what the DOR schedule would be, because when we increased the sales tax, we had to go through DOR and they had certain times of when they did it. So that would be, Heather's probably got the election part of when those elections are, but there's certain dates of what DOR does. And when I know we had to get it to DOR on a certain time to get it to be effective at a certain time. And I don't remember what
My
those.
question is, would this be on their property tax bill?
No.
Would this be on their phone bill? Where would?
No, it's
Sales
sales
tax.
tax.
Okay, so it comes out of the sales tax that they pay.
It's sales.
And they buy
At the store. Okay, right.
And one of the other things we learned is that even when we increased and took the other 0.5%, DOR did not do an excellent job of getting the information out to everyone. So the amount of money that we did collect was actually not as much. It took a while to ramp up to that full amount.
Correct.
So-
there was a delay there.
Yeah, so there's a delay. So, and what was it? It was like 4 months or something. Like we passed the second half. And then it was like 4 or 5 months later before we even started collecting it.
We started to see in May,
Right, which it went into effect in, I thought it was April.
April. They were
Yeah.
about a month
So,
behind.
but you have different people pay their sales tax differently. So some people remit it quarterly, some people do it monthly. So I think there's a lot of, I mean, it does, there is a ramp to it. You're 100% right.
And there's 0.2% here, but you only gave us the number on 0.1%.
Well, just to do the math. So then if there's 2/10, then it's 7. That's what we were trying, because there's
Clarify.
different ones with different pieces.
$650 to $700,000 if you take
Yes.
the
Right.
2/10.
I was just clarifying.
No, that's what we just broke it down that way there. Then it depends on which one they were. Then if it was 1% or 2% or 3%, then.
Well, the first one didn't go to the voters, did it? The last time we raised it, but it has to this time.
Correct.
This particular one would have to go to vote.
Yeah, and
We had somebody just hopping at the bit back there to say something, so I don't know if the chair wants to bring him forward or not. That's chair's
I
prerogative.
couldn't see him. He was hiding from me.
You have to be in a mic.
You have the emergency.
And this should not be confused with the 911 phone excise tax that the county currently takes what it is allowed to. We take the full amount, and there's been some questions relevant to these. They're totally different things. We already take all of the 911 phone excise tax. This is a sales tax for emergency communications. It can fund the 911 function, whereas the phone excise tax is only for 911 call taking functions. It's restricted funds for that only. This sales tax for emergency communications can fund the 911 call taking because we're not fully funded in that area, as well as everything downstream of that for dispatching and for our emergency communications radio system.
Right, and just to clarify that both tenths of this would have to have voter approval, correct?
You can either ask for 1/10 or 2/10.
Either way, they would need voter approval.
That's correct.
We don't get to take one without voter approval.
No. Yep. But you can ask for the 1/10 the first time, or the 2/10 the first time, or the 1/10 and then the 2/10 the second time.
But the 911 telephone tax, we already take
We take all that we're allowed. Yes, we receive all of that we're allowed.
70 cents per line.
That's correct. And service and.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay. Nope.
I like it.
Housing and related services sales tax. It's a sales tax up to 1.8%. Revenue restricted and must be used for affordable housing, behavioral health, and related services.
Oh, sorry. So housing and related services sales tax. This is a sales tax up to 0.1%. Revenues are restricted and must be used for affordable housing, behavioral health, and related services. This may be approved by voters or the legislative body.
What page are you on now?
Page 26.
Yes.
So to clarify this, if we have our general fund, which is where we're hurting for cash right now, this sales tax would not, in essence, help the general fund out.
Correct. At face value, correct.
Face value. Thank you.
Mental health and chemical dependency sales tax. This is a sales tax of 0.1%, and the revenues are restricted to and must be used for mental health or drug treatment purposes. This does not require voter approval. This potentially could assist with court treatment services as well. So there is potential for the general fund there. And probation services.
It can be used for probation.
There are, so long as there's some treatment sides to probation services.
But it does not require, so it could have an impact on the general fund if you took that.
It could.
But we would need to see what percentage of probation it could go into.
And I have her, Courtney, I've reached out to Courtney today. She's on the schedule, not for this Thursday, but the next Thursday, and reviewing all of that information. The next one would be page 30, juvenile detention facilities and jails sales tax. This is a sales tax of 0.1%. Revenues are restricted and must be used for juvenile detention facilities and jails. This does require voter approval.
So this is not juvenile jail, but the regular jail.
It could be for the regular jail, and there is also a comment within that about the potential for those funds to be used for any contracts entering in for juvenile detention services as well, which we do have with Norcor. Yeah. The next page, public safety sales tax. This is a sales tax up to 0.3%, and revenues are partially restricted. 1/3 must be used for criminal justice and or fire protection. This is a revenue share with cities. And this one does require voter approval.
Motor vehicle sales are exempt from it?
Yes.
How much do we get, what percentage of our sales taxes through motor vehicle sales?
Would we have any idea?
Um,
I mean, don't we just get a check and they don't tell us what percentage anything is?
There's some details in it, but it doesn't go specific, but we would have to look at that.
The next one would be criminal justice sales tax. This is 0.1%. Revenues are restricted for criminal justice.
That one.
What's up?
Where's that one?
Right below the public safety.
Middle of the page, 31.
Middle of page 31. Okay. Thanks.
This tax is a revenue share as well with the cities. It does not require voter approval. The revenue share with the cities is 10% to the county with a 90% split with the cities and the county per capita. The next one would be a criminal justice levy of property taxes, additional levy up to 50 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation for up to 6 years. Revenues are restricted to criminal justice purposes and only applies to counties with population of 90,000 or less. Obviously, that one requires voter approval.
So how much could we make off of that one?
I'm not prepared to answer that as far as that one goes. It's levy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to answer that. When you add stuff to the levy, there's a shift through there with the levy. So,
Yeah, it would be a guess, but if you could figure out what the EMS district got out of their last one, which was 50 cents per 1,000, you could probably come up with a ballpark.
Wow. 50 cents. Currently, what are we levying?
For the EMS?
No, for us.
I
Are we at 20, 25 cents or something?
I can't remember those numbers. I don't have my computer.
EMS is running a levy renewal in November.
Okay, and it's for 50 cents, Heather?
I think so, but I don't have that information in front of me.
Yeah, I believe it's.
But
an
EMS
extension
doesn't
of the
cover
one
the
they
whole
did a
county
few
either
years
though, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Cover the
EMS
Far
doesn't
East end.
cover, Fire District 2, essentially.
Okay. But if you took up to 50 cents, that could be a lot of money. Multiple millions of dollars.
Yeah, it's a voter approval.
I think are we at 18 cents right now? The county is 18 cents per thousand. We're really low.
I don't know.
That'd be an interesting number. I wish I knew that on the top of my head.
Or is it 18%? Figure it out.
Did you get a property tax statement with them?
That's what I'm gonna look up as my property tax statement.
I don't think it's set at dollar per thousand necessarily, but probably can do the math into that.
My parcel number.
I'm pretty sure all of that information is available on Billy's website.
Actually, the treasurer side, yes, it's available.
Is it? We're out on your website.
Just pull up a parcel and it'll tell you what it is.
That's what I'm working on right now. Okay. I can find the amount, but it doesn't say
Price per thousand.
price per thousand. I guess I can do the amount based on the 1,000. So county general 526.
And then I think it would vary. I don't know. I mean, I would
No.
it would vary based on what tax classification you're in too.
Taxable. Okay. 505,000.
So if you figure it out for the standard city-owned lot, it would be lower for timber and ag. So I don't know that you would get a full county.
No,
Verification.
it's per thousand though, divided by 505,050. 10 cents per thousand. I think is where I'm at, 0.0010.
That's more like for all of everything that's levied though, isn't it?
No. No, because the county general is 11% of your actual amount of your current tax.
I need to compute, it's on the, I don't know it off the top of my head. So what is it that we're trying to, outside the levy rate, the purpose of trying to understand it is, so we're gonna, because we use that number for the revenues that we have projected of the 5.7 million. So we're wanting to know what it would be to assess the 50 cents.
I'm trying to figure out what 50 cents per thousand, up to 50 cents per thousand would equal in terms of revenue. That's what I'm trying to get what needs to be voted on, a list of what needs to be voted on, what can we just implement, what is in our toolbox, and then the time frame for doing it. And it won't be on me for certain because it'd be after I'm gone, but we need to have that available.
Would make the difference of $150 or so on a $300,000.
Any more questions about that levy before I move on?
Yep. If it would just as long as you can come back with what that could be worth.
I think we're almost to the end of this, and then I can circle back around to what doesn't require voter approval. The next two are related to public transportation. So I'm on 37 and 38. So we have the local household tax and then we have this transit sales tax. So the local household tax is $1 per month per household. It may not be imposed concurrently with the transit sales tax on the other hand. Any city or county that provides transit service may impose this tax. Sharon did provide additional comments that are on that page for you, that we're currently not a formal transit agency. History is in 98, community enthusiasm led to the formation of the public transportation benefit area to explore the feasibility of developing a public transit system in Klickitat County. The feasibility study included stakeholder interviews, public telephone survey, onboard ridership surveys, and extensive public involvement program. Based on the study survey, the demand response service provided by Mount Adams Transportation Services is very important to the community. Those that had used the service expressed positive attitudes. 46% voted to tax themselves to provide public transportation. This was a strong show of support. Unfortunately, did not provide the base of funding, so the PTBA was not formed.
A question that you may or may not know the answer says those that have used the service express positive attitude. 46% voted to tax themselves. 46% of the community or the people that have used it?
I unfortunately do not know that answer because this was Sharon Carter had provided that information. But I can make sure that.
I mean, I would lead to believe, I don't need my question answered. I am led to believe that they questioned the people that got on the bus, not did a community survey of 24,000 people. If I'm wrong, she can correct me. As football players say, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
What's the overall value of the county? Is it 4 billion?
Not quite.
Great. Then almost 4 billion.
Tax valuation.
Yep.
It was 3.2 a couple of years ago. I think it's around 3.5 now, is my guess. Might be as high as 3.7. I don't think you're getting 4.
So if it's just round numbers, if it was $4 billion for the total overall assessed value of the county, all inclusive, and you took the full 50% or 50 cents per thousand, that'd be up to $2 million. So that's your biggest lever for public safety.
This was last year's levy certification packet. So total taxable.
What does it say for an old man's eyes?
4.802.
What? It said a total value of the county last year was 4.8.
You gotta add the personal levy structure taxable value. So there's real and mobile, and then 4.802.
Wow.
480.
That shocks me.
2 6 5 9 3 3 7.
Are there calculations for how that would divide out between public safety?
I don't have that information at all. Levies are extremely complicated. I have, I was not able to attend this year's class, so because it's, I think right about now.
Okay, so we could put the upper limit on that at 2.401 million. And then the other ones are all 0.1, so we can figure those are around 350,000, 325 each.
Okay. All right, I've reached the end of these pages. So just to recap, there are a few that only require legislative bodies approval. The criminal justice sales tax at the 0.1%. And just to remind you again, we estimate 325 to 350. That is revenue share, 10% to the county up front, and then the 90% split between the county and the cities per capita. The housing and related services sales tax, that's 0.1%. And the mental health and chemical dependency sales tax is 0.1%.
But the housing can only be used on that. It wouldn't help our bottom line, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to throw this out there. Is that something that we can all say, like, if it's not gonna help our bottom line, we wouldn't pull that lever?
It was housing and related. Is there something that this could replace for?
So we're not
Okay.
spending any of our money on it.
We're not already.
We're not spending any money with any general purpose dollars with
On housing.
behavioral health or affordable housing, so
Okay. Yeah, okay. If it's not gonna benefit us filling a gap.
But so the levers that we can pull, the criminal justice and the chemical dependency, if you could use the chemical dependency to offset dollars that we currently put into probation and whatever else,
Mhm.
you could raise a grand total of 700,000 on the high side.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
And with the criminal justice, that would be roughly
325 to 350.
with the small reduction, I mean, you're looking at potentially about 300,000.
And it would help the cities.
Yeah, with 2022 census numbers, White Salmon would be roughly about 33,000 and Vision would be about 9. I didn't pull Goldendale's yet because I was doing that in the back, but you get a general idea.
Mhm.
And that's which one?
Criminal justice sales tax.
So this is the 0.1 that 90% of it gets split.
90% is the revenue share between counties and cities.
Right. It seems like we get a lot less than that.
It depends, the high end, yeah, there would be, I was rounding up significantly, but
I was gonna say they should be taking, because they're almost 40%, right? 35
of the 90%.
Yeah, 40% of the 90%, right?
like I said, I didn't grab Goldendale's numbers.
So you figure 3,500 plus 7,000 divided by 23,000. 30%, not 40%. So they get 30% of the 90%.
For about 25% of the order.
Yeah.
Jen, do you know right off the top what that mental health one is on? What page? I didn't mark it. Chemical dependency.
We get 243,000. And the mental health one wouldn't do us any good because we're not spending any money on mental health with county dollars, right?
What about for chemical
Chemical
dependency?
dependency, there's potential for adult probations and court services.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
$26.
Okay, thank you. It's almost back there.
Okay, the other thing that you had asked us to do was to come up with the number for interest earnings that after our discussion about rate cuts.
Yep.
So I'll let Greg go ahead and take over from that.
So I went back and I ran some numbers and we came up with, I think we'd gotten to a range of, which page that was on. I want to say it was 1.1 to 1.4. I think Yeah, 1.1 to 1.4 was kind of a range where we were. I think we could go with 1.4. I think that's that's a reasonable number. I did go back and look, in 2022, this is how fast it went up. We started January 22 at 90 basis points. We ended December 2022 at 410 basis points. So that's 4% essentially through. So it can go down just as fast. So, I think that the 1.4 is a number, if you kind of go to, and I'd put in there 800,000 was the number I'd put in it originally, which I think is where if you get to the point where using about 2%, which is maybe where things, everybody's got their thought on where that's going to go, but I don't know that we're going to go to zero again. So I think that, 1.4 is a number we can use at this point in time for interest earnings. That's assuming that everybody invests the exact same over the next year and that the same residual cash we're investing is the same amount. That's the thing. That's, there's a lot of assumptions in this.
You start pulling cash, it starts going down quick.
That'll get you back.
Well, I guess that would factor into the question that if this board chose to use 2.5 million of reserves, that's 2.5 million we're no longer getting interest on.
That would be out
No,
of a different.
because
fund.
the reserve money is invested, that this is the money that we're getting interest on or that we're talking about is what I call residual cash. It's money I have all the money invested it's all invested. But if, let's say
So short answer is the reserves are invested differently than what we're.
because they
talking
get their own
about.
money and the interest goes to their fund.
This would be the dollar just going to
Right.
the general fund.
Yep.
Interest on reserve goes back in reserve, right?
Correct.
Right. Yep.
Any dollars out of any other fund,
Including special purpose districts.
so they invest and that goes directly into that fund.
Right, because I'm the treasurer for all the county funds. So those guys say, hey, I want to invest this money. We invest it on their behalf. They get their interest.
Right, but if they don't invest the money, they don't send you that letter, you still invest the money.
Right.
And that goes into the general fund, right?
But at 5%, but at 5%, everybody, somebody that was not investing, I can think of 3 or 4 that weren't investing at 90 basis points that are investing today.
Yeah, are investing.
And if it goes back to 90, they're probably still gonna invest.
Yeah, or they may or may not.
So then $0.09 get invested and it goes back into 0.09?
0.09 or in fund 125, it's invested in its own deal.
So that's growing.
We're just talking about investment interest in the general fund. That's what we're talking about.
I'm comfortable with 1.4.
So we
Kind
had,
of.
your original was 1.193 is what you built in, or 800?
800.
800.
Okay.
Which is where I think if you get back to looking at our numbers, that's the number that I think if you're, if let's say interest rates go back and they become at the 2% or 3%, whatever, that's a number that's closer to that. So all this, if we budget 1.4, there's $600,000 we're using to operate on that may or may not be there in a year or whatever.
Yeah. But that's also $600,000 that
Yep.
we can put in. What's our running total now? What are we down to?
Okay, so I've made the adjustments. From last week, you wanted to take the sales tax up to 4.4, which was $100,000 more roughly. So I added 100,000 there. You added DNR PILT of 20,000. The one thing that we have not talked about is landfill. I've made adjustments to there after our meeting with Republic Services.
What is that forecast now?
So Republic Services had said that they're at the beginning of their budget process as well. And he shot out a number that if we could budget to $2 million or 2 million tons. So taking into account the potential for CPI reduction instead of a CPI increase, we were comfortable with proposing 8.4. if the feds do what they have been talking about and getting that inflation rate down to the 2% mark, that would be a 1.1% reduction in CPI. We need to be mindful that CPI can go down instead of up, and therefore our rate tonnage would change in a negative way instead of a positive way.
Okay, timeout. They currently pay $4.65 a ton. They're not gonna get to pay $4.60 a ton next year. It doesn't reverse CPI in that direction. I don't understand how you're coming up with.
If the new contract says that it doesn't adjust lower for CPI, then okay. We were just comfortable with 8.4, but if you guys would like to make a different decision, that of course is on you.
And I thought Steve said 449 a ton, but
I think he did, but
Don't remember that part.
you came in a little bit later than that.
rebate to Skagit County.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if you want to look at all tons, which includes special purpose tons and everything else, yes, you are down at about your number. But my point is, even if it's, let's say 450, it's a round number. If they have to pay a CPI based on Seattle, blah, blah, blah for this year, and it's only 1%, that makes it 454 a ton. It ain't gonna back it down to 445. Is my point. They don't ever get to pay less than they did the year before per ton. That's not in the contract. That would be a hell no to be in a contract. It always goes up, never goes down. Now, the percentage of it going up is a different story.
So that's on 2 million tons.
Hmm.
And are we on track to hit 2 million tons this year?
According to Steve, they were on
Per
track.
year.
Mhm. For their budget year, they are on track to hit too.
For their new budget or their current budget?
Current budget, their new budget.
They're on the same the way I understood it in
Yeah.
talking to them, they're on the same calendar year.
As
that
we are.
The thing that you just have to remember is that because we're a cash county, we take the fourth quarter, we're taking our annual year is in January, we book the fourth quarter and then the first, the second and the third.
Right. Okay, so if I do the 449 times 2 million, I get 8.98.
Mhm.
Okay, and then if CPI is anything, 0 and above, it'll be a little bit higher than that. And what you're saying is doing what we,
Roughly 75 to 80% of CPI.
75 or 80% of CPI, so it could be 2% times 1.
I think you would be safe estimating your current tipping rate times the number of tons projected and remove the CPI from the equation, and the CPI is your grace, your cushion, if you get it, fine. If you don't, oh well, you're not losing anything.
So if you added 2%, it'd be 9.1596 is where we'd be. And so the recommendation from you guys is at this time to budget conservatively for the budget cycle. Because that's what they think they can do. That's not what we know they can do. Well, we know they could do it, but we don't know if they have the tons to do it.
They're estimating 2 million tons this year. And they're on track to do that this year.
In 2024.
In 24, yes.
In 24, right? Right. So what's their estimate next year?
He does not have it because they're just at the beginning stages of working through their budget.
They're
But-
not forecasting any counties lost. Now, if you end up in a recession that home buyer or home builders stop building, you could get a decrease in tonnage from homes built. But I don't think you're gonna see municipal waste going down because the population is not decreasing in the counties that they have contracts with. So I wouldn't anticipate a whole lot less tonnage than what you're getting now. I think tonnages could potentially go up, not down.
Jen, did you? So we took another approach at it as well. Since I have the data going back to 2012 already in a smart sheet. We took the 10 years average that we've received from 2012 to 2022.
In tonnage?
No,
in
in
just dollars.
dollars. And the average for that 10-year period is 8.9. So I'd say 8.9 is a pretty solid basic number. Anytime that the county has budgeted 9 or above, we have not hit that mark with the exception of 2023. So those are just statistical data for data points for you guys to take into consideration when going into budgeting the landfill.
I'm comfortable with 8.4 and we can always come back, can't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But you had in the original was
7.1 off of that, going off of the current quarters, this year's quarters, 18% reductions.
Okay, so if we put in 8.4 for right now, knowing that we have some wiggle room there of potentially 300,000 or 400,000. Where does that take us?
2.8. What we're looking at now.
So if we do 8.7, that gets us down to 2.5. Start the conversations. And then we've got less to play with later. What do you think?
I think they were comfortable with 8.9, I believe, right in that
Who's
area.
they?
Republic,
Oh.
I think they were looking at.
So he threw out that number of the taking the he threw out 8 and 9 going off of the 449 per ton with 2 million tons. He threw that off without actually doing the math to go along with it. I think he's probably pretty close. He advised if we can get away with budgeting lower, that that's always been his advice to the Klickitat.
Right, and any CPI change wouldn't take effect until July 1st.
Anyways.
Yes.
So you'd only
Not
get
even a
half a
full
year
year.
CPI change.
Correct.
So you want 8.4 or 8.7?
I'll go up to 8.7 if we can.
What do you think, Dan?
Oh,
My opinion. I think 8.7 is easy. I can't in my right mind ever see it coming below that with no more contracts to have issues with. I honestly believe that it will come in above 9, but I do believe in being conservative. I do believe I technically wouldn't have a problem with 8.9. I mean, I shouldn't say that, it just helps you guys out. But I'm fine with 8.7 to 8.9. I think they're both accurate. And I don't think either one of them is wrong.
What do you mean it helps you guys out?
let's keep going. 8.7.
I
And then
I
we're
would say it could be
conservative.
anywhere between 8.7 and 8.9, and I don't care where we put it today, knowing it could change in a month.
Okay.
I wouldn't lock it in at whatever number you choose.
This is all
Is it
tentative.
starting?
This is the tentative so that we can start the discussions on where we're at.
And with that, I would say if that's the goal, I would put it at the lower number.
Mhm.
And try to make up that difference without playing with this number again. But if you have to play with this number at the end, you got 200 grand to play with and be safe
Well, the other thing
without,
is,
lifting it to 10.
we know that the reductions from the municipal contracts of 18%, they are making that up with other tons, not coming from the municipal side, which is you get some, you lose some, you never know based on a lot of other factors.
Well, and that's my
They're
point.
filling
Our
can-
projections are not taking into effect the CPI that went into effect in January 1st of this year. Our projections are not taking into effect.
No, July.
this- Huh?
It would have went into effect July.
July 1st.
Yeah, you said January.
Sorry, July 1st. We're not taking that into effect. We're not taking into next year's, but might be lower CPI, but there's gonna be a quarter, the price is going up a smidge, even if it's 10 cents a ton. We're not taking that into effect, and we're not taking effect any potential new volume they come up with from anywhere. All those are your conservative estimate, sitting on the sidelines.
Sugar.
The scary thing is, we're doing this knowing that any supplementals that come throughout the year are not gonna be easily eaten up.
Correct.
So you're getting rid of the wiggle room during the year. And that's just something that the new board is gonna have to be well aware of, is that when a supplemental comes in, it might be coming straight out of reserves, which is fine. It's just a different way of doing it.
I would warn the new board that they might want to send out a memo on January 1st of this is what the new supplemental policy is. Don't come forward with a bunch of stuff. And I would warn them in January versus worrying about it when we approach our first supplemental.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that though. Like, for example, since he's sitting in the back, that's what you get for being in the room. When we have an ice storm or something, it could be $200,000 in costs that he's not going to be able to budget into his accounts, and you're going to have to come for a supplemental. And there's no like, oh, don't plan on it. Don't think you can come forward. It's that we have to have this or the radio system doesn't work. So
Yes,
I don't
but
think we can play
I
that.
would argue a lot of our supplementals, a lot of them have to do with emergency needs, and a lot of them do not. You can agree to the ones that come through in emergency needs and tell them in January, don't come forward for any supplemental that is not an emergency need. And don't wait until November to balance your budget and then say, whoops, I need 400 grand.
I'd hate to give that direction though to like department heads, because if you say you can get a $2 million grant and you've only got to put in 300 or $100,000 or even $200,000. That's something I would hope that the department heads or directors would come forward and be like, hey, this is a good investment. It's services that we can provide or a project that we can do. We know we didn't budget for it because we didn't know it was available. So I would hate to give that direction to them. I think that I agree though that, you should, and what we've asked for in the past is budget what's actually going to be necessary. Don't throw extras in, and don't fluff your budget. And if things do happen, they do happen.
Yes, go ahead.
So Klickitat County has operated in a way where we use supplementals a lot on the expense side, where by statute, a true supplemental is when you have other revenue sources, grants, state appropriations, local appropriation, a new revenue source. That by statute is the supplemental.
His grant that he's talking about with $100,000.
That would be a true supplemental.
There you go.
But we've operated differently in Klickitat County and under different, needs. We've gotten really tight with our budgets. We expected more supplementals. Those have happened. I mean, technically we always have, at this point in time, we've always had additional revenue come in. So we meet statute, but
I think we're all talking the same thing, but I think for the departments, we need to change our communication. And there are people that go home and do their budgets, and then they come back here and we talk government language. I think we need to say every single month, don't bounce your checkbook. Talk in other terms of staying within your budget. And supplementals are great when you have something that you can use as a supplemental. And we'll interject it and you can work on those things. But I think it's communications more than anything. And I think everybody's pretty good, really. Most of them.
We'll find out in December.
Yeah.
on that note, supplementals are due to me. The next supplemental is due to me October 14th. It is the last true supplemental. We do have an emergency one built in, but I say that with a huge caveat and hesitation because the hearing would not happen until December 31st. And by statute, you're not allowed to expend
money that you have.
Yeah, that would be a very bad idea to even think about that.
You're not allowed to
or
expend
talk
without
about that.
having. the
I wouldn't even
supplemental
bring that
approved
up in
first.
consideration ever again.
So what's your,
So
so what's your?
everybody needs to make sure that
Somebody's
they are
gonna hear
checking.
you and say there's another one, so
There's
just never
not.
mention it again.
It's transfers only preferably, so,
So what you're really saying is that if it looks like you're gonna blow your budget, you have to have that in by October
October 14th.
Gotta know.
14th. And if it's not, you're up a creek without a paddle.
I think it might be helpful if the commission reinforced that
Right.
to the offices and the departments and not expect Jen to put that out there with any kind of penalty that would follow if that wasn't followed.
If
Sorry.
Jen can help us craft that.
Yeah, I think a
Absolutely.
letter going out is great
Mhm.
because
I
I
do
don't
too.
know how many, and you probably know better, how many departments look like they're gonna bust. And if they are gonna bust their budget, we need to plan for that now.
And they need to know. They need to be aware.
I did send out.
How do you plan for that now in hopes that, okay, so-and-so might bust their budget by 100 grand? We can't just like throw 100 grand in there because they might bust their budget by 102. And now you have an audit finding. So you better throw a little extra in there just for cushion. But how do you keep them from blowing the whole cushion you put in because they can?
Well, each department and office is responsible for managing their own budgets.
I'm well aware.
And
I'm also well aware of how some of them do it.
And so I would suggest that they look at their spending, everybody should have an idea of what they anticipate spending throughout the rest of the year. By October 14th, you really only have 2.5 months left of the year. Payroll is pretty simple and straightforward. I just sent out a request to make sure to check for any transfer needs for the COLA adjustments. So they're working on that separately than the supplemental. It shouldn't be terribly difficult to be able to come up with an idea of what you might need by the end of the year.
I don't know. I see this being a nuclear bomb that is about to explode. Maybe I don't have the confidence you have that they'll all manage it just fine.
I think we're good. I think we'll be good.
I have faith.
Yep. Okay, so where are we at now, Jen? Then did we agree 8.7 as a starting point? Yeah.
So if we're at 8.7, we're at what, 2.6? 2.56? All right.
Okay.
Got anything else we can pull? Got any money hiding under that mattress there, treasurer?
No, but I can tell you the county levy rate's $1 for 1.0430 per thousand.
That is both, isn't it?
That's what the county does, and then that gets split out into the homeless and all the other ones, but that's the total. Or are you thinking that's plus?
Is that including road? That has to include road, right?
I bet it doesn't. We'd rather bet road separate.
Well, let's see, 5 million for $1 at 4.
No, it doesn't
It
include.
doesn't
road.
include road, yeah. So then we're probably right, we're bringing in 5.2 or whatever, and you do half of that, 50 cents, it'd be about 2.4, so yeah. If you did it. It would, just that would fix the problem right now, and we'd be done.
It does not fix the problem next year.
Nope, it's a one-time fix, like all things.
No, I would argue that not all things are a one-time fix.
Well, it would be a
It
6-year
would
fix.
be, yeah,
It'd be a
it would.
6-year fix.
Yeah. It would.
No,
increase
because
it,
next year you have inflation, so you're still gonna be short next year.
Well, yeah,
But
but
you'll adjust other things.
but you'd be solving this,
You'd be solving the problem for a year.
yeah, per year.
So lastly, just the schedule for Thursday. Not everybody who receives landfill dollars, was able to attend for this Thursday. It was pretty last minute, notice. And I'm hoping that I'm able to get economic development, natural resources on there in the afternoon, but so far I've built in an hour in the morning for us to talk about, the expense side. We haven't talked about the expense at all. The auditor is gonna go first, then the treasurer, health departments, public health and behavioral health will go after them. There will be a half an hour before lunch. We can kind of recap together, lunch for an hour, emergency management building inspection will come in, and then the PA, and hopefully economic development and natural resource to end that day. And then at this point in time, I'm building everybody a half hour. That could give us some flex. It could, hopefully it doesn't cause us delays. With the exception of emergency management, I'm giving Jeff King an hour.
I want to make that a little longer.
You better bring me a Red Bull.
So if I can't get anybody at the end of the day, that gives us time to recap and really dive into the, how we want to go about the next
time.
I will
Okay.
say
A full
after
day.
further thought on the week, Jake will not be here for budget, or at least not in the morning or whatever else. I personally would prefer to just not do that morning or until you can get here in the afternoon or whatever else so that you are available.
Are we talking about?
It's like the 26th or something.
You're not gonna be here either? Is that what you just
I
said?
didn't say that.
Okay, I thought you did.
Yeah, my meeting's from 8 to 12 in Salem. And that's on the 26th. But what do
So
we
even
have?
then, you wouldn't even be back here until at least 3 or so. So
Unless I flew, and then I could get back.
that
at
throws
1.
a wrench into, yeah, unless we're doing some afternoon thing. I would,
What do we have for, what do we have scheduled for that day?
I had senior services in the morning at 9:30 and adult probation at 10. Adult probation has court in the afternoon. And then I have public works in the afternoon.
I don't mind missing senior services and adult probation. There's not a lot we can do there. And I can always review the video later. I can also look at it and look for anything I see just for line items. I don't mind that one bit.
Yeah, those are pretty simple.
Those are pretty simple.
So I won't, if that's the case, then I won't schedule anybody else for the morning and I'll just book the afternoon then
Yeah, because we got the thing in the evening, right? The town hall.
Yeah, because we have.
So if we want to go later in the evening.
We could, well, they take lunch from 12 to 1. Usually everybody else does. Start at 1.
And I'll get back as soon as I can. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, public works will be split up between the 26th and the 3rd. They'll be in the afternoon starting at 1 and they'll, I've booked 2 hours for both of them.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I can also, on the way up here, I can be online too. So I can be mobile.
Okay.
I'd say, well, we cut it in half, so that's a good start. And if we have to pull a couple levers, we can pull a couple levers. It ain't gonna be easy, but I think it's a start. I mean, we did 2 million last year, right?
Yeah.
And we're on track even with the 2 million that we did last year, that at the end of the year, we're not gonna be pulling too much from reserve. So we know it's possible, but we did it last year, which wasn't easy, and it gets more difficult every year.
It does. It does. I have to make some adjustments to VRNR. I received some updated mileage information in regards to a jail vehicle, and I'm waiting on one more. So there might be some VRNR adjustments.
Is it $2 million worth of adjustments?
It's minor, but once I get those adjustments done, I'll have VRNR information for you and available for your binders.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you. Just for a request, so it'd be nice to have a sheet with on those revenue sides. Here's the ones that we could pull, here's how much we could bring in with the point ones and have that all add up. That we have access to, and then also look to say and talk to Heather and be like, okay, if we pull this lever to try to put this on the ballot, this is when the money would kick in. This is that first year, how much that would be. Because if the money doesn't kick in till June or July, you'd figure it's not 350,000, it's might be half of that. So it would be good to know where that's at, is because this is gonna be the last thing we probably deal with. You know what I mean? It's gonna be, we're gonna cut and then we're gonna go back to revenues and then we're gonna do a last review of the expenses again to get us there, but it'd be nice to know, like, because it might not be this year, but it's definitely no matter what, it's gonna be next year, the year or the year after.
Next year after that, for sure.
I can do that. And I want to make sure that the three of you do understand that you also have access to all of the working documents. They are available to you in the Smart Sheet document. So you could go in there and actively see what you just saw on the screen. You can't change anything. You cannot comment. You only have viewer access to avoid any public meeting acted. So I could do that.
Side note, I had a request that our BOCC website lists that we have a meeting on Tuesday, but it doesn't say what time the meeting starts. It just says meeting on Tuesday. So the request was, could we say meeting on Tuesday starting at 9? And so I said I would bring that forward for recommendation.
I saw that and I thought that was the weirdest thing, because we've got our agenda right there and the agenda says the whole day.
I just said I would bring forward my opinion that it doesn't hurt us to say starting at 9. If I can't get a second vote for that, that's fine. I don't care.
No, I guess the one thing is that sometimes we start at 8:45, so I was concerned if we just set it on there that then somebody could
Check
get mad.
agenda for time. Put a little,
To start at the time that you stayed on.
can you put a little caveat of
That's why we do.
BOCC meeting, check agenda for time?
It also say usually starts at 9.
Just put check so that it's qualified. If that's okay.
This is how difficult things are.
Are you gonna say the website or? So if I have to do it every week, we really
If it doesn't.
It's not as easy as.
Just change it.
Okay. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, is there for my seatmates? I would make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting, noting that there's a workshop scheduled for 8:30 on September 19th. All 3 commissioners will be participating in an interview with KLCK Radio, September 19th, 2024 at 8:05 a.m.
So
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.